Good morning, race fans, and welcome to America's Motorsport Resort, where today, here in Alta, Virginia, we get set to crown a champion in the IVRA Club Cup's fall season. The Virginia International Raceway here tonight will play host to the final race in the 2021 fall season for the IVRA Club Cup. Welcome to RaceSpot TV. My name is Noel Rempel. I've got Ryan Walker beside me in the broadcast booth with Ryan Bauer behind the cameras here for tonight's presentation. So it is a tense season finale we're entering into here, Ryan, and what better way to end off the season than here at the Virginia International Raceway, of course, America's Motorsports Resort. It is known as one of the toughest tracks to master in all of motorsports, and for good reason. Today we're not using the full layout that everybody is so accustomed to. It is the Grand East layout, which should provide with a few fireworks for us here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great season, a great fall season, I should say, and the race has been closer in every round and every track that we've been to so far this season. And I think this VIR track with the layout that we're using for these MX5 Cup cars, I think it's a good track to pick for the season finale, and I think trying to predict a winner in this championship is going to be hard to call, but it's been a great season nevertheless, and I think it's going to be a great way to round out the season.
For the AM standings, Dick Barton basically has the championship already squared away with almost 100 points back to Eric Dintoli. Of course, you have a maximum of 100 points up for grabs per race. You have 2 points races that we have yet to sort ourselves out with here today, plus 1 qualifying race where points are not scored. The pro standings is all to talk about, though, here, Ryan. Brandon Hawken currently sits top of the boards, just 27 points clear of Dave Chapman. Mathematically, the top 4 all have a chance to still make a run at this title, but we were talking about this before. Realistically, it will be down between Hawken and Chapman here in this final race. Mateo Herman, though, still is waiting to the wing, so if the top 2 end up having some major issues all throughout that first 30-minute race, he could have a potential to pounce on that title in the final 30-minute race we'll have on the season.
Absolutely, and I think this qualifying race that we've got coming up, I think it's going to be absolutely vital if you want the track position, because passing around here on this layout is going to be difficult, and I think the likes of Hawken and Chapman have got to qualify as far up at the front as possible and try and get the track position for the first day of the main races, you could say.
You mentioned this is a difficult track to pass on, and I could not agree more with that one. The 2 best pass opportunities could be down into turn 1 and, of course, down the back straight all the way up into turn 20 at the roller coaster. 23 turns make up the Grand East layout. Of course, we duck it in halfway down to the sweeping assist that exits out of turn 5 and 6 before we dive it in to run through most of the Patriot circuit that was introduced into VIR back in 2003. So you have the 23 main turns, and then, as we talked about before, Ryan, so many sub-turns to keep track of as well. When we talk about turn 10C, this track certainly loves to have those little sub-points, those little bullet points underneath some of the main tracks, the main corners here today. So qualifying is present underway. This is for the qualifying race, which will set the qualifying order for race number 1. It is a 10-minute race. And from there, we will be having the first 30-minute race where the top 10 are inverted from the qualifying race. And then from there, it'll be the top 20 inverted for the final race, which will be featuring a full reverse grid with so far only about 15 drivers signed up to take to the grid today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching coming through this section there, I find this section and probably one of the most difficult to get right, because you're braking and turning at the same time, and it's one of those corners or double right-handers that invites you to try and carry more speed than you want to, but if you do that, you can run wide and end up clipping the wall. But I think it's a good challenge, this track with this car. It just makes it, but if you nail a lap around here, it feels so rewarding.
Of course, turn 18, you see in the background there, dubbed Oak Tree Corner, and, well, dutifully so, since there is an oak tree that overhangs the racetrack, casting some shade over the corner as well. I think it's going to be more of a story, though, when we get around to the ClubSport Series later today. Of course, those cars much faster than the Global Mazda MX5 Cup, and, of course, a lot of people in our audiences today will be here to see the 400 kilometers of the Virginia International Raceway, and that race will be coming up just after our Club Cup presentation. Of course, the Club Cup has been acting as a feeder series throughout the course of the year to not just the Sports Series, but as well as this, even the HyperX GT Sprint Series. And I do remember it's also played host to, of course, the Endurance Series as well. So it's nothing uncommon to be seeing these guys, playing putting on a good show, prior to the main race taking place. And that could mean we could be in for one heck of a show here today. Qualifying is getting set to come to a close, and it'll be 15 minutes total for this pre-qualifying session, and it'll be a 10-minute qualifying race, estimated to be only about 4 to 5 laps in length, with it taking almost 3 minutes just to put down one lap around this very long Virginia International Raceway. Checker flag has flown on qualifying. Let's take a look now at your starting grid here for the qualifying race to set the grid for race number 1. It is Marcelo Pagnan on pole position. Points leader Brandon Hawkins sits beside him on the front row. Mateo Herman is in third with Dave Chapman. Brandon Hawkins' main competition down in fourth. Bruno Almeida is in fifth place with Linus Tetnow down in sixth. That leaves Julian Blamont in seventh, Hans Pullmans in eighth, Eric Gintoli ninth, with Adrian LeBauer rounding out the top 10. Nick Martins 11th with Richard Williams in 12th. That leaves Florian Hohen to round out the 13-car grid here from today's race at the Virginia International Raceway. So 13 cars getting lined up on the front straightaway, and we'll be able to take a ride around the very long pace lap around this Grand East layout at VIR.
Yep, absolutely. Another thing for these drivers to watch out for is going to be cold tyres on the first lap as well, especially through some of those fast corners, especially the section heading up to Oak Tree Corner. And don't be surprised if you see some drivers make a mistake possibly, but still looking forward to this race and just this last round in general. I think it's going to be close, and I don't know who's your prediction for the championship, Nolan?
At the moment, Brandon Hawkins obviously comes into this race definitely in the best position. He finds himself 27 points clear, of course, of Dave Chapman. Those drivers, the only ones in the 800-point bracket so far. I have a feeling, though, that we could be seeing Chapman pulling a few extra moves here to try to see if he can maybe squeak out that extra race win here tonight. Obviously, it's a 10-point difference just from first place down to second, so finishing first as opposed to second for Chapman, that could be crucial in winning him a championship tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think don't be surprised if you see Marcelo Pagnan maybe tucking behind at the start of this race and maybe act as a rear gunner for Brandon Hawkins, but Marcelo kind of being out of this championship battle now. But yeah, I think either way it should be a great race, and I'm looking forward to it.
There's only 27 points separate them, and if you look from first place on back, that means that in order for Chapman to pull ahead of the points, he needs Brandon Hawkins to finish fourth or lower, and he will need to finish up in the first place, which honestly, at a track like VIR, we talked about this before, that is a very, very real possibility. It is so easy to make those little mistakes. At a very long track like this, 4.2 miles in length, it is by far one of the longest road courses you will find in all of North America. Certainly one of the longest permanent road courses in all of North America. By the way, that is 6.759 kilometers as well. And they're going to get set to do battle around every last inch of it. So let's take a look at some of the race facts, shall we? Of course, track currently 77 degrees Fahrenheit out there. It is 75 degrees Fahrenheit up in the air. So a relatively cool day on the track, and almost no wind for these guys to contend with either. 3 miles an hour just off to the southwest. That should make this race perfect for these guys. Of course, optimal conditions always helps to make a race entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it probably help with these cars as well, because I think these cars, when they're sliding around, the tyres, I wouldn't say take punishment, but it kind of, I think it'll make it easier for these drivers as they come through these twisty tight sections right now. And I think don't be surprised if you see some drivers trying to go 2x2 through there, it can be done, but sometimes it can end up in disaster. And don't be surprised if you see it end up in disaster as they come under the VW bridge now, and up through this, one of my favourite sections on this layout is this fast section as well. So I think if these cars as well, it's going to be a whole heap of fun.
And of course, we are now on the Patriot circuit at the moment. This layout was just added in 2003, and this grand layout has two different variations of it, right? It's got the east layout and it's got the west layout. West layout cuts off right at this corner, actually, what is often known as turn 13 in the traditional Grand West layout, or turn 1 for the south layout. And course, these drivers will be utilizing the entire back straightaway, which honestly, I'm a huge fan of the opted to go for that. I'd rather see a little bit of S's taken out than half of the greatest passing zone on the track eliminated instead, right? I mean, it means we'll be having so many more great draft battles all the way up through not just the Club Cup races, but even the Club Sport races for the 400 kilometers of VIR later today.
Yeah, absolutely. As drivers come up through the final sector now, or just about to head up to the final sector, I should say. And I think, from my experience of racing this MX-5 car around this track, this is one of my favourite sections. I think Brandon Hawken as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to bunch up the field and maybe just try and get a head start in the field once the green flag comes out. But as I head up to Oak Tree Corner now, I think Brandon's probably, I think if I was him, I would just kind of just stay relaxed and not get nervous, just do your thing and just whatever happens, happens.
Now down the very long back straightaway in these Mazdas, we could be seeing dive bomb aplenty up the hill and down into turn 19. I think fittingly named the roller coaster section, right? I mean, you slowly climb the hill and then you have to dive it back down while constantly on the brakes at a constant turning radius. It is by far one of the most difficult sections to master on the racetrack, and it's a section that I still have yet to complete a clean lap through. You're right on board at the moment. This is, I believe, with Dave Chapman in his Shipsky Racing Triple 4 as he gets set to lock away a potential championship today, but he has got to best Brandon Hawken to do so in the SRC Movano Corsa cars, who are just up the road from him. It will be a hard-fought fight for the number 444. For Brandon Hawken, he is going to have to defend like his life depends on it if he wants to keep Dave Chapman in behind. So the pace car can come around through turn 23. And we get set to go racing here. Pace car is going to pull down and into pit road, which will leave it in the hands of one Marcelo Pagna, teammate to Brandon Hawken. Hawken's already pulled ahead just a little bit. He's got to let the 75 back in front. Cannot pass the leader. Green flag drops. We are underway here from the Virginia International Raceway for the season finale of the Club Cup Series in the fall season for the qualifying race. Marcelo Pagna has gotten away well. Brandon Hawken trying to fight around the outside line of turn number 1, trying to take the lead away from his SRC Movano teammate. Matteo Herman is in the mix as well, trying to see if he can potentially give one up for the third place as well. Clean through turn number 1, and so far no swaps so far in position. Linus Techno has managed to get one up on Bruno Almeida for 5th place so far. You see Herman trying to cross over Hawken through turn 2. That was not going to happen. Those are out through 3 and 3A. It looks like Brandon Hawken will just be able to hold on to that 2nd place for the time being.
Yeah, it seems to be, it looks like everyone's had a relatively clean start at the moment as they come through this fast, tight, twisty section now. And I think it's Hagnan still leading, but I think if him and Hawken can pull away, try and build a bit of a gap, I think he might let Hawken by. But still, at the moment, as they're heading onto this other section now, I think I heard just a bit of a crunch in the background, but I think it might have just been the cars hitting the ground by the sounds of it. But still, Hagnan leading at the moment in lap 1.
Pagna still leading on lap number 1. It's a very long trip around. We talked about this at speed, almost 3 minutes total to get around this racetrack. You saw Chapman really applying pressure at the back end of Matteo Herman for the 3rd place, but they split apart a little bit through the middle section of this Patriot circuit, diving down the hill, and this is one of the most tricky corner sections you have to deal with. It's known as the spiral from turn 12A all the way down to turn 13. Of course, out through Fishhook to lead you back around onto the main layout of this track for turn number 15. You can see Herman still looking to apply some solid pressure there up to Brandon Hawken. That 221 wants to find a way through. We talked about this before, right? Matteo Herman, of course, is still in the championship battle. He's not looking good at the moment. He wants to get the points lead, but he still wants to get every spot he can because you never know what could happen in the actual points races later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though this race doesn't really count for points, it's you still want to try and be up at the front or close to the front as possible for the first of the main races, if you like. Just needs to try and finish as close as possible. I think if he wants to try and stay in touch with Hawken and Chapman, he's got to finish in front of Chapman, and especially try and finish in front of Hawken as well. But at the moment, it looks like Hawken's trying to peek out and take a look at Pagnan as Are they going to switch positions? It looks like they're going about to switch positions. Yes, they are. Is it? Oh, Herman tries to take a sneaky look up the inside.
Wasn't happening though. Out through the top of the roller coaster section, Marcelo Pagna holds on to second place. Herman tried, but wasn't quite to get there. So the swap that we thought might happen was certainly made. Brandon Hawken finds himself up in the race lead, and that means he could find himself starting 10th place in, of course, the first actual race here tonight at about 7 minutes time. You can see Marcelo Pagna now trying to keep Matteo Herman at bay just in behind. Brandon Hawken will lead the opening lap. Here goes Pagna, they'll try to come back up the inside. So once the Movano drivers not wanting to sit 1-2 for the time being, Marcelo Pagna takes the race lead back into turn 1. Once again, here comes Herman trying to upset the Movano 1-2 up the inside of turn 1, trying to follow through on Marcelo Pagna, getting squeezed out onto the grass on the right-hand side though. Brandon Hawken not giving an inch of space, and he'll maintain that P2 for now.
Absolutely. I thought the two teammates would have stayed as they were as they came across the line, but that's not the case. So it looks like they're maybe working together to maybe doing a bit of doing a switch around tactic, if you like, every lap, but it's come through again through this twisted section. It's still, I think Herman's looking racy and he wants to try and get by as quickly as possible to try and be close to the front, finishing in front of Hawken anyway, as the top four are still all close together and slowly starting to pull away from the rest, but the rest of the pack behind, the next car behind these guys, it looks like is Bruno Almeida.
They're right on board at the moment with Dave Chapman. Look at how much pressure he's applying to the back end. Matteo Herman's 221, almost running over the VEC sim racing driver just up the road, but there's just no space to even attempt to initiate a pass throughout this tight and twisty section throughout the Patriots circuit. You really just have to follow the leader throughout this point in time, right? I mean, there's no space for you to throw one up the inside. Even if you made your way up the inside, you're not completing that pass clean unless the guy in front of you gives it to you.
Absolutely not, and if you do try and go for a move around this section, you've kind of just got to hope that the driver in front sees you, and hope you don't have any contact. Otherwise, it will end up in just a big accident. But still, it's right on board with Chapman at the moment. I think I can understand that Chapman wants to get by as quickly as possible, but on the other hand, he's got to think about the championship. He can't afford to take any risks. Yeah, he wants to try and do as well as possible in this race, but got to remember this race there's no points on the line in this one, so it's kind of, if he did finish in 4th, it's not all bad, but at the moment it's just that racer's instinct that you want to get by and try and do as well as possible.
Already halfway through in this 10-minute qualifying race, estimated 2 laps left on the docket when they come around to the line this time by. And look at Pagna losing more time up to Brandon Hawken. Oh, here comes Herman, though. Herman with the sneak attack. He'll go through and take up second place. And how about Dave Chapman trying to find one up the inside as well of turn 19, trying to get past Brandon Hawken. And this is devastating. The Movano driver at the moment who is trying to hang on, but it's not going to happen. Dave Chapman sneaks up the inside as well. Matteo Herman thought he might be able to make that move work, and he made it work to perfection. Hawken was not expecting that, so Herman with the sneak attack went for second place. Now trying to go for the race lead with 2 laps remaining up the outside line of Marcelo Pagna in the qualifying race, and it'll be a battle of the late breakers. Pagna gives it to him entering turn 1.
Yeah, that was weird by Hawken though. He just all of a sudden slowed down really quickly, and he's still, I wouldn't say he's going slow, but I don't know if he's using a H shifter, he might have missed a shift or not, or if something happened. But Pagna's under attack now from Chapman, so it's all kicking off now as we get to the end towards the end of his race. But that was a fantastic move by Matteo Herman. He manages to catch Hawken off guard and pull the move off.
You know what? I actually think I know what Movano's trying to do. Remember, it's top 10 reversal, so if they start positions further back, that means they're going to be further up the grid for the actual points race. You don't have points on the line here in race 1, so you can afford to lose some positions without having to worry too much about it. In fact, it only puts you in that better position for race 1, because that's a little bit of less traffic you have to work through to work your way back up to the race lead.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. If that is the tactical game that both Pagna and Hawken are playing, and I like the tactic being used. So I have to agree, if it's not, even if they finish where they are, it's not all bad. I mean, they'll be closer to the front, like you mentioned, though. And so thinking about it, it's not a bad tactic to use.
It's smart, right? And in a game like this, you have to use mind games. You have to use your smarts. You're not going to always win it out by brute force on track. We've seen this in how many series before, right? Especially series that have these inverse grids. You have to make sure that you can win this one out on and off the track. And you can tell these guys are strategizing to the max. It's not going to stop Brady Hawken, though, from trying to get into Dave Chapman's head, really applying some pressure to the 444 Shipski racing machine. Chapman is, of course, Hawkins' primary competition at the moment that he's got to worry about in the standings here so far for the Club Cup. 27 points separated them coming into this race, and Hawkins trying to make that just a little bit more, so he's got less time to worry about in race 2.
Yep, absolutely, and Herman's pulling away already, so I think as much as I respect Herman and his eagerness to get up to the front, I think he's kind of shooting himself in the foot there, starting more towards the rear of the pack for the first race. But yeah, again, I'll say it, I like this tactic that both the Movano drivers are using at the moment. Oh, someone's off in the background on the grass.
That's Bruno Almeida, I think it was. Saw him just drop down a couple of spots down the timing order. So Bruno Almeida has had a bit of an off through the roller coaster section. You mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, Ryan. That was one of the most difficult sections to get right. It looks like Bruno Almeida has made a very easy mistake that so many drivers also make, just taking too much speed throughout the corner. And it looks like Linus Tech now might have also done the same. He's got a slowdown penalty he is presently serving. So battle for the race is on the final lap of this race. Oh, it's going to be a look at the side and Pagnan tips Matteo Herman around for the race lead. That opens up the door for Dave Chapman to find his way up the inside of turn 1. So the 75 car trying to keep Chapman at bay. Now that was not pretty though. Matteo Herman falling down the timing order. If he falls outside of the top 10, remember, that means he has to start from 11th place on back. He will not be a part of the inverted grid. Take a look at the race spot replay at the moment. This is Marcelo Pagnan having a look at the inside. It was a very late move to go to the inside of the 221. It just wasn't happening. Just ran him over. Yeah,
that was pretty much I'm not sure what Marcelo was trying to do there. He just went for a move that was never happening, and Herman defended the inside line as well. We've got the battle for the lead going on between Pagnan and Chapman as well. And Hawken, I think he won't do anything too silly. I think he'll be happy to finish where he is at the moment. But the two leaders are starting to get feisty at the moment, and it's not even a point scoring race.
And so Dave Chapman going to be trying to run down Marcelo Pagnan now, trying to do everything he can to get back past Dave Chapman. And this could prove crucial here because Dave Chapman needs to start as high up as possible throughout this race. But of course, with the top 10 inverted grid, it could prove absolutely vital for his championship. What does he want to do from here on out in this battle with Marcelo Pagnan in the final stage? The 75 car going to be making a huge effort here to try and find his way up the inside of Marcelo Pagnan in these closing laps. Now, at this point, Movano's got a choice, right? Do they want to be starting side by side each other, or do they want to start more nose to tail? Because at the moment, the way it sits, it would be nose to tail. But if Dave Chapman gets through, they will find themselves starting potentially side by side, if not quarter panel to quarter panel, on different roads throughout this race, right? So it's a big choice that Marcelo Pagnan is going to have to worry about all the way up the back straightaway for the final time in the 10-minute qualifying race. Dust gets kicked up just behind him. The Tech now runs just a touch wide, but coming up for turn 19, Chapman's looking into the inside, takes it back to the outside line for turn 19. Here comes Hawken. Does he make it 3 abreast? He is going to make it 3 abreast, 3 wide for the race lead. Shipski in the middle with Movano both sides. Chapman pulls ahead though, and Brandon Hawken pulls ahead of Marcelo Pagnan. Try the outside, and the 98 are getting barged off the circuit as Dave Chapman will hold on to the race lead. I think it might have just held on to that position, Ryan. So Hawken trying to take this one back through turn number 23. Not gonna happen though. I think Dave Chapman will have won this qualifying race and already gets set to kick off his championship bid very well. Hawken can't run him down, and Chapman wins the qualifying race.
That was a fantastic race, a fantastic final lap. I thought Hawken would have held back and just finished where he was, but nope. I think he saw the opportunity on the inside line and he took it.
took the opportunity he needed to get that spot done. Here are your results for the qualifying race. Dave Chapman takes the race win away from Brandon Hawk and Marcelo Pagnan. Down in third place was Julian Blamont in fourth. Pullmans was fifth. Tech now sixth. Almeida seventh. Herman, after getting dumped out of the race lead, sits down in eighth place. He'll be at least up to the front for the race number one. Adrian LeBauer is in ninth place with Florian Hohen down in 10th. And that leaves Rachel Williams in 11th, Nick Martin in 12th, and Eric Intilly in 13th place. With all cars across the line, we'll immediately go into the starting grid for race number one, which puts Rachel Williams on the pole position, Adrian LeBauer down in second. Theo Herman, we talked about him earlier, just got dumped out of the race lead. He starts third, though, as a result of that one. So good move for Herman. He might have lost points, but at least he finds himself up in the top of the race order, and he could be able to rocket away with the race lead. Ron Almeida is fourth place, Linus Tech now fifth, Pullmans is sixth. Down to seventh place, you of course have got Julian Blamont in seventh with Marcelo Pagnan in eighth, Hawk in ninth. Chapman rounds out your top 10 with Nick Martin, Eric Intilly, and then of course Florian Hohen rounding out the 13-car grid. So we get set now to clock away on race number one. 30 minutes of racing action coming up for us as opposed to the 10-minute qualifying race, meaning we could see strategy playing out a little bit more, and we could be seeing some of these battles potentially even getting a bit more physical as they got more time to develop now as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think just thinking about the championship as well, the likes of Herman's in the best position at the moment to try and take advantage and take points off Hawken and Chapman, but I think if you're Brandon Hawken, especially leading the championship, you've got to keep out of trouble, but you've got to try and gain as many positions as possible and take as many points as possible. So I think thinking about it as well in this race with regards to the championship, Chapman's in the perfect position. Maybe if he just hangs back and let, say, Hawken go through, and if Hawkins has any issues, then he could be there to pick up the pieces. But still, it's still got this race and one more to come, so it's still all to play for.
And of course, want to just give a quick update as well. Misunderstanding the rules on my part, it is 50% points awarded for the qualifying race. So they will be getting half points awarded for the finish positions in that qualifying race. So a quick update on your top two. That would now put Brandon Hawken at 885 points with Dave Chapman down 853. So this could potentially, again, be even more crucial. The points gap has closed down just a little bit as Chapman pulled ahead of Brandon Hawken by just the smallest of margins. You have to wonder now how this could play out potentially throughout how this first race develops, right? I mean, that points gap goes down just that little bit more, and this could mean that Dave Chapman now finds himself in the catbird seat to potentially steal a championship from Hawken here if he does better than him again in race one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, excuse me, I think Hawken, he just needs to. I think as long as he finishes in front of Chapman, he might still be able to take this championship. But yeah, you know what these races are like with the reverse grids. It can be a bit chaotic, and especially around this track, it's so tight and twisty. There will be accidents. So I think Chapman and Hawken have got to think about that. Yeah, they want to get through the field as quickly as possible, but on the other hand, just picking up points is always a good thing.
The gap has decreased to just 22 points now, opposed to the 27 it once was, which of course does mean now that if Dave Chapman wins this race, he would need for, if he could get Brandon Hawken to finish down in third, that would make it winner takes all in race number two with just 1 point, I would believe, separated the two of them. Oh boy, this championship is certainly set to kick off, and it is far from over. Especially you got a Shipsky Racing driver that's up in the race lead, right? You wonder if Rachel Williams might want to play spoiler to the SRC Movano drivers just behind, because if anything these last few races have been to go by, those Movano drivers are going to do everything they can to try to keep the Shipsky race driver Dave Chapman at bay, and it's a good position for them, right? They've got Chapman perfectly boxed in where they're at. So they were going to do everything they can to potentially try to keep Chapman behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was just thinking about that actually with Rachel Williams. She wants to try and go and win this race or do well in this race, or will she maybe, I wouldn't say deliberately lose positions, but maybe just fall back and help out our teammate Chapman. It's a difficult situation to be in if you're her. Oh, and Matteo Herman did not take to the grid, by the way.
It's an interesting call for Matteo Herman, right? He would have been starting up in third place. That is no longer going to be the case. So big stories for Herman. Could find himself out of the race here in this one. He's not even started in pit road, I want to point out. So I have a feeling Matteo Herman might have just thrown in the towel after the qualifying race. Went all sorts of wrong for him. And already Williams starting to check up the grid, backing them up from the iRacing safety car. And this is something I do believe are allowed to do. And of course, these guys on that inside row, headed up by Adrian LeBauer at the moment, they have got to keep in behind Rachel Williams. You are not allowed to pass the race leader prior to this race going green. So that is going to be something you have to look out for. The leader has potential to potentially check up the field on the restarts. I mentioned that being a potential strategy early on. Looks like Rachel Williams already starting to make good use of that potential strategy. So through the restart zone, green flag waves. Williams takes them off to the green flag here for race number 1. And look at the launch from the 777. Completely 3 car lengths clear already from Linus Tegner, who's trying to pick up second place from LeBauer down in the turn number 1, and he will do so nicely in the number 13 machine. The Craig setup shop 13 entry is going to find his way up in the second place. Here's Adrian LeBauer down sideways as Bruno Almeida for third place, trying to see if he can potentially take away a podium position from the Arrows Racing team, but so far nothing doing. Almeida has to back out for the outside line. LeBauer holds on to third for now.
Yeah, it's been a good start. Good start from him. It looks like everyone's been relatively clean as well, and then there's no incidents from what I can see. So it's been so far so good.
And big news in the championship battle. Hawkins worked his way up a couple of positions up, and sure enough, Pagnon playing defense to his teammate, definitely keeping Dave Chapman at bay. Tech now going for the race lead up the inside of Rachel Williams into the Patriot section of the racetrack, and Linus Tech now will actually find that spot done. Oh, Williams gets put there line in this big confidence herself, and Adrian LeBauer as well. You saw the smoke fly. LeBauer punches his way into second place, and Rachel Williams dropped back in a hurry. Almeida goes through. Here comes Hawkins going through as well, and Rachel Williams starts to tumble down the timing order. And I can see Julian Blamont as well trying to put the 777 under pressure. I wonder if Williams has got damage as a result of that hard hit.
I think it's a good possibility, but these cars seem to be the cars seem to be very fragile with the slightest nudge or bump, if you like. But
and she's punted off the track.
Punted.
Got a huge hit from Julian Blamont, which sends her wide and tumbling to the rear end of the timing screens now. So Rachel Williams dumped out of the racetrack, and she'll have to work her way all the way back up and then potentially through the field. Dave Chapman, you right on board with him now, still struggling behind Marcelo Pagnon. Marcelo Pagnon doing everything he can to keep the Shipsky Racing driver at bay. Hans Pullman's trying to get a run on Julian Blamont just up the road, and looks as though Pullman's will work his way up the spot from Julian Blamont. Blamont's going to lose 3 now as Marcel Pagnon and Dave Chapman look to follow through, but the 444 not having a good time. Oh, more contact, and Chapman muscled to the right side of the racetrack for the Arrows Racing team, number 36. Blamont's going to let Chapman in at this point in time, and I can see Brandon Hawkins making a run for third place just up the road as well. He'll find his way past Adrian LeBauer in the long draft run down the straightaway. And now you can see Marcelo Pagnon looking to potentially tuck back, and he'll go after Hans Pullman's as well up the inside into turn 19. Battles everywhere you look, and we can't keep up with it all.
Loads of accidents going on at the moment, and we're only on lap 1, or just coming to the end of lap 1. So yeah, there's been plenty of issues for drivers, and plenty of accidents going on already. And yeah, at the moment, Marcel Pagnon is probably the biggest mover in this field at the moment, but as he comes across the line to complete the end of lap 1, it's still Linus Techno leader at the moment from Armedia and Hopkins, and yeah, Hopkins in the perfect position at the moment to take more points and stay ahead of Chapman in the championship, or maybe even try and increase that gap in the championship, but still a long way to go as riding on board with Pullman's at the moment in 6th position.
We'll keep with these on-track battles. Want to point out that Blamont has taken that thing down pit road. Going to get some few repairs done on the Arrows Racing team number 36 entry before he'll find himself back on track, hopefully before long. Got just in the back here. This is at the moment Hans Pullman, you can see, trying to keep Dave Chapman at bay. Just behind him, in a train of 3 cars on board with the back end of the Flemish Motorsports machine, the 25 entry, doing a good job of trying to keep Dave Chapman behind him. Chapman so far has only been able to work out 1 spot in this race compared to Hawkins, is up to 3rd place already, so he has got to get a move on if he wants to have a run at that title yet. Could he potentially have a run on him though? here through the Patriot section, up and over the crest. Look at how close getting to the back end, encounters it as well. Chapman trying to find a way through, trying to think about the inside line of turn 11, but that's not going to happen. It's just way too tight through this section to have a realistic opportunity, but he's got such a better line, and he'll actually be alongside him now out of turn 12 all the way down for turn 13, and so he will have himself a solid chance into run towards the spiral, and Chapman is going to find himself working his way up another place.
Yeah, that was a fantastic move by Chapman there. He managed to get that line, and maybe got the opportunity and got a run, and they managed to make the move. As it looks like there's a bit of contact in front of Chapman, and there's a car off in front. And he just about runs onto the grass. That was so close.
A huge lock from Hans Polmans into cars. You saw sideways up in front was Linus 10. Now going for the race lead. Here comes Hawken, thinking 3 wide up for Oaktree. Turn 17, they're not going to have it. Oh, look out. Almeida vaults over the curbs. He manages to tuck it in tight, though, for turn 18. And this Linus 10 now down in second place. Hawken trying to crowd him out. And Almeida's going to go to help out the Movano driver with that draft. And all the way down the long back straightaway, it will be a neck-and-neck drag race between Hawken and Linus Tech now. So the battle for the race lead almost ending in tears for Brandon Hawken, which would have been great news for Dave Chapman, to say at the very least. Hawken pulls away, though, with second place. Now tucks in line. So Hawken's up to second now with just one car stands between himself now and a race win.
Absolutely. Hawkins is absolutely on it. He's absolutely just trying to get through the field as much as possible and try and get away from the rest of the pack, but at the moment, there's always the leader gets sideways in front of him in the final corner.
Good save from Almeida, though, but that's going to allow Brandon Hawken all the speed he needs to be able to tuck his way around and pick up a race lead. So Hawken now clears for the race lead. Here comes Tech now, though. He's got something to say about it. Linus Tech now in battles of his own in the points. He wants to potentially take away a race win. Knows how important this could be for his own points battles. And looking around the outside line of Hawken, is Hawken too deep? Gets it stopped just in time. Chapman, though, setting fastest lap of the race. So once again, you got all these little battles starting to pick on up, and Dave Chapman up to 5th place now. That's not too far off from Hawken now. He's got to work up a little bit further, though. He wants to keep himself in a title fighting position.
Absolutely does, and Brandon Hawken into the lead, and this is an absolutely fantastic drive for him at the moment. And I think this is this is probably the most aggressive we've seen Hawken. He's been absolutely eager to get by as quickly as possible, trying to stick his nose up the inside and place in corners that you wouldn't normally pass, but fair play to him, he's managed to get through the field up into the front and put in a superb drive.
Putting in a great drive indeed, to say the very least, and you still see the battles raging on behind as well. You see 6th and 7th have been swapping back and forth constantly so far, as that's the look from Dave Chapman on his battle. You can see Justin behind, that is 6th, 7th, and 8th all going at it. Mateo Herman is back into the mix of this. Of course, Mateo Herman did manage to, I think, get into it at the last second. He now finds himself in 8th place. He had to start from pit road, right, Ryan? But he has been slowly working his way up through the order in this one, and now he finds himself trying to make a move here on Hans Polmans deeper down the order. This is for the 6th place down. They both worked their way past Hitchin and LeBauer, who was finding himself getting dumped out of the race lead himself just a little while ago. So Mateo Herman trying to see if he can maybe work his way up a little bit further, which would put himself in a good point standing and a good fighting position, I should say, coming into the final race in about 20 minutes time.
Excuse me, absolutely. The rider on board of Herman at the moment. Coming through this fast section now, heading up to Oaktree Corner. He sneaks out, tries to take a look up the inside, tries to show he's there, but basically Polmans is not being intimidated by any means, and it looks like Herman's got a great run on the exit. Can he use that slipstream and try and get by? He's not as close to the slipstream as I thought he would be, or he's not getting that overspeed like I thought he would get, but it looks like he's got the run now. He's going to try and go on the outside now. Can he get the move done before they get up there? And I think Polmans is not giving up by any means, and it's going to be a test of who breaks the latest.
And that was Mateo Herman by just a little bit, just squeaks in front. Now Hans Polmans is going to try to cut back through turn 20 as they go down the hill of roller coaster. Not going to happen this time around. So Mateo Herman pulls out in front. Hans Polmans is looking to have a bit of a run just in behind, and we'll see the 221 now try to pull away and work his way up to the top 5. Speaking of the top 5, Dave Chapman has caught Marcelo Padna once again, and this could be an interesting battle here for 4th place if this gets physical just up the road. On board with the 60 racing driver, Chapman pulls to the left-hand side. Marcelo Pagnon is going to have to try to find the long way, but it's too deep, and Chapman going to cross him over. Of course, Chapman also in the fast lap of the race as Chapman moves up to 4th place now, one less spot, and Marcelo Pagnon tried to play defense for his teammate up the road, but just went too deep and outbraked himself.
Yeah, I think Pagnon was just too busy trying to defend that inside line and trying to maybe park it on the apex and stop Chapman getting a move, but Pagnon missed the apex ever so slightly and they ran wide, and it gave Chapman an opportunity to do a switchback and get the move done. But still, I think Chapman's basically like not Pagnon, like Hawken, trying to get through the field as quickly as possible and try and maybe close Hawken down, but still got a while in this race to go. Some time to go in this race, so Chapman just needs to think about where to make his moves and when to time them.
20 minutes remaining here in race number 1. That is more than enough time for Dave Chapman to work his way up through the order. He didn't have the best of starts when Pagnon was able to play defense to perfection to keep Chapman behind as Hawken worked his way up car by car to the race lead. But now that he's dealt with one Movano driver, Chapman could be set to tick off Bruno Almeida and Linus Tech now from his list before running down Brandon Hawken for the race lead, which would definitely be absolutely massive for Brandon Hawken. That would close the championship battle down by another 10 points, making it just 12 points between them coming into this race, which would mean going into the finale, if he won that race, he would need for Brandon Hawken to finish 3rd place or lower if he wanted to take a proper race win away. So I have to say here, I mean, we've been seeing Dave Chapman trying to make so many good moves so far throughout this race, and he could have another one coming up here on Bruno Almeida. You wonder how long it'll be before one of these moves goes wrong, right? Because you can only make so many moves up, and look at Chapman being all sorts of aggressive, not leaving barely an inch on the door of Bruno Almeida as he pulls his way, trying to also get the slipstream, I imagine, from Linus Tech now just up the road that Bruno Almeida is currently benefiting from, and that will allow Almeida to potentially start to pull away just a bit. And is Almeida going to back out through turn 19? Not going to. Chapman's going to have to fight that one out the hard way, and fought it out the hard way he did. Chapman's up to 3rd now. You have to wonder, right, how long do you think it'll be before he catches up to Brandon Hawken? Because that gap, it comes down every lap.
Yeah, that gap between Hawken and Chapman now in 3rd place is coming down ever so slightly, and I think if Chapman does get by Techno and he manages to close down Hawken, how much of a fight will Hawken put up? On the one hand, it's hard. You get tempted to fight every corner of every lap, but on the other hand, he's got to think with the bigger picture in that championship and the championship lead. It's a bit of a difficult situation to be in, because it looks like our media is trying to get a sneaky look up the inside of Chapman, but Chapman's managing to get a run down, pull away ever so slightly. So it's not been as chaotic race as I thought it would be, but it's still been great racing nevertheless. And I think if Chapman closes Hawken down, it's going to be an absolutely interesting fight to watch.
I think that is one good thing about this Grand East layout of this track, right? It's the fact that passing is so difficult that it forces drivers to be patient. It forces them to think big picture. They have to worry about what this move could mean for them further down the line, right? And that means they're more willing to take the time to settle back and set these guys up for these moves, especially through this center Patriot section, right? I mean, this is where, for turn 7 all the way around to turn 14, this is by far one of the most difficult sections on any racetrack in the world to make an overtake on. That's not going to stop Chapman from looking at the inside of Tech now, though, trying to dive bomb him, but yeah, up into turn 10, just it's not on, right? I mean, you cannot get a run out through turn 9 and through turn 10. We've seen it try before, and it has only ever ended in contact. So out through 12, we've only seen one overtake made clean through this section. Oh, Tech now wide through turn 12A, wide again through 12B, and now off the track for 13. So Chapman goes through up at a second place. Now he says thank you very much as Tech now drops down 2 spots. The slowdown penalty deserved, no doubt, as he cut the track not once but twice. And once again, the spiral catches another driver out. It is one of the more difficult sections of this racetrack. Downhill braking zone through a chicane. So easy to outbrake yourself. We'll take a look at the replay here. This is, you'll see Tech now just up the road. There's the first hit, and that's going to set him up perfectly for the second of 13. And Dave Chapman's going to sweep right through.
Yeah, I thought I was going to. Yeah, it's such an easy section of that track to get wrong. It's just they're carrying so much speed and you're trying to get slowed down, and sometimes you can just miss your braking point, and like sort of techno there, he just ran wide and went across the grass ever so slightly. He's right on board with Marcelo Pagnan in 4th place now. He's got the run in Almeida. Is Almeida going to defend the position? It looks like he might. Oh, actually, no, not. Yeah, manages to keep the position, stays in front of Pagnan into the final few corners, and I think Pagnan, if he gets a good exit in the final corner, he'll make a run in Almeida and get the move done into turn 1. But Dave Chapman up into 2nd place now, and it looks like he's starting to close that gap down ever so slightly.
Close the gap in as much as 1.38 this last time by, but it's going to grow out about 1.45 again. That's about what it was the last time through. Compare the lap times as they cross the line. It was a 2:55.2 for Hawken, and for Dave Chapman a 2:55.2 again. So they're about dead even on lap times. Chapman was a couple of hundredths quicker than last time by, but it wasn't enough to really matter. I have a feeling though that potentially that incident with Tech now maybe checked him up. We'll have to see what this could mean, right? Of course, not a lot of dirty air to contend with in these Mazdas. That is the good news about these cars. They don't generate a lot of dirty air that you have to fight with throughout these corners that you would have to worry about, elsewhere throughout the runs. But it does mean that you'll have a bit of a harder time having to close up the gap, right? The draft is a bit more effective, but if Brett Hawken can pull away just a bit more with his infield section, Chapman's not going to have nearly enough time to run him down the back straightaway and close that gap down in. Yeah,
that's the thing with these cars as well. It's basically it's so hard to close the gap down there sometimes. But I think Chapman is more than capable. Is still looking at his battle between Almeida and Pagnan at the moment. It's still surprisingly Pagnan has not been able to get by. So credit to Bruno Almeida. He's putting up a great fight and he's having a great race at the moment.
You can see Bruno Almeida, though, having to go at him here as Chapman definitely bottled these couple of corners in this Patriot section. It went all sorts of wrong for Chapman, so he lost several tenths as he completely missed turn 10, and that is going to mean that Almeida is going to be putting the Shipsky Racing driver under some serious fire. The gap between Hawken and Chapman now up to 2.4 seconds. And you wonder that is just enough to hold on. Marcelo Pagnan on the inside of Bruno Almeida at Fishhook and just sweeps across the front bumper of Almeida to clear himself. And I'll put Marcelo Pagnan up at a 3rd place. And this is exactly what Hawken was hoping to see, right? If Marcelo Pagnan can get past Dave Chapman, then his race win is almost an absolute.
Yep, but if I keep Pagnan, when he closes right up to the rear of Chapman, I think he'll be doing everything, showing his nose, trying to maybe take a sneaky look up the outside, just anything to try and distract or intimidate Dave Chapman and allow Hawken away an opportunity to pull away and build up a gap. The gap's up to about around about 2.8, 2.9 seconds now by the looks of it. So Hawken is just pulling away at the moment, and it looks like Pagnan's got the opportunity, he's got the run, and Chapman is going to make the move. Chapman will not give up, and they're going to go side by side as Pagnan's going to go slightly wide. And can he get the move done? Yes, he can. Fantastic.
It's not over yet, though. Chapman is well within drafted distance to take that spot back for turn 1. Potentially, he just got it up. Bottle turn 23 almost clips the grass with the left-hand side. That would have neutralized any run he would have gotten. But look at this speed that he's going to be able to get now on Marcelo Pagnan. Look further in behind. You've got Bruno Almeida starting to close. Will they be 3 wide entering turn number 1? The track is wide enough for you to do this. We've seen him before. Almeida backs out, decides to let this battle in front of him play out instead. Dave Chapman trying to take this one around the outside of turn 1. Oh, contact! Chapman wide, keeps it out of the grass, though. Almeida squeaks to the inside. And how about Matteo Herman working his way back up into this fight for the podium position? Started this race from pit road. He's fought his way back up into 5th place, and now he's in the catbird seat to take a podium away from Dave Chapman and Bruno Almeida.
He absolutely is, and considering Herman, actually, I don't think he took to the grid, considering he didn't take to the ground. He's done a fantastic job to get up to the back of Almeida now and get involved in this battle for second and third steps on the podium. And it's been a great battle, and Brandon Hawkins pretty much just checked out at this point.
Over 3 seconds clear now, back to Marcel Pagden and his teammate as well. So Brandon Hawkins just has to keep that car on track, and he'll have this battle all sorted nicely and could clinch the championship with that as well. You ride on board with Matteo Hermann, and you saw the sun glaring in with these drivers, definitely making it a bit more difficult for them to see in these conditions at the moment. It is, of course, getting close to sunset here as we get set to race into the evening at Virginia International Raceway. You can see Dave Chapman having to take this one the long way around, having a bit of a hard time trying to keep Hermann at bay. I mean, Matteo Hermann, though, has closed up so much over the last little while, and Chapman is just caught behind a slower car, Bruno Almeida. It's going to put him under some serious fire. Does Hermann look up the inside at Fishhook? Opts against it. Dave Chapman will hold on to a fourth place for the time being. But I have a feeling with how much pressure Matteo Hermann is starting to apply to the back end of the 444, it's not going to be for long.
Absolutely not. Hermann's looking really racy. He wants to try and get by as quickly as possible. As Chapman goes to the inside line, defends into Oak Tree corner, and Hermann can't really do anything. But I thought he needed to be closer on the exit to try and get a run. But still, Chapman's got the slipstream in front of him from Almeida that he can use to try and stay in front. But at the moment, it's been a great race nevertheless, and Chapman in fourth position. I think it's one of those races that he might be feeling slightly frustrated with, because he would have wanted to finish in second place at least, or closer to Hawken, and try and take more points for the championship and stay in contention. But I think at this point Chapman might just be feeling it's just starting to just slip away from him.
And he can quite literally see the championship slipping away from him just up the road in the form of Brandon Hawken throughout every one of these longer straights, right? And it's definitely something you hate to see as a driver, knowing that the championship is right there and there's nothing you can do about it but watch it disappear into the sunset. So now 4.4 seconds between Pagden and Hawken just up the road. And here's a look from Matteo Hermann up the outside line at turn one, trying to take the lead of the spot away. A lockup from Almeida checks out Chapman, though, almost sends him into the rear bumper as well. You saw Hermann have to swing a little bit wider to avoid the contact as well. But second, third, fourth, and fifth do keep it clear for the time being. So 9 minutes left to go. That's an estimate about 3 laps, I'd say, left on the clock here at the moment. And Chapman deeper on the brakes for turn 3A, trying to get the run around the outside of Bruno Almeida, but it just is not happening. And you can see if Marcelo Pagden started to pull a little bit of a gap here, it's Bruno Almeida at the moment that is really being the thorn in Chapman's side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Pagden's just, like you say, started to pull away as Hermann just catches a grab on the entry on the outside. Oh, he was so lucky not to run into the back of Bruno Almeida there, but Hermann just trying a little bit too hard there, and it's allowed Chapman to pull away and keep the pressure on Almeida in front of him. But I'll say it again, Bruno Almeida is having a great race in third place, and he's kept Chapman behind for quite a while now, and it's been fair play to him.
8 minutes left on the clock, and don't forget, you still have a second 30-minute race coming on up in just a little while after that as well. About 13 minutes from now is when race 2 will be green flagged, and we get set to do it all over again. This time, though, with a full reverse grid as opposed to just the top 10 reverse grid. And then, of course, after that, you still have got, of course, the 400 kilometers of Virginia International Raceway coming up in short order for the IVRA ClubSport Series. And Ewan O'Leary will be joining us in the broadcast booth for that one, so definitely don't want to miss out on what could be a very intense 400-kilometer race over 3 classes, of course, with the Porsche 911 GT3 992. Of course, got your GT4s with the Cayman 718 GT4, the BMW M4, and the McLaren 570S. Then, of course, the ever-thrilling TCR category with the Audi RS3 LMS. Here's Dave Chapman looking up the inside of turn 19 for Bruno Almeida down the back straightaway. Chapman trying to take a podium away. He needs to make sure he gets every single point he can possibly get here at the moment to try to keep that points gap as small as possible. Almeida's fighting this one out, though. Oh, pinching in. Chapman, contact. Almost sends Chapman around. Chapman hangs on, though, and I have to say, I don't think that one was quite Bruno Almeida's fault. I mean, Chapman didn't leave him with a whole lot of space to work with, and Almeida looking up the Herman looking up the inside of Chapman as well. That's not going to go anywhere. Dave Chapman is looking to run his opponents off the track here with how hard he's going on defense.
Yeah, very surprised by that. Chapman was is getting so. I can understand he wants to try and hold on to this third position and stay on the podium, but yeah, I think squeezing people off track is a bit naughty as Herman tries to go around the outside into turn one. Can he get the move done? If he could, Herman's wide.
And off the track and going around, but he keeps it together. Mateo Herman falls all the way back to 5th place now, and he'll have to work his way back up. I don't know if he'll be able to get there in time, though, with just 6 minutes left on the clock. Dave Chapman and Bruno Almeida are going to look to potentially go at it here between amongst themselves here, and Chapman running the touch wide. Bruno Almeida looking a bit antsy as well. He'll no doubt be trying to find his way up the inside before long. Mateo Herman, you see now too deep on the brakes, just into the grass and almost going around, but he kept that thing together and didn't lose the spot in the line of tech now, which is of course good news for him. That leaves the battle for 3rd place now between Bruno Almeida and Dave Chapman as Marcelo Pagna gets set to stretch his legs in front of them.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Pagnan's in 2nd place now. Still got a bit of a reasonable gap behind him, but Chapman in 3rd place now is starting to run him down with Almeida just holding on ever so slightly. So yeah, I think this battle might have just been sorted at the moment, but still Pagnan and Chapman rather will probably still go at it if they get close together again. But this first race has been absolutely fantastic stuff, and Hawken at the moment is just pretty much pulled away, checked out, and is all by himself, and as it stands he's got one hand on that championship.
And Dave Chapman, you see, he's starting to break away from Almeida as well. So I think that does kind of confirm my suspicions, right? That Bruno Almeida was the driver that was kind of keeping these guys at bay. Of course, Almeida started this race all the way up in 4th place. And he finished all the way down in 7th back in the qualifying race. So he was, among one of the slower drivers throughout that qualifying race. And I honestly think the fact that he was able to fight so long with guys like Chapman is a real testament to the fact that Almeida knows how to defend. I mean, I will give him that. Bruno Almeida is a great driver on defense, did everything he needed to do, but now there's nothing between Chapman and one of the Movano drivers try to make the run for 2nd place. Not closer this time into turn 19, but as we get set to go to 2 laps to go, could have that look potentially for that final lap to at least take 2nd place away. We should make it a 32-point gap entering race number 2.
As this battle for 2nd place comes around the final corner and comes across the line now, and like I was saying before, Chapman has managed to close that gap down to Pagnan now. So I wonder if Chapman, if he gets a run, he might try and throw it up the inside of Pagnan as Pagnan goes to the inside line. He's left a bit of a gap open inside. Is Chapman going to try and go for it? I thought he was going to sneak. He's tried to stick his nose up the inside there, but not really a gap that he can go for.
No space this time around for Dave Chapman to make the look of the inside line. You're right on board with the Shipsky Racing 4 at the moment as he gets set to run down Marcelo Pagnan. Oh, Pagnan into the grass. Have to watch that grass on the right-hand side, but Pagnan able to keep that thing on track. You see Chapman taking everything out of these curves that he possibly can. He is trying everything to try and keep Marcelo Pagnan behind him. And Dave Chapman is going to be doing everything to get past as well to keep the 75 car in the behind as well. So 2 laps remaining at the moment. It's over 5 seconds up to Brandon Hawken, whose win is virtually guaranteed at this point in time. It's just a question of who's going to be finishing in 2nd.
Absolutely has, and it's been an absolutely fantastic drive from Brandon Hawken, and he's pretty much been the class of this field in this first race. But as we look back to 2nd and 3rd place at the moment, Chapman is still putting Pagnan under huge pressure, and I think Chapman's best opportunity, if he can get a good exit on the exit of Oak Tree corner, I think it could be that back straight on the run up to the final few corners. If he can use that slipstream, but as I come down this hill through one of the most difficult sections of this layout, it's Chapman is just watching the body language. He's absolutely wringing the neck out of this car.
And a bit of a missed apex from Marcelo Pagan, and gives Dave Chapman the little bit of time he needs to start to gently close in the gap ever so slightly. Dave Chapman still has some time here to be able to work his way up and past Marcelo Pagan to take that second place away. 1.5 minutes remaining in this race. Brandon Hawken will get to the line before the clock expires, meaning we will have one more lap remaining after they cross start finish. So Pagnon going to be under fire from Dave Chapman. The gap was a lot bigger this time around. This time it is a lot smaller, and Chapman still has all the draft he can possibly work with down this long straightaway. He's trying everything he can to close up to Marcelo Pagnon, but interestingly enough, not able to really close up as much as I thought it would. I wonder, maybe trying to set him up for a last lap pass into turn 19.
It's a good possibility as Chapman closes right up on the back of Pagnon on the breaker, and as you come through the final few corners now, it's I wonder if Chapman, if he can get a good exit, he might try and get a run on the Marcelo Pagnon. He's getting closer ever so slightly as they come across the line now to start the last lap, and Chapman just showing that he's there on the outside and not going for the move. So I think you could be right, Nolan. I think he's waiting until this final lap to make his move.
He has to watch out for Bruno Almeida behind him, right? I mean, the 85 car's been closing up, and you saw him look. He thought about making that dive bomb into turn 1, but there just was not nearly enough space for that to happen. So Almeida is definitely thinking about going for a huge send as well, I'd imagine. He wants to get one more podium spot as well to wrap out his season on a high. Marcelo Pagnon trying to do everything he can to keep Dave Chapman at bay. He has got about 4 more miles to do so, though, and that is a long trip around the Virginia International Raceway. Dave Chapman has to do everything he can to get past, but at this point in time, you wonder, has it all been for naught? I mean, the way the points shake up at the moment, if it finishes like this, I mean, the points gap is going to be about 41 points out between Brandon Hawken and Dave Chapman. And that is almost an insurmountable gap considering how dominant Hawkins seems to be at this track.
Yeah, absolutely. Hawkins is just he got through the field and got up to the front. He's just pulled away, and he was under a bit of pressure when he got by and up into the front. But he's just kept his cool and pulled away and brought a bit of a gap to second and third place behind him. And they've just been squabbling amongst themselves, and that's how he put Hawkins to pull away as well. But Hawkins always been a great driver, a quick driver with this MX-5, and again, proving why he's one of the best in the series and with this car in general.
And you've been seeing Marcelo Pagnon starting to stretch his legs a little bit in that gap for second place, right? Dave Chapman has not had anything for him, and I think this is what I was concerned about. I didn't think Chapman would be able to get past if he didn't make that move down the back straight at 19, and I don't think that's going to be the case. Look at how large that gap is. You cannot run that down all the way out down the back straight at turn 19. You just cannot. I mean, in any car, it's too big of a gap to have to surmount, and with Bruno Almeida right behind, Chapman's gonna have to switch from offense to defense at the moment. He still has this long straightaway. Is it enough? He closed up a little bit through 17 and 18, but is it enough to try to run to Marcelo Pagnon to take away a second place finish? He's trying to do everything he can to close up with that gap. The gap is coming further and further down, but it is not going to be close enough. In fact, it's going to be still too far away. If he could get a good run, though, from 21 up through 23, could get him right at start finish, and he is right there as well. We'll keep tabs on the battle for second place, but meanwhile, for the race lead, Brandon Hawken rounds the final bend. He will come out of the corner. He extends his lead and is set to lock out a championship in the final race of the fall season of the IVRA Club Cup here at the Virginia International Raceway. Hawken wins race number 1. Chapman's all over the back of Marcelo Pagnon, though. He's there. He could have a look here. And right, he's going to go for the move, but it's too little, too late. Pagnon holds on for second. What a way to see a battle end, potentially for a championship. We'll do those points calculations and hopefully get something to you before race 2 begins. But We'll take a look now at your results as more cars get set to cross the line. Brandon Hawken, of course, winning this race from Marcelo Pagden. And Dave Chapman rounds out the podium. Almeida finishes in 4th place with Matteo Herman in 5th. Linus Tech now 6th with Hans Pullmans in 7th. Angela Bauer is in 8th. Derek Intley in 9th. Florian Hohen rounds out your top 10. Julian Blamont is 11th with Nick Martin in 12th. And Rachel Williams will finish this race out in 13th place. She, among others, still have yet to cross the line. So that is race number 1 done and dusted. And we're still waiting for Blamont, Martin, and Williams to all cross start finish at the moment, but they are so far apart, there is not going to be a swap position between them. And then we got a 5-minute break here, Ryan, before we get set for race number 2, where we'll have a full inverted grid, where once again, Rachel Williams will be on pole.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Rachel Williams in pole position again for the second race. So, yeah, that was unfortunate for her in the first race because, yeah, it would have been nice to see her do well, but it's just the nature of these races being so close that sometimes you can get a bit of bumping and banging, unfortunately, and she became a victim of that on lap 1.
It's just those little misfortunes, right? But the good news is for her, she still has a good chance to be able to come through and potentially take away another high finish position to round her season out on a high. Still 30 minutes of racing action left to go for the time being, and still working on getting these points all tallied up. Just want to see where that 5th place finish is going to put Matteo Herman in the midst of all this. I'm pretty sure, though, he is at this point going to be out of the championship battle. I think he is more than 100 points out at this point in time, which means he will not be a factor in this championship fight between Hawken and Chapman up the road. To throw this one to you here, Ryan. I mean, what do you think we could be expecting from the second race? We have full verse grid as opposed to a 10-car verse grid. Usually that creates some early race chaos, and you got guys like Brandon Hawken that are going to be trying to find their way through the field in a hurry. I mean, Hawken was up to the race lead within 4 laps.
I think, yeah, this last race is going to be a good one, but I think Chapman, he's got a hard task now trying to close back in the championship on Hawken. I think this race Hawken just needs to finish in front of Chapman and he's got it wrapped up, but that win in race 1 is pretty much just gave him a bit of a comfortable margin now, so he just needs to finish in front of Hawken, take the points, and all going well, he's got this championship in the bag. But I think there's if anything like the second race at I can't remember what round we were at the last round. It was Alton Park, I believe. If race 2, if anything to go by there, I think it should be chaotic but great racing.
And of course, point standings are in for your second race, what it will be like going into that second race. Matteo Herman is out. There is over 100 points separating Matteo Herman from Brandon Hawken, meaning Herman is no longer in the championship battle. It is going to be down between Hawken and Dave Chapman, with a 41-point deficit between the two of them coming into this final race in the final 30 minutes. This would mean that should Dave Chapman win this race, just check my notes here again, he will need to have Brandon Hawken finish at least 10th place or lower. Hawken's got this thing won. It's his championship to lose.
Yep, absolutely. And so yeah, Hawken just needs to finish, and it's been a great season by him. He's had some bad luck in a couple of races this season, but stuck at it. He's dug deep, and I think this season with the championship, it's thoroughly deserved, and he's pretty much just been the class of the field along with his teammate Marcel Pagnan. But Brandon Hawken just proven, like I say once again, why he's one of the best drivers of this car.
So just to reiterate one more time, if Brandon Hawken finishes in 9th place or higher, you get 42 points. If you finish in 9th place, and of course there's 41 points separating them. So if Hawken finishes 9th or higher, he's won this championship regardless of where Dave Chapman finishes. And the only way that Chapman wins this is, of course, if he wins this race and Hawken finishes 10th place or lower. And I have a feeling here, Yeah, of course, if you look back, if Chapman finishes in second place, that means he would then have to have Brandon Hawken finish 12th place or lower, and that is second to last. If he finishes third place, so if if Dave Chapman finishes anywhere below third place, it's Hawkins regardless of finishing position. If he finishes up in second place, Brandon Hawken needs to finish 12th or lower, and if Chapman wins, Hawken needs to finish 10th or lower for Chapman to take the title. Those are your championship scenarios. Anything outside of that, if Chapman finishes outside of the podium, or if Brandon Hawken finishes anywhere above 9th place, it goes to Hawken. So you don't. There's still a long way to go in this championship battle, right? We've got 30 more minutes of racing action left on the season, but with how dominant Brandon Hawken has been over the course of the year, it is his championship to lose. And at the moment, all he has to do is race clean, and he'll be able to find himself with a solid race win, right? I mean, he has been proving time and time again he knows how to pick his battles. He knows how to be patient, knows how to work his way up and get himself a solid race win. And he will be having himself a good go at that title here tonight. 9th or higher is the goal, and Hawken's ready to charge for it.
Yeah, I think if you're Hawken, you've just got to just try not let the nerves get to you. Just relax and do your thing, and whatever happens in this last race. But looking forward to it, and I think these second races is pretty much the tradition always seems to be that this is where it all kicks off, and the fireworks start as well. So, but the likes of Rachel Williams up at the front, it should be a good one.
Richard Williams starts on pole position with Nick Martin going to be started down in second place. Julian Blamont is third with Floyd Hohen in fourth. Eric Intley is fifth place, and down in sixth, you are going to have Angela Bauer. Seventh is Hans Pullman. Eighth, Linus Techdown. Ninth, Mateo Herman. 10th, Bruno Almeida with Chapman in 11th, and that will leave guys like Marcelo Pagnan and Brandon Hawken to round out the grid just in behind them for the 13-car field here tonight. And we get set to lock out this race here from Virginia International Raceway. 30 more minutes, and you can see the sun looking to set in the background. We will potentially go racing with headlights on before this race comes to a close. And Brandon Hawken has got his target. Marcelo Pagnan starts beside him on the back row of the grid. Chapman in front of both of them. We've seen that Chapman has had a hard time getting past both Pagnan and Hawken before. Let's see what his defense game is like. And so the pace car starts to roll, and we get set to lock out this great season so far. I want to thank everybody so far that's been with us from start to finish on this roller coaster of a ride that has been the IVRA Club Cup in their fall season. Don't forget, you got the winter season that's coming on up as well, and don't go away after the conclusion of the Club Cup race as well. You still have got the 400 kilometers of Virginia International Raceway coming on up in just a little while after this race. Oh, heads up, that is the 962 Nick Martin that has gone off track on the formation line. You don't see that every day, do you, Ryan?
Yeah, I was surprised when I saw that. I was like, where are you going, mate? But yeah, it's an easy thing to do. I done it in a TCR league race during the week where I was trying to warm my tyres up and ended up running wide and getting off track on the warm-up lap. So yeah, it happens to the best of us.
It is a difficult track, I'll give it that. And turn one is by far one of the more difficult corners on the circuit as well. I mean, it's a decrease in radius. It's a lot tighter than a lot of drivers give it credit for. I mean, you have to slow down so much for turn one. I often overshoot. I mean, it is so easy to do. Unless Nick Martin just did that, outbrakes himself on the formation lap. It's one of those moments that you don't want to end up seeing in the highlight reel, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. And yeah, it's one of those things that you don't want to be put on the iRacing not top 10 highlights. As from memory, we've had a couple of funny moments from the IVRA this season, the Club Cup, and also ClubSport Series as well, that are worthy of the iRacing not top 10 highlight material, if you like.
I think among those would be the magnificent front flip that we saw one of the Munich racing drivers take in the 700 kilometers of Mid-Ohio just a few weeks ago, right? When we saw him get punted from behind, do a full front flip over, land perfectly on his wheels, and still flip up and over onto his roof. That remains one of the most magnificent wrecks I have ever seen in the 3 years I've been doing commentary on iRacing, and it is one that I'm not going to be forgetting anytime soon.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I was actually watching that at the start of this week, actually, just because it was so funny.
Oh, you have some good times when you're over here with IVRA. I'll tell you what, I mean, the guys over at IVRA, the organizers of these series, they know how to put on a good show, right? I mean, every week you can come on in, you can always expect to see some of the best quality racing that you will ever see on the iRacing service. I would honestly almost dare to say better than some of the stuff you'll see in the World Championship Series. I mean, they know how to put on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a good show in this last race of the IVRA Club Cup season as well. So yeah, this should be a good one, and I think Rachel Williams is probably hoping that she doesn't have any issues like she did in the previous race. But she'll have a hard race because she's got Adrian Labauer and Matteo Hermann on behind her as well. And I think Hermann is probably going to be wanting to ride out the season as good as possible or as well as possible, and maybe try and possibly take a win. But with the likes of Armedia and the Techno behind as well, it's going to be rather difficult.
So as Rachel Williams starts to back the field up just a little bit more away from the pace car, I want to throw this one to you here, Ryan. What do you think, and just give me a straight up answer, what do you think we can expect to see from this final race with so much on the line for guys like Chapman and Hawken?
Mayhem. That's all I'm going to say, mayhem.
Well, it wouldn't be an IVRA Club Cup race without it, would it?
Absolutely not.
Coming around through turn 21, and we'll be taking the left-hander through 22, and then out through 23, we'll be getting this thing underway. Pace car speed is about 55 miles an hour. Rachel Williams is back the field up to a solid 48. We get set to go racing for the final 30 minutes here in the IVRA Club Cup. So, Rachel Williams going to be on pole position. Nick Martin lines it up beside her on the front row. Full reverse grid, and we have to say thank you everybody for joining us for what has been an epic season so far. Into the restart zone. Green flag flies. We're underway for the final time of the IVRA Club Cup fall season. Once again, Williams gets away well. Blamon picks up second with Florian Hohen up to third, and behind Nick Martin caught napping. He loses every single spot on the start before he gets down to turn number one. Started second place. He's down to 14th. Blamon trying to find the outside line of Rachel Williams down to the turn number one. So far, we are all clean and green. No contact being made thus far. Florian Hohen, the German sim racing machine, the 246, able to see if he can pick up a spot as well. Looks to get a run on Julian Blamon as well. And look at Blamon up the inside, maybe on Rachel Williams down to the turn three. Didn't quite have the door open for him though, but that's not going to stop him from going on the hunt for it.
Absolutely not. As Rachel Williams has had a better start than she did in the previous race. It looks like Florian Hohen was going for a bit of rallycross action there, but it gets him back on the track, and that might be a slowdown as Rachel Williams is under attack as a contact.
Oh! Blamon's off the track, got into it big time with Rachel Williams. He's well off into the Patriot section. Williams holds the race lead, and you saw as well just in the background as well, Brandon Hawken almost got dumped, which would have been almost certainly an end to his championship hopes. And that would have been one heck of a way to end a championship battle as well, wouldn't it? So Florian Hohen now looks to get around Rachel Williams. We saw one drive didn't go so well. Blamon has towed that thing back to the pits. Becomes our first retirement on the day overall from both the qualifying race and race one. Hohen looking around the outside, cuts back to the inside line for turn 12. Nothing doing up into the spiral. There's just no room for him to make that pass work. Williams loose though. She swings wide through turn 13, gives up the lead to Hohen, and now Eric Intilde looks to try to follow through.
Yeah, Rachel Williams, I think she's felt the pressure a little bit there. She went slightly offline there and made a mistake, but as I just about to look at the replay of I think it's the Williams and the Blamon incident, and it looks like I don't know if Rachel Williams might have just outbraked herself ever so slightly, but back up at the front, it's Florian Hohen leading the race heading into Oak Tree Corner, and Rachel Williams still is in second place amazingly. I'm amazed she never got any suspension damage or steering damage from that, but Yeah, it was just unfortunate that it's just the nature of these races, but here we go. The replay is just about to come up on your screen right now, as it looks like Blamer's got the run. Tries to go on the outside, and Rachel Williams, I think he just missed a braking point ever so slightly.
And back to live pictures now. Battles on for second. Italy looking to have a good run. Rachel Williams now trying to take away that second place. You see behind Tech now making a move as well. LeBauer for the 5th position as well. Herman also looked around. Hans Pullman's not to go anywhere. Williams again with a shot to the rear, but she'll hang on to it this time around. This time doesn't go off the track. Italy picks up 2nd place, and Williams under fire for 3rd. Hans Pullman's trying to find some way through up the inside of 23. Never seen a pass attempted there. Herman is right with him though, looking to charge up with Hans Pullman. So the VEC sim racing machine could have a run. Oh, LeBauer gets turned into pit road just behind them. We'll keep our eyes on this front battle. We'll come back to that in a second as Pullman's going to be all sorts of aggressive here. Rachel Williams 3 wide with Taylor Herman trying to look down the inside line. This is just for Gordon mode. This is not for a champion. You've got Dave Chapman just behind this as well. Williams gives it up, loses 2 spots. They make through that battle clean. Taylor Herman is going to have to defend off Hans Pullman's though, just in behind as Dave Chapman is now just behind. He's in a camper team to try to take away a spot. He is still technically within the championship fight, but it could be a long shot. Brandon Hawkins is in 8th place. That is higher than he needs to in order to get this championship won out already. So no doubt Chapman hoping for some misfortunes to come Hawkins' way.
Absolutely. Hawkins and Chapman are getting through the field as quickly as possible, but Rachel Williams is not making it easy for one of the Movano cars to get by. So it looks like you look at the replay now, and LeBauer just got turned onto the pit entry there, and just the nature of that corner, unfortunately, with the cars being so close and bunched up, but still manages to keep going and doesn't seem to get any major damage. But right there on board with Herman at the moment, he's right behind the 3rd place man Pullman's, and absolutely just giving it everything to try and get through the field as quickly as possible.
Already 5 minutes in, and Rachel Williams falls to the back end of this main pack. It didn't take her long before she slipped all the way backwards. So unfortunate for Rachel Williams, but at least this time keeps it on the track and lost the spots 1 by 1 instead of all in just 1 corner. Hans Pullman, you can still see trying to be put under fire from Matteo Herman just in behind. Oh, race lead, Eric Inslee off the course. That allows Florian Hohen up into the lead. Oh, look out as well as Pullman's got loose. That allows Herman to make up 2 spots. He'll go up into 2nd place. Now, here comes Dave Chapman being pushed by Linus Tech now. It's all kicking off at the Virginia International Raceway. You mentioned mayhem, Ryan, and we're getting it here today. Eric Inslee breaks early, allows Shipsky racing through along with Linus Tech with the Craig 7-shot machine, and both Movano drivers go through as well.
Absolutely, and both. It looks like Hawkins just no, that was Pagnan. That was Pagnan. Sorry, getting sideways on the exit of Oak Tree Corner there, and it was like Techno's he's getting a run there. He's getting the run on Chapman, and actually not going to go for the move. He's actually going to bump draft him and try and work together and try and get him closer to this leading pack up at the front.
I like this. I like seeing, Linus Tech being able to work with Dave Chapman. He's thinking big picture. He knows he could look up the inside if he wanted to and most certainly take that spot away. But why do that when pushing him gets both of you up to the top 3 and then you're going to fight for a race win? It is better than going for 4th, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just thinking about it as well. Both of them are in with a chance of possibly winning this race, and we've still got just under 24 minutes in this race, so it's always worth working together to get to the front, and then towards the end of the race, that was so close to being contact on the straight.
And Herman takes the fastest lap. Florian Hohen, though, outbrakes into turn 1. Here comes Herman with the switchback, though, going for the race through turn 1 and out through 2. Hans Pullman's trying to follow suit as well, but the number 25 still has got no speed behind him at the 25 entry. And Florian Hohen just slips ahead of the German sim racing machine. That's not going to stop Herman, though, from doing everything to look back past him, though. The 221 machine has just been on fire so far in this 2nd race. We got first on back to about 6th place, all under a blanket of Brandon Hawkins. Is in the mix of this as well. So Florian Hohen, can he keep Matteo Herman at bay? I think it's only a matter of time before Herman finds his way past with how much he has been showing. He has been fast with the German sim racing machine. The 246 trying to potentially outbrake Herman into turn 9. He's going to do so. So up through 10 and now for 11. I tell you what, Matteo Herman is going to have a hard time getting past Florian Hohen, who has shown before, and he's showing it again. He knows how to defend a position.
Yeah, he's doing a good defensive job at the moment. He's not like, oh, that was a bit naughty.
I tell you what, Herman just cut Florian Hohen a huge break. If Hohen didn't back out there, if Herman didn't back out, Hohen most certainly would have been facing the wrong way in a tire barrier.
Absolutely could have, and still it's a great battle for the lead at the moment. Hohen putting on a good defensive job at the moment, but Pullman's as well. Credit to him, he's managing to hold on to the top two in front of him, but he's got a pack of cars behind him closing him down. You've got Chapman, Techno, Hawk, and Pagnan, and also IVRA in that pack as well. So still really close at the moment as they head into Oak Street Corner, and Hawkin in 6th place at the moment. Just needs to finish his race, take the points, but I think he would have preferred to be closer to Chapman at this stage of the race, I think.
So Florian Hohen trying to see if he can potentially keep Matteo Herman at bay. Will he look to the left-hand side to go for the race lead? Absolutely he will. Headlights flick on here from Virginia International Raceway. Florian Hohen trying to defend for the race lead, but Herman is through. That's not going to stop Hohen from trying to look back around the outside line, though, but there's just no space. Matteo Herman holds on for now. You've got Hans Pullman's just waited in the wings as well, so he can potentially pick up a 2nd place. And already you see Herman starting to stretch his legs for the lead as Pullman's looks for the inside. No space, though, for the 25 to work up the 246. Dave Chapman, though, wanted to go for 4th. He's going to bump draft Hans Pullman's now to push his way back up to Florian Hohen, looking for the inside line potentially. And here comes Linus Technow, though. The lack of action from Chapman is going to mean that Technow will try to have a move instead. The Craig Settershop 13 will try to fight the outside line. There's no space, though. Chapman on the inside. Oh, that's too deep. Oh, he takes out Florian Hohen and collects Pullman's as well. The 13 is in it. Where's Brandon Hawkin? Hawkin had to go off the track to avoid that, but he gets out with no damage. Dave Chapman, though, that effectively ends the championship fight in a heartbeat.
Yep, I was just about to mention as Matteo Herman just caught the grass ever so slightly as well, but I was about to say that as well, no, and that's pretty much championship battle for Dave Chapman over and done with, and that's the championship for Hawkin wrapped up as it stands. But I don't know what Dave Chapman was doing there. That was just, there was no way that move was going to ever happen, or he wasn't going to be able to pull it off. But I was a bit optimistic.
He braked about 25 meters later than everybody else around him, and that's what did him in. Everybody else was slowing down, and he just wasn't even going to make the corner in general. And you saw Hawkin having to bail out around the left-hand side immediately to get around that. But the good news is he got out of that with no damage. I'll tell you what, now, Brandon Hawkins will find himself in a solid 5th place, and there's nothing to stop him now from taking this championship. But on board with him, and it's good that he did go that wide, right? Because he just in front of you, saw the 13 car got clipped in that wreck as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was just unfortunate that happened, but it's just, again, these cars being so close, and mistakes can happen, like we saw with Chapman, and just unfortunately accidents like that can happen, but still Marcel Pagnan's up into 3rd place now with Hawkin up into 4th, and I wonder, Nolan, if Pagnan will help Hawkin and maybe just pull over and let him go.
At this point in time, Brandon Hawkin is up into, I think this is 4th place now. I mean, that's more than enough, especially since Dave Chapman is all the way down in 9th. Remember, the best possible situation for Chapman was if he won, and Brandon Hawkin was anywhere lower than 9th place. 9th place was all Hawkin needed to get the win. He's at 4th, and Chapman isn't even close to the race lead now. He's over a minute back. I mean, there's 13 seconds back, excuse me. So this is perfect for Brandon Hawkin. He doesn't have to fight. He can just sit right where he is, and he'll take an easy win. Marcelo Pagnan looks around the left side. He'll pick up 2nd from Pullman's. So it looks like the Movado drivers not going to roll over and move out of the way for each other. Pagnan wants to get up into 2nd place at the very least and see if he can charge down Herman for a race win.
Absolutely, as he takes a position from Pullman's and up into 2nd place now with Pullman's falling down to 3rd. And I think Hawkin, I think he may try and get close to the field as quick, get through the field and up into the top 3 possibly. But as the Techno just got so close ever so slightly under braking and just about tapped the rear of him. But Hopkins putting in one of his drives again, and up into 4th place at the moment. He's got the run heading down the home straight. He's up the inside of Hans Polmans. Can he get the move done? Polmans is not giving up without a fight. It looks like Hopkins is up into 3rd place now.
Polmans up into 3rd, and Hawken up into 3rd. Hans Polmans falls back to 4th, and see Linus Tech now still in 5th place. Hawkins off track, 2 wheels on the right-hand side. He'll tuck it in line, though, and he'll get that back on with no further incident. Bruno Almeida, you can see just behind with 6th place as well. He'll be no doubt trying to find some kind of way to punch his ticket through as well, to work his way up and take a race win away, or not a race win, but at least a podium position away from the Movano drivers just up the road. Linus Tech now all over the back end of Hans Polmans, but has to back out. He just couldn't have enough speed to properly look up the inside of turn 7. He thought about it, right? But you have to at some point realize you're not going to make it work, and Linus Tech now realized that right there.
Yeah, absolutely did, and Polmans having a good race in 4th, and yeah, surprisingly, this leading pack are still 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And 6 are still close together at the moment, but it looks like Techno is trying everything to get by Polmans at the moment, but just no, especially for this section, just nowhere to make a move, as Hawken is right on the back of his teammate Packman now.
Up to 3rd place, and both Movano drivers pulling the way from 4th, 5th, and 6th behind them. This is the dream situation at the moment for Brandon Hawken, and he has no pressure anywhere around him. The only competition is his own teammate up the road, who I imagine he's not going to be willing to battle it out too hard with. He is in the perfect spot at the moment to take a championship in the IVRA Club Cup for the fall season. No way he's going to be wanting to sacrifice that now, fighting an unnecessary battle with his own teammate, no less, right? We talked about this just a minute ago. He can take the time he needs to just sit back, take it nice and easy. He has nothing to worry about. He can just be himself. He can just drive his own race, take a nice Sunday cruise throughout the rest of this race. He can slip all the way back past this battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th, finish down in 6th place. He'll still be perfectly fine up the road, but that's not going to stop Hawken from going for positions, though, alongside with teammate Marcelo Pagden, who backs out, lets him have it, and they go for the swap. Tech now with the inside as well of Hans Polmans through 19 up through 20. Hans Polmans fighting this one out. Tech now trying to hang with him, though, through turn 21. Not going to happen, though. Hans Polmans hangs on to 4th place for the time being. Oh, and Tech that wide, off course, sliding out, still sideways through 23, and now Linus Tech now gets that thing back underneath him, and Bruno Almeida gonna hang with Hans Polmans at the moment, trying to pull with them as Tech now drops out of the battle for the top 5.
Yeah, but it's just Techno's just been a bit too eager there, missed the corner ever so slightly and ran wide, but still it's been a great race from Hans Polmans as well. Pretty much my driver of the race, this second race, and not letting the pressure get to him too much. As up into 4th place, he was down to 5th, but he's now up to the 4th, but back down to 5th again. Watching the timing screen, as it looks like Almeida's managed to get by him.
Brandon Hawken, of course, you saw him defending against his teammate Marcelo Pagden as well. That battle didn't go anywhere. You saw Pagden try to take that one around the outside line of 2, but wasn't close enough to properly execute the pass. You can see Hans Polmans now just in behind the 4th place driver, Bruno Almeida. So you got these 2 battles, right? You got this one between the 2 Movano teammates for 2nd, and then you've got one as well between one of the Ingrals ran, or the IR machines for the 85 crew, and then of course you've got just in behind Hans Polmans looking to do good work as well in his own Miata. So you've got these 2 different battles at this point. Everybody else is kind of split up into their own single car groups, right? I mean, David Chapman talked about him before. He operated himself into turn 1 and had a huge shunt that took out a good portion of the drivers. And heads up, I'm getting yellow flags over at turn 2. I think Nick Martin might have had a little bit of an off with the 962 machine, but you can see Hohen, LeBauer, and Blamewald all out of this race, and sure enough, you had just seen Nick Martin coming back on course. So looks like Martin had a bit of a spin, but no harm, no foul. Nobody was even close to him.
Absolutely, looking at the battle for 4th place between Almeida and Polmans at the moment, and yeah, these guys are so close together, heading up to Oak Tree Corner, and Polmans, I think, doesn't seem to be too eager to try and close back up to the back of Almeida at the moment. He's just, I think he's maybe just using that slipstream to stay in contact with him, but Coleman's has got a good exit on the exit of Oak Tree corner. He's got the run, but in the background there you can see Techno closing that gap back down.
Linus Tech now, of course, he kind of went a bit wide through turn 21 and all the way out through 23. He was still in the grass trying to keep that thing underneath him. He got back on track soon enough, but he has been trying to reel his way back up to this battle ever since, and he's been slowly reeling it back in. He'll be trying to continue to do similar here, especially if Hans Polmans and Bruno Almeida go side by side, right? That'll be the perfect situation for Tech now. He'll give him the perfect opportunity to work his way up into a potential fourth place here yet, especially if Polmans tries to make that move on Almeida. And look at how close he is on the back end, coming down this front straightaway. I could sense a move coming up for turn number 1. So across start and finish, is Polmans close enough to have a little bit of a look-see down the inside into turn 1 on Almeida? Not this time round. Got to tuck it in line for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, Polmans was not close enough. He needed to get a better exit on the exit of the final corner, but still, I think if he can stay in contact with Almeida until maybe the final 2 or 3 minutes, I think he might be able to make a move. But it looks like Almeida is just, especially for this section, just needs to be ever so slightly quicker.
You know who else is quicker? Linus Tech now. This last lap by, Linus Tech now 1.6 seconds quicker than Hans Polmans, and about 1 second quicker than Bruno Almeida up the road. Tech now is closing up to this battle in a hurry. So coming up to the final third of this race, the final race of the season for the IVRA Club Cup's fall season, and Linus Tech now is looking to still steal one more top 5 finish away for the Craig Setup Shop number 13, which could be able to have with a solid run for the Simpson Esports driver. And that'd be what you would want to end off the season, right? You know, a solid top 5 finish, especially after you went off at the track early in the race and potentially would have lost out on the battle. You won't be able to go for a podium, and Movado has continued to break away, and they have shown no signs of looking to halt their charge and trying to go back for the race lead, right? But I mean, Linus Tech now, for him, he still has the potential to get a solid top 5 finish, and at the moment, I think that's the best he could ask for.
Yeah, pretty much. It's still a good way to round out the season, but I think he would have preferred to be up there, maybe challenging for the win. But it's still been a just decent season for the Techno. He's been getting good results, but I think he would have preferred to be up there challenging the likes of Hawken and Pagnan and Chapman as well. But those guys, I think anyway, have just been the drivers of the season. They've just been on another planet with regards to the pace, but still looking for the rear of Bruno Almeida as well, and they still under pressure from Polmans as well, and Polmans has managed to keep in contact with him. But like you say, Linus Techno has been much quicker this lap.
And now he's just within drafting distance as well, so Linus Tech now has got the potential here to still steal a top 5 away from Polmans and Bruno Almeida, if these drivers, especially if they opt to go side by side. Polmans thought about it through the roller coaster of turn 19, decided against it, tucked it back in line. Maybe turn 1, we thought about this last time by maybe Polmans could have a look up the inside of 1, but didn't quite able to get there. This time too wide through 22, and that allows for Bruno Almeida to pull a little bit further ahead for 23. So once again, Hans Polmans not going to be close enough to have a look up the inside line. I also want to just point out as well that the battle for the race lead has been steadily coming down as well. You see Brandon Hawk has set new fastest lap of the race at the 22-minute 54.680, and that, my friend, was about 0.6 quicker than Herman up the road.
Yeah, so it looks like Herman, I think might just be taking it easy at this point in the race, maybe just trying to get to the finish. But you might want to back off and take it easy, but if you do that too much or take it too easy, you can lose your concentration and lose your focus. And especially as we're just about into the getting dark now, it's going to be hard to spot your braking points. So, but still, the two teammates in second and third are still close together, and Hawken into second place now. So it looks like Pagdan has maybe just decided to let Hawken go, even though Hawken's got the championship in the bag. Just maybe just wants to play it safe and take more points, just to have that bit of a safety net, if you like.
Still 3.2 seconds separate first and second place, and I have to wonder, you know, they are closing in, but I honestly don't think they're closing in enough. I don't think they have enough time to run it down. I mean, 6/10 per lap, that is something, but that's still about 5-6 laps away from being able to take that race lead, and they've only got about 4 left in this race. I don't think they're gonna have the time to take the race lead back from Herman. I think Herman's just been able to pull away so much because of Chapman's mishap that caused that big pile up in turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and excuse me. I think it was just unfortunate about that pile up in turn 1, but it's just, again, it was just Chapman being over-eager under braking and just missing his braking point, I think, but still got this fantastic battle for 4th place going on between Almeida, Pullmans and Techno, and yeah, I think Dave Chapman in 7th place as well, just not close enough, and I think he'll be frustrated by that mistake, by his standards as well. He'll be thinking, why did I do that?
And the battle for 4th continues to close. This time, Pullmans is there. He's close enough. Gives the bump draft to Bruno Almeida. That's interesting. They're not close enough to work their way up anywhere close to 3rd place. Linus Tech now, though, might want to think about a position as he is now well in the mix. So 4th, 5th, and 6th, all under a blank with just under 7 minutes remaining. And Linus Tech now looking to potentially have a solid run for himself as Hans Pullmans. So I just clipped the curve. He shot the back end out just a touch. I'm curious to know what Hans Pullman's strategy is here, right? I mean, you thought he would have worked his way up and past Almeida. He's been trying so hard to get up to the back end of Almeida these past few laps, but he just tucked it in line for 19. I find that very interesting. Is he going to do the same for 1? I'm not sure what he's planning here. Looks like he was trying to set up for turn 1, though, as here he goes outside of 1. Tech now thinking about going 3 wide. No space, though. The 85 of Almeida cuts him off, and Hans Pullmans trying to take the long way around turn number 1 to pick up a 4th place finish. But Bruno Almeida with the long right-hander holds the inside. He'll pull ahead a little bit, but it won't be enough as Hans Pullman cuts back on him for turn 2.
Yeah, Pullman's just going for it, and he's up the inside of Almeida. Can he get them? Can he get the move done? He's up the inside. Almeida's not giving up by any means. Oh, it's going to be so tight as they head into this tight twisted section. Well, Pullman's is wide and Techno takes the position.
That was Hans Pullman's own doing, though. There was no contact. Didn't get forced up by Bruno Almeida. That was just Hans Pullman's trying to take too much speed through turn 4. Ran himself off the track, and that leaves the battle now between Linus Tech now and Bruno Almeida. Sure enough, Tech now stole a top 5 finish as a result of that one from Hans Pullman's. And now Linus Tech now gets set to see if he can take a 4th place finish away from Bruno Almeida with 5 minutes on the clock. And an estimated, I believe, 2 laps left to go when they cross the stripe this time by. Time is running out for Linus Tech now to try to close up to Bruno Almeida. And a little further in the rear, this is Dave Chapman's view. Of course, he was looking to be good to this one. He's now trying to get past Hans Pullmans to pick up just one more spot. Bit of a consolation place, I would imagine, for Dave Chapman at this point in time. Just wants to finish in the top half of the field to end off his season. Unfortunately, though, you know, Chapman's going to be thinking, you know, what could have been, right? I mean, he was in the position to try to take the championship away. Couldn't make it work for race 1. And he certainly hasn't made it work for race 2 either, has he?
Nah, he's not. Just basically, he's gave Hawken a good challenge this season for the championship, but just, I think Hawken, when you think about it and looking at the consistency, Hawken has just basically managed to get the job done and just being a lot more consistent in the races.
Tech now closing up to Almeida. Will there be a look for 4th place? Once again, going with the bumper. This is an interesting strategy, right? Set them up for turn 1. If you know you can't, they're going to get you back. Dave Chapman not taking that philosophy to heart, though. He'll look at the inside of Hans Pullmans for the place in turn 19, and he'll take that one away. So Pullmans drops 1. Could try to fight back, though, potentially into turn number 1 if he can stick with them through 22 and 23. Up front, Bruno Almeida looking to keep Linus Tech now at bay, just in behind him. And you look on board for the rear end of Bruno Almeida as Tech now continues to close and close. Has got the draft down this front straightaway. is it enough to take the spot for turn 1? He'll be there in the braking zone. If he really wants to, he can try it. He's going to try it. Outside line for Linus Tech now, deeper on the brakes, but Bruno Almeida was already, he saw it coming, right? He adjusted his braking points accordingly. He'll hold on to 4th place for now.
Absolutely, but yeah, Techno's right in the back of him now, and I think Techno's best opportunity, if he gets a good exit, is on the exit of Oak Tree Corner. He needs to try and get a good exit as he he's closed right up on the brake on the back of Armida, and Armida maybe starting to feel the pressure now, but still has come through the exit of this twisted section, and Techno taking a bit of gravel there, and these guys pretty much squabbling amongst themselves for 4th position now, and Techno, I think he's either got to make the move on this lap, on that back straight, or wait until the final lap and make the move, but he's running out of time.
And you look for Linus Tech now at the moment, right? I mean, he has been doing such a good job trying to keep that car underneath him for the Simsa Esports number 13, and he's been doing everything he can to try to close up to Bruno Almeida's 85 car just up the road. It has not been an easy task for Linus Tech now, right? I mean, he has had so many struggles of his own throughout the course of today. But he's done a great job, weather all the attrition that he's had to go through, and he is now getting set to lock out the season with a 4th place finish, which it's the best possible spot that he can get at the moment, with the Vada drivers just too far over and to do anything about. And speaking of those Vada drivers, just want to touch on them really quickly as well. That gap down to just 2.1 seconds, but with just 1 lap to go at the line, Hawkins not going to get there. I mean, he can see a race win just up the road from the former Matteo Herman, but the gap is just too far for him to run down without a huge mistake for the 221 VEC sim racing driver.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be close enough to make a move. I think 2nd place is probably the best that Hawkins can hope for, but still, it's been a great drive by Herman. He pulled away from that mayhem was happening behind him, and he's just kept his cool. He's kept it on track, and this. I think he's pretty much going to round out the season in the best way possible. I think he'll be feeling slightly frustrated about falling out of contention in the championship battle, but it's just the nature of this series. He can't really afford to have any off days.
So white flag waves this time by. We start the final trip around for the the IVRA Club Cup's fall season, and Matteo Herman is 2 seconds clear up the road from points leader Brandon Hawken, and he looks set to lock away race win with Hawken, the champion, just in behind. The battle still rages on for 4th place as well as for 6th. Those are 3 fights that we have yet to settle. 2nd, 4th, and 6th place. Those 6th place each starting to split apart as Chapman pulls away from Hans Pullmans. On board with Linus Tech now. This is by far the closest one so far, and the one that could end up with a little bit more fruition throughout the end of this race. They still have 1 more trip around, and Tech now has proven he is much faster through these tighter, more squiggly sections than Bruno Almeida, but just not able to put it together on some of the faster sweeping sections, right? That's where Almeida starts to pull away from him.
Yep, absolutely. It seems to be Almeida gets a good exit. It seems to just be slightly better than him. But Techno, this is his last chance. He needs to try and get as close as possible. As looking at the gap from the leader Herman to the 2 teammates there, is Hawken getting sideways over the curbs there, absolutely giving it everything and wringing the neck out of that car. But he's running out of time, and I don't think he's not going to be close enough. So Herman needs to get it around now. He's got a big enough gap now, round about 1.9 to 2 seconds rather.
On board with Brandon Hawken, the gap closes in to under 2 seconds for the race lead, but once again, it is too little too late. Matteo Herman just has to hit his marks, and he'll be able to come away with a solid race win in this one. So you got 2nd and 3rd still looking to tango. Even closer though, 4th and 5th. Tech now has not let Bruno Almeida break away, and this time by could get the run down the back straightaway. This time around, I think Linus Tech now can't afford to go with the bump draft, right? He has got to have his way and look up the inside line of Bruno Almeida through turn 19 to get the run up and potentially take a fourth place spot away from Linus Tech now. Down the backstretch for the final time. Techno's into the grass. That could be the nail in the coffin for the battle there. And he'll try to get the hammer down and chase him down, but with that extra speed now that Almeida has, I have a feeling that Linus Tech now will have this one in the bag. Coming up to the final set of corners, but for Matteo Hermann, it has been a solid day. It started off with a rather abysmal start. He crashed out of the qualifying race, started for the pits in race 1, but now he will come away, just has to navigate 2 more corners. And for Matteo Hermann out of the final corner, he will win race number 2 for the Virginia International Raceway. But for Brandon Hawken, he is your IVRA Club Cup champion. The 98 car takes it home from Ivano Corsa with a solid championship run. Further in behind, Tech now not able to get the run on Bruno Almeida. He'll finish in 5th place, but what a season for Brandon Hawken, bringing that thing home. It looked tight coming into this race, but the issues that David Chapman had throughout the course of the day was too much for Chapman to handle, and Hawken comes away with an easy race, second place in the race, and that'll be a solid championship done for Hawken. We'll take a look at your official post-race results. But here, Hermann wins the race, of course, and Hawken, your new champion, 1.8 seconds behind. Marcelo Pagnan is 2 seconds back. That leaves Bruno Almeida in 4th place. Linus Tech now down in 5th. Dave Chapman 6th with Hans Pullman 7th. They're getting to lead in 8th. Rachel Williams 9th. Nick Martin rounds out your top 10. That leaves Florian Ho and Julian Blamont and Hadrian LeBauer to round out your 13-car field here today from the Virginia International Raceway, because my goodness, what a run. What a run for these drivers here, Ryan.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic run, fantastic season, and enjoyed calling the races this season, and it's been absolutely fantastic. And well, what a way to round out the season. And I've got to agree with you, congratulations to Brandon Hawken on the championship. He's pretty much just been the superstar of this season.
What a thrilling season, right? I mean, this has just been non-stop action from start to finish for us. I mean, from the very first race over the 20 Motegi, you knew already it was going to be a good season, right? I mean, it's just providing non-stop action. You saw thrills and spills in every single race, leading all the way from Twin River Motegi in the Pacific all the way over here to Virginia. Here in this season finale, it was a dramatic end to the season as well, Ryan. I mean, you have to wonder what could have been for other guys like Brandon Hawken. And speaking of Brandon Hawken, we have the 98 car standing by with us. We'll talk to him in just a few moments, but for now, we're going to quickly hop things over. We'll get things prepped for the ClubSport Series, so don't go away. The 400 kilometers of the Virginia International Raceway coming up in just a few moments. We'll be talking to our new champion of the IVRA Club Cup there. We'll see you in a few minutes. And welcome back to the Virginia International Raceway, America's motorsports resort, this time for the 400 kilometers of the Virginia International Raceway. It'll be Nolan Rempel in the booth with you. Alongside me will, of course, be Ewan O'Leary, who will be taking the lead away from me in just a few moments, with Ryan Walker behind, Ryan Bauer behind the cameras, and Ryan Walker also up in the broadcast booth for a three-man booth with us here for this 400-kilometer race. Before we get set with that, though, two very special drivers we have got to talk to, and those are, of course, your points lead winner and runner-up in the IVRA Club Cup. We'll kick things off with your new season champion. Brandon Hawkins joins us up in the broadcast booth. And Brandon, what a way to take the championship. It was looking tight coming into the first race, but in that second race, you basically decided to keep it clean, and you would have been smooth sailing.
Thanks, Nolan. Yeah, it's really great to get the championship. It was really close coming in. Yeah, Dave put up a heck of a fight all season, and after Oulton Park there a few weeks ago, I was I was feeling a little bit more comfortable going into it than I was entering this race after a couple incidents that happened there, and it really tightened up the championship. And I wasn't sure the gaps for each position for points, so yeah, the goal going in was just beat Dave. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. VIR, I think it's a track that, and especially this layout, a track that I don't think any of us really knew going in, so we all had to do lots of practice and get accustomed to the track. And yeah, this Grand East layout's a lot of fun once you get used to it. So man, yeah, we just had a really good race. Kept it. I tried getting up to the lead as quick as I could in the first race. Managed to keep it clean, and in the second race, I knew I had a little bit of a lead there. So yeah, I just tried to play it as safe as I could, and then and Mateo was really quick. So yeah, it was once I got up to second, it was really hard to catch him, and a few more laps maybe he could have done it, but man, he had a really great pace, so I couldn't catch up to him. But yeah, I couldn't ask for anything more this season. David, that was a really great battle with him, and I really enjoyed working with Marcello. We did some really good teamwork over the course of the season, and yeah, just really glad, and thank you to everybody.
Well, basically summed up the entire season in the nutshell there, beating me to the punch there. So I have to. Well, there is still one thing that you did miss though, and I'll follow it up with this one. Then, can't we see a round for the winter season as well to potentially defend your crown?
Oh, definitely, man. This IVRA Club Cup season has been really fun. Man, the reverse grid, I love reverse grid so much. It makes everything really, really interesting. So, yeah, I'll definitely be back for next season, because yeah, it's just been a great time.
In that case, Brandon, it's been a pleasure having you race with us here today in the championship, and hopefully we'll be able to wish you the best of luck going forward as well. We'll hopefully see you again to defend your crown in the winter season.
Thanks so much, guys.
As Brandon Hagen joins us up in the broadcast booth, it doesn't look like we'll have time to talk to David Chapman just yet. Maybe time later on during the race. We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, I'll pass these over to Ewan O'Leary as we get set to grid for the Club Sport race.
Thanks very much, Nolan. The thing's moving along quite quickly for us at the moment, so we've got to get on with it very, very quickly indeed. 400 kilometres of racing ahead of us here this afternoon, or tonight, as it will turn into at the Virginia International Raceway. A little bit of a different layout to what we've just seen in the Club Cup Championship. Some of you will be quite glad about that. Some people will not, I'm sure, but it's a very, very interesting circuit indeed. And this is how they line up. Maniti Racing alongside Volante to start off with in the Cup category. Trek Esports and the other Maniti Racing running out the top four. Then it's Orion Race Team and Fox Gaming going to be on the third row together. Then Impulse Racing and the championship leaders Alpine Stars, Geodesic, Pure Sims Esports, and last season's champions Fiercely Forward round out your top 10, with Hell Racers just outside. And the number 13 car driven by Christian Young is going to be in 12th. Phoenix Racing 13th ahead of AOD Racing. Then we've got 49 Motorsport and Vulcan Sim Racing lined up together on the 8th row. FSR Project Alien are going to be 17th overall. These guys tripping into the GT4 category now. Team Huisingveld at one of those as well in 18th position. Fiercely Forward alongside Semper Racing here as well, running out the top 20. Vector by RSR next ahead of Alpine Stars, Geodesic, another one of the Porsche GT4s. Hugh Jasso in 23rd ahead of Sibiki Racing, 24th position. Then we've got SRN Motorsports and another one of the Hugh Jass cars. Alpine Stars, Geodesic and 5-Star Motorsport are next ahead of the third and final Hugh Jass car and SRN Motorsports Part 2 in 30th position as well. Moving on further down, we should start to see some of the TCR cars in a few moments time as well, because those guys are towards the back, and it's Fiercely Forward who've taken pole for them ahead of Team Huisingveld. FSR Majors Garage at 33rd ahead of Impulse Racing, both of their cars, and the other FSR Majors Garage car in 36th position. Then in 37th, we've got Lightfoot Esports, Alpine Stars Geodesic, Alpinen Carbon and Cibiki Racing, rounding out your top 40 for a 40-car grid here today. Rattling through those quite quickly there, Nolan, because it's a huge grid and there's a lot of talent on it, I think it's safe to say. But one word I would use to describe this VIR circuit is underused. I think a lot of these people will not be particularly accustomed to how it drives, especially in a multi-class setting like this, but it's going to be a real dash, to be honest. 400 kilometres is not that far.
It, of course, is a 77-lap race, and America's Motorsports Resort, as we've seen with the Club Cup just about an hour ago, it can provide some absolutely thrilling racing for us, and I have a feeling we are going to be in for one heck of a show for 77 laps around. This time, just the full layout, not the Grand East layout, but it'll be the full layout here tonight for 77 laps. Should be a fun one.
It should indeed, Ryan. I'm very much looking forward to this, as I mentioned, and very, very twisty circuit indeed. Going past the iconic oak tree there, by the way, as well. Going to be an interesting start as well. Very tight turn number 1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic track for multi-class racing. It's I have to agree, it doesn't seem to get used that often, apart from some club series or club racing. But yeah, it's going to be a very chaotic opening lap because it's everyone's so bunched up and so close together, and especially through that tight twisty section after the first few corners, it's all going to be about just being sensible, and I don't think anyone will take any chances through there. But it's the IVRA ClubSport Series, so you never know, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be very good indeed. We've had Motegi and we've had Mid-Ohio. Already 1,100 kilometres of this season have already been completed. We still have 2,500 are still remaining here, and 400 of those are going to be ticked off here in the States once again before we get to the halfway stage of this championship. In terms of rounds, it's a 6-round championship between 2021 and 2022. We're going to be visiting Road Atlanta, Zolder and the Red Bull Ring to decide the Club Sport champions here this season. But first of all, it's the Virginia International Raceway, and Maniti Racing, who are going to take control of the field. Kino Bushman is now in control, and Maniti going a very coordinated start, you have to say, as it's already free wide for second position with the 79 Maniti Racing car trying to get on the outside line of everybody here and make up positions. It's the Porsche Cup cars going in first. There's already contact. One of the cars goes steaming off the road already. I think that was the second place car right off of the start there. The Trek Esports car of Niels van Halden already gone down the field there, Nolan. A bad start for them, but these kind of things do happen at turn 1 as GT4 begins. Here we go into turn number 1. It's all Porsches up the front as well. Here in this category, the choice car, it seems a little bit cleaner on this occasion there, Ryan. Glad to see it, because that was scary in the cup category.
Yeah, that was it seemed like everyone had a good start on the exit of the final corner, but heading into turn 1, it just looks like everyone just might have just checked up ever so slightly. But it looked like the Volante racing car might have just got tagged slightly heading into turn 1 and had to take avoiding accident onto the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cost a few, you have to say, in these opening laps as we go past the oak tree for the first time of 77 here today. It's going to be a bit of a dash, a bit of a sprint compared to some of the 700-kilometre races that we've had in the past. This is Vince Peters on the back of the Maniti Racing car. Volante Racing, second place right now, looking to make that first as they go up into the roller coaster. Not quite able to do that, and you'll see exactly why this corner bears the name as we go dropping down right now. It really is like a bit of a roller coaster towards the end of this lap. It's a long straight there, Nolan, a great overtaking opportunity, some would say, because of the slipstreaming. However, it's quite tight, quite twisty, even though there is a lot of braking, where you can make the difference. It's very dangerous as well to go side by side through these section of corners.
It's really dangerous to go side by side through any section of corners of the Virginia International Raceway, which means this could prove to be a bit of an interesting fight here as this one develops. You can see the battle for first place in the sport category presently underway. Michael Janey in the Fantasy 4 GT leads the way with the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And you see Team Hoysenfeld just in the wings as well. Waits to be heat, they can poke around, pick up a spot. Oh, heads up, that was a Porsche just off on the left-hand side. That's the 49 Motorsports crew of Daniel Ariel Munoz in the number 49 car. That has gone off, and I believe it's actually clouded the tire bit potentially. A lot of damage on the front right, excuse me, of the 49 Porsche.
It's a long way off there, so it'd be quite impressive for him to reach the barriers. We're going to have to line up a couple of replays for you here in a few moments, because we have had a few offs for a few of the cars. The 111 Sibiki Racing car of Christopher Pays has been into the barriers maybe, or at least been turned around 360 degrees at some point, because he's a long way off the back of where he should be. And the Vector by RSR 172 car is fairly off the back of the rest of the GT4 cars, the sport category here. But let's take a look at some replays, shall we? Because there's been a lot of stuff going on in these opening laps. This is Volante Racing probing, looking to try and make a move and get out of the Munich Racing sandwich that they find themselves within right now, but not able to just for the moment. And yeah, we'll try and get to the bottom of what happened to the 111 really. Since it's gone off. That was the moment. It looks like it was through those high-speed S's here, Ryan, and might have got some help from an SRN Motorsports driver.
Yeah, it was to be the case. It is, he just gets tagged around from behind, and very lucky not to hit that concrete barrier or even the tyres. He was a lucky man to get away with that.
It was probably the Vector by RSR car we saw on the left-hand side there, and goodness me, that's a big spin. Thankfully, once again, the walls are not too close. That's the 172 car, I believe, spinning off to the right-hand side, because they're getting going again. But yeah, that caused a whole check-up. Christopher Pays was trying to not get involved in that incident and got tipped around from behind. So even if you are trying to be careful here, Nolan, and back off, then it doesn't always mean you're going to be in safety, because everybody behind is going to come charging through. So you do have to be careful wherever you are in the field, even if you are being cautious.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those racetracks you kind of have to tiptoe your way around almost. You don't want to find yourself with too much of a bad run. You want to make sure that you're going to be able to keep yourself all sorted, and you're not going to have too much of a problem. Keep yourself, with a bit of an easier time. Keep your car clean throughout the course of this race. That's obviously going to be the key for a lot of these drivers throughout the course of this race. We look back up to the TCR category one. I will look down to the Team Oysterfeld machine driven by Sven Glatzel at the moment. This is coming down to the turn number one, the battle for the race lead. David Owen Harris, he is a driver that Ryan and I, as you and I both know, when we were covering the Irish Sim Michelin Pilot Challenge for Friday Night Prime Time, he is no stranger to making some seriously aggressive moves to make up some positions, so we could be seeing a bit of a fight here between Harris in the fiercely forward car, as well as Sven Glatzel and Team Oysterfeld here as well, Ewan, before this race is over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very close to TCR at the moment, which is good to see. There is going to be a GT4 coming through in a few moments' time as well. That is the 111 we were looking at a few moments ago. But interestingly, the TCR class is the only one where we've had a repeat winner in the two races. Here is the Porsche making its way through, but Impulse Racing have been the ones to beat in the 2-3-3. Tim de Vries is starting their car here today, but they've won the halfway stage at Motegi. They won the overall race at the end of the 700 kilometres at Motegi as well. They took it at 400 kilometres of the way through mid-Ohio as well. They've had a fantastic season so far, Ryan, but looks like they've got a fight on their hands today.
Yeah, absolutely. When you've got the likes of you've got the likes of Team Huskenveld and the Fiercely Forward, pretty good teams in the TCR, plenty of experience, and always those teams that are up at the front. As I've seen in this season so far, is the GT4 is trying to get through here on the Impulse Racing car, and they manages just to get it done without hindering the Impulse Racing car's race.
It's a very close battle still in that category, but as I mentioned, the Impulse Racing car has been the one to beat, but as you say, Ryan, Team Oysterfeld have not been below second all season long yet either, so it's very, very close, and there's a lot to play for there. As there is in the Cup category right now, it's all in a bit of a train really, and they'll be looking forward to getting into the traffic. Certainly those at the front will be looking forward to getting into the traffic, so that we can get some of these 11 cars apart. Those are the two leaders, Volante versus Maniti, going side by side through the roller coaster section at the moment, the final section of corners before we get to the end, in two very similar liveries at the moment, but the lighter blue Volante Volante car gets through on the green and white Maniti Racing car, and calling for a little bit of help right now as well, with the other 79 car coming in to assistance right now. So Vince Peters has now taken the lead in this race, and on board with TJ Simons trying to get through here as well, lifting off into turn 1, but a nice move from Volante. It just shows that if you are respectful of each other, then you can make it side by side through those corners.
That was a great overtake there for Vince Peters to make that spot up on Keanu Bushman for the Maniti Racing crew. I mean, that's how you go out and get it done, right? You got to kind of assert yourself, and you got to stick your nose up where you think it might not stick. As long as you hold your line and the other guy holds his, you should come out of that one unscathed, and they did that, perfectly. Saw it a few times in the Club Cup, right? I mean, a lot of drivers were reluctant to go up the inside of turn 19, and for some guys it worked, others it didn't. This goes to show, though, you can make it into these bigger and arguably much faster Porsche 911s as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They are certainly much faster and probably a little bit bigger as well. But they aren't trying to get down the same kind of roads we saw in the Club Cup Championship. Thankfully, they're not going down into the middle of the circuit, into the smaller layouts. There is the oak tree, by the way. A lovely aerial shot of that a few moments ago. Unfortunately, it doesn't stand anymore. Because I think it was a lightning strike that took it out a few years ago, unfortunately, but there we are. It's still in spirit in the sim, which we're very much glad about, as Fiercely Forward start to flex their muscles a little bit in this championship. The 134's had a pretty good season so far. It's in Cup where they've really been struggling, Fiercely Forward, having taken the title last season. They've really struggled this. In Sport, they've been doing fairly well and getting off to a good start right now, Ryan. And Sport is actually the most spread out of all the categories so far. It just shows the pace that's being put on at the front of the field.
Yeah, pretty much. And at the moment, it looks like just having a quick look on the test chart and game as well. It looks like they've got a punishment or penalty already, a drive-through penalty for Rico Venzo, sorry.
Let's try and work out which car that is for.
That's the Maniti Racing driver.
What's that about? Maniti Racing? Not entirely sure. I don't know. But
this happened in qualifying, and I'm just looking at it
right,
now.
Okay. Yeah. What can you tell us? Because I've got absolutely no idea, no clue where that penalty has come from. So what's been going on there? I've got no idea.
Oh, check that. Not from qualifying. It's the first is reported in the race, though. And what happened was the 79 was following the 33 car. That was the Trek Esports machine into turn 1 of the race start. 79 brakes late, touching the 33 of the entry. 33 lost control. So they were found at fault for a turn 1 incident, it would seem, that we were looking at just at the start of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. If you remember, the 33 car going skating across the grass, and thankfully he started quite high up the order, so he didn't clatter into anybody as the track double backed on itself, because it could have been very nasty indeed. But still, there's going to be there clearly has been an investigation and a penalty dished out as well. It doesn't seem to be too unjust, in my opinion, anyway. So there we are. They're going to have to come down and serve that at some point in the very near future as well. Had a little bit of information from the YouTube chat as well. A driver from the 49 Motorsports car. 10 minutes of repairs already for lap 1. That is not the way that you want to be starting a race, Ryan, as the third place car comes into the pit lane. Maniti Racing now serving the penalty. But it's quite a short pit lane, which is going to be very much certainly good news to them. So Maniti Racing applying pressure at the front of the field and suffering a little bit at the back of the field with that drive-through penalty we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. It's especially around this track, it's not something that you want at this early stage of the race, but like you say, the pit lane's not too long, so they won't lose too much time. So they won't lose a lap, they'll still be on the lead lap, but I think they've pretty much just got to get their head down and get on with it and just try and salvage as many places back as possible. But they can use stuff like strategy to try and get themselves back up through the field.
And speaking of getting back through the field, these guys are about to go through the TCR field entirely as they go up towards the S's. Not a place where you want to be stuck behind, and that's exactly what's happened to the third place car of Foxed Gaming at the moment. Oh my goodness me, that is a big pack of cars heading towards the Oak Tree turn at the moment, turns 11 and 12. but thankfully the two leaders have got away. Just look at this right now, side by side, Geodesic Racing on the outside line. Oh, and there's contacts already into the other pit lane. I've never seen that before at the Virginia International Raceway, but he's managed to go down the opposite pit lane to what we usually see. The last place car in TCR off the road. That's Sabiki Racing, by the looks of things, having a terrible day, not only in the sport category, but also, not only in the cup category. No, I was right the first time, the sport category, but also TCR as well, Nolan. Innocent bystanders in this one, it looks like.
And if I have to be honest, if I'm not mistaken, you have to still slow down the pit road speed if you go through that pit road, don't you? I mean, you're not allowed to go down there. It penalizes you if you do so by default. That might be a penalty coming in. And not down from the race stewards, but potentially from iRacing on both those drivers who had to take to that pit road.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because on the timing and scoring, it is registering those guys as going down pit lane, so that would surely mean they have to abide by some kind of limit, and if they haven't, then there's going to be a penalty coming their way as well, and a very unfortunate one for the TCR car, if indeed it does get one. Phoenix Racing Esports also in, at the moment, the 5 car. I'm not sure whether that's a penalty or a pit strategy at the moment, but that was only the first few cars of the TCR field. It's all about to get even more dangerous now, Brian. I'm just having a look at the front of the TCR field. We've got the top 7 cars all glued together. Just look at this battle. It's all about to be ripped apart by these cup cars. Well, hopefully not, but they're going to come through either way.
Yeah, they absolutely are. As this leading TCR pack come through Oak Corner now, and it's still being led by the further forward car. But yeah, you see in the background there, the two cup class leaders rather coming through now, and the TCR leaders trying to wiggle about, trying to break that slipstream, but can't really do that when you've been lapped, otherwise you'll cause a big accident. But as it looks like the two overall leaders are getting by without any problems now. I think there's just three TCR cars to be negotiated now, but I think the cup class leader of the Valenti Racing and Vince Peters are going to have to be patient and wait until the home straight to get by.
Yeah, Peters has done a good job there, but there's no real way through here, and you just see him keeping it in 4th gear there. They wouldn't normally do that and kept the revs very low, so just making the best of this bad situation and saving a little bit of fuel while he's at it, which is a good idea. But he's able to get through on all of those guys now on the home straight, and the Maniti Racing 78 should be able to do the same. It's the pack behind that worries me a little bit, I won't lie, because these two are a little bit away from the rest of the field, but these guys, there's about 5 or 6 cars, and it's already kicking off a little bit. There's a bit of locking up going on into turn number 1 with a number of drivers. Pascal Costa in the Impulse Racing car approaching on one of his teammates just up in front there, you can see. He'll be doing his best not to get in the way of those guys who are on a championship charge. Let's not forget, in TCR, and it all slows down through these tight and technical sections. VIR is not an easy place to pass when you're in the same class, and multi-class racing is not too much different. It's very, very twisty in places, Nolan, and you're seeing the effects of that right now. Costa's patience being tested.
And there's a lot more cars on the road that he's going to have to work through yet as well. And has to tuck it in behind the FSR and Major's garage at TCR at the moment. So one of the full send race drivers, Mike Polisek, this time around, having to worry about Pascal Costa just behind him to make his way through. And now you can see some of the other TCRs up the road, and they're all battling for position, right? I mean, this is 30th, 31st, 32nd overall that are currently, right in front of Pascal Costa. The good news is they'll be able to get all of them on the back straight here.
He will indeed, providing the hills stay out of the way, and they should do, because despite the weaving to try and break the slipstream here from the fiercely forward car, they do have to be careful of where the leaders are coming up, and indeed one of his teammates, I think, going past on the right-hand side there. Two very similar yellow liveries passing each other there, but Pascal Costa negotiates the first bit of traffic quite nicely, and maybe this race can just settle down a little bit while that's been happening. Meanwhile, over the other side of the circuit, we've got a battle for the lead in the sport category at the moment. The GT4 cars, fiercely forward, also leading that category along with the TCR, and FSR are applying the pressure. So we've got it's very similar situations. We've got FSR Majors Garage in 4th and 5th in TCR, and they're in FSR Project Alien in 2nd position in the sport category, applying the pressure at the moment here, Ryan. It's been these two pretty much since the start of the race, if we're being honest, but they've got a bit of free track space. They'll be enjoying this just for the moment, but it won't last too much longer throughout this race. When the first bit of traffic comes through, then it's going to be complete chaos from then until the end.
Yeah, absolutely. When they get to the TCR traffic, that's when it'll pretty much be swings and roundabouts. So that gap will increase and then decrease just because of the slower class traffic. But at the moment, GT4 is still being led by Michael Jani from fiercely forward with Fraser Smith in second. And look at this pack of cars as well. It's absolutely unbelievable as riding on board the rear of the Team Huskenberg TCR car. And yeah, this is the thing. That was so close.
That's the recovering Maniti car in 10th position at the moment, the 79. Not actually lost that much due to that drive-through, and I don't think they've even come out behind the Track Esports car that they shunted off the road, although they might have done, depending on where they've all got to. But yeah, that has certainly split apart the guys at the front of the TCR category. It's not quite put them below Trek, but nearly has. Yeah. Team Huisingveld applying the pressure right now, but not too much they can really do here with all the Porsche Cup cars coming through. Looks like they're not going to be troubled into the roller coaster section for this particular occasion, but Huisingveld staying behind for the moment, and I have the feeling there is a lot of fuel saving going on around the circuit at the moment. No, not too many people willing to go for overtakes at the moment. I've seen a lot of lifting off at the end of straights.
It is a long race, right? 400 kilometers, you have to use your head. You have to think strategy game here in these ones. So we'll be seeing if these guys will be able to think strategy, if they'll be able to think big picture here. You can see Niels van Handel in the Trek Esports machine going to work his way through. On board the back of Davian Owen Harris trying to keep Sven Glatzel at bay in the Team Huisingveld number 248 machine in the battle for the TCR race lead. But with all this Cup traffic going through, doesn't look like he's going to be able to make his way up for the position. Actually could capitalize here. Oh, that sends Vulcan Sim Racing wide. And talk about a close call for the 69 car.
Well, that was very late on the brakes, and you can see the flashing of the lights there from one of the Impulse cars. I think that's the championship leading one. It is indeed. Very impressed with the behaviour of that Porsche Cup car heading down the inside there. I think the move was definitely on, just got things a little bit wrong, really, and out-braking itself ever so slightly, which is not ideal, as you can imagine, as we go a little bit further up the order to some of the other Porsche Cup cars, because they are in the sport traffic, or at least the very back end of it. The SRN Motorsports 175 car is actually last in sport at the moment after all of the trials and tribulations of the first few laps, but it does signify a new stage in the race for the leaders as they have to go through all of the GT4 cars at the moment. And we go on board with Maniti Racing. It's not been a bad recovery here, Ryan. They're in the top 10 again already after a drive-through. Yeah,
it's been a great recovery as well at the moment, and Simons is going for the move. He's got the run on the geodesic car. He's going to get the move done before they head into the corner. Oh, that geodesic won't give up too easily. A bit of argy-bargy.
Very much argy-bargy, but up into 8th position already for the 79. You can see I believe that is Hellrace is just behind of the 62 car at the moment. As I mentioned, that Japan Star Geodesic racing car is the championship leader at the moment, the 62. 79 Maniti Racing car definitely involved in that championship conversation, and we'll be looking to gain a few points on them here today in this 400 kilometre race. Let's see if they can actually do that, but a nice battle between the two of them. A little bit further down, Nolan, for Phoenix Racing, they've not been having the greatest start to the race, I think it's fair to say.
And they certainly have not. I mean, the Phoenix race machine driven by John Atkinson Jr. has already been given a 5-second stop-and-go penalty as well that I believe has already been served. That was for an unsafe rejoin some time ago during this race, and I stand corrected. They have yet to take that penalty, so it looks like they might be looking to take that penalty potentially when they come down for the first round of green flag pit stops. They're currently in the midst of lap traffic at the moment. You ride on board with Tim DeVries, the Impulse Racing 233, and you can see one of the Tabula Rasa Esports Porsche Cup cars going through. That's driven by Mo Islam just up the road of the number 99 with the 99 crew, formerly a part of AOD Racing before, of course, that organization split away.
Now, do correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the 5 car has been in. It's showing a 5-second stop for them recently, John Atkinson, but either that might not have been their penalty, not entirely sure. But either way, they're last at the moment in the Cup category. And so things not going well for them at the moment. We're on board though with Pascal Costa, who was 5th not so long ago. He's now into what is 4th position, because Fox Gaming, I believe, have been dropping down a little bit after a great start. They were onto the podium positions a few moments ago, but Pure Sims have managed to get through, and now Impulse as well. Now they're fighting between themselves over that podium position, and Costa is going to head down the inside. Once again, a bit of a lift off there from Pure Sims, and that was one of the easier moves you'll ever see there, Ryan.
Pretty much so, and yeah, it didn't seem to make too much of a fight of it either. So maybe thinking of the long game. What are we on? Only on lap 12 by the looks of it. So it's still a long way to go, and anything can happen. And also, even if you're further back in the field or in class, you've still got I don't like saying it, but you've still got the safety cars as well to try and help you out as well. As I'm waiting to be shot down by a director. But anyway.
Yes, or indeed the drivers who are leading at the moment, who definitely don't want one as things stand. But yeah, they can come into effect. So far, as you say, we've not had one, but you never know what can happen throughout the race. We're on board with Fraser Smith in one of the GT4 Porsches, one of the many as they head into TCR territory for the first time here today, by the looks of things. Some of those who are at the back and who have had some problems throughout the day. You see the 202 car 50 seconds down on the leaders in TCR, and that is exactly the car that they are overtaking as things stand right now. So it's going to become a tricky situation when the sport cars get onto the back of these TCR ones, and they're getting overtaken by cup cars all at the very same time. It's going to get quite crowded, but it's going to be crowded into turn 1 as well right now, as Fiercely Forward defend on the inside line. The 185 FSR Project Alien car trying to make it work, but it's a long way around that hairpin there, Nolan. It's not just a simple kind of point and squirt kind of hairpin. It really does drag on for a very long time.
We saw that in the Club Cup a couple of times as well. So many drivers are trying to look around the outside of the turn 1 hairpin to work their way around and pick up a spot, but you just can't hold it. You can get deeper on the brakes and carry a little bit of speed around, but you just can't carry all the momentum you would need. That goes back to the inside line. So Full Send Racing's Fraser Smith left to tuck in line behind Michael Janey in the Fiercely Forward Porsche for now. The question is, though, how long will it be before he has another look at the inside? He's close enough. He could have that look up into turn 19 if he really wants to, and you can see the TCR battle for the race that's still raging on. This is the look that Tim DeVries has for the Impulse race at 2:33 of all of this, and Sven Glatzel's team Huitzenfeld 2:48 has still been posted up to Fiercely Forward. So you got Fiercely Forward machines leading both at the Sport and the TCR fields. Definitely what they've been wanting to see, but Huitzenfeld, Sven Glatzel looking to maybe have a go at him here into turn 1. Is he close enough this time by? Backing off, often to save a bit of fuel. Not close enough this time around to have that look into 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and I believe anyway that these TCR cars are going to be making it on possibly even one stop this race, so let's see if that does actually happen or not. I've not got actually any fuel numbers to back that up, but it's always very difficult to work out how many laps these guys are actually going to do here, Ryan, because of course the amount of laps are being dictated by the cup cars, and the amount of times they get lapped are being dictated by the cup cars as well, so they don't actually know how many laps this race is, which is always a very, very difficult one for them to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fine as well. You could have a strategy set in stone, and then if something happens or whatever, then that strategy can go out the window. So you've kind of got to think on your feet, if you like, if something happens, and then you're basically back to square one, and you've got to kind of work it out again. But that's the joy of endurance racing and also these multi-class races.
We've had a bit of drama in the Cup category by the looks of things, because we believe, or Nolan certainly believes, that P3 have gone off somewhere and dropping down the order quite substantially. Let's have a look at this replay right here. Try and work out what happened. This is Impulse Racing and Pascal Costa at the Oak Tree turns. Oh dear, the walls are very, very close at that particular section of the racetrack there, Nolan, and when you get onto that grass there is no way of stopping.
Looks like he just got caught up by the McLaren just up the road in his own braking point, trying to follow the McLaren's braking point through, and that messed up his own braking points. It just well overshot the turn 17, which is unfortunate for him, but he'll have to have another go at another time potentially. So once again, lap traffic, especially in these twistier parts of the circuit, they make it so difficult to have to work with. And Just now you see that Pure Sims Esports car just rounding through turn 17 now, has dropped all the way from 3rd place down to 7th. So Pascal Costa's got a lot of work ahead of him and wants to try to get that spot back.
Yeah, absolutely. And the damage, of course, that will have come with it as well. We're on board with Michael Polasek at the moment, FSO Majors Garage car, the 285. Now, Polasek himself, by the way, recently, well, it might not be that recent anymore, time does fly, but in the 24H Series races that we broadcast, well, the Creventic Endurance Series is what it's actually called, that we have broadcasted on RaceSport TV this year, 4 12-hour races throughout 2021. The final of those happened at the Sebring International Raceway, and TCR cars were involved along with GT3s, and I believe that GT4s might have been there as well, but the TCR cars certainly were. Michael Polasek drove the whole 12 hours on his own, which is impressive enough here, Ryan, but he actually managed to win the race ahead of two very, very strong Impulse Racing teams, very much liking to what we're seeing here today. So he's a very quick driver, and he's got the endurance to be able to go with it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember watching that and hearing about that. He went 12 hours all by himself, and yeah, must be mad, but credit to him for doing that. But I dread to think what he was feeling like at the end of it. He must have been absolutely drained. Yeah,
absolutely. It would have been a very draining experience, but just sitting tight at the moment, really, in this TCR pack. He's 4th place in the standings at the moment for Full Send Racing in the TCR category, the slowest of the 3, and also the closest of the 3 by the looks of things. I know we do have a battle for the lead on in the sport, but it's not quite going down to P7 like this one is for Leipert, just bringing up the rear on this train, heading over the line once again. Marion Hensel, letting everybody through. Letting one of the GT4 cars indeed they're through, and this is the 2-car battle in sport that we were talking about a couple of moments ago, and yeah, so that's going to continue on as well here as things stand. Another lap going to be completed here in a few moments, and I'm glad to say, Nolan, things have just settled down and things are getting into a nice rhythm before these first pit stop will approach us in the next few moments. Well, they're probably still a fair way away, but at least the race is settling down before we get there.
The race is certainly starting to settle down indeed, and I think that means we might just be able to get a word in with our 2nd place finisher in points. We weren't able to talk to him earlier on in the race, but we might be able to give him a chat now. It's the 2nd place finisher in points for the Club Cup. We weren't able to get you earlier, David, but we got you in real quick for a few minutes now. 2nd place in points. At the end of the day, it's not a bad result at all.
Hello, it's me, the guy who botted in the final race and blew the championship. Thank you anyway, but yeah, could have been better.
Could have been better, but all things considered, you know, it ended up being a solid race for you overall, and a solid season overall. I mean, 2nd place in points, nothing to shrug off about.
No, I guess, but I finished 2nd last season as well. I was really hoping to not do that again, but yeah, honestly, Brandon had the edge the whole time. He's much quicker than me. Fastest driver in Canada, as we now know. So, yeah, I had a lot of fun racing with him and Marcelo, Mathieu, and everyone. It's a good year. I'll be back for the next one.
Speaking of the next season, of course, you mentioned you were 2nd place the last season as well. You were 2nd place of this one. One more winter season coming on up, though. Do you plan to maybe take 1st place away from Hawkins in that one?
Yeah, I don't want to make it 3 out of 3 for runner up places.
Well, the fingers crossed, and we'll be able to have you up racing for a potential championship in the winter season. You showed you got the pace for it. Hopefully we'll be seeing you up in victory lane next year.
Let's hope so. And let's hope that my teammates have a better time in this race, because it's been rough for them so far.
That was David Chapman bringing it home with the 444 for the Chipsky Racing Machines. Just as the TCR battle for the race, he starts to pick on him. Hoisting Feld up the inside of Fiercely Forward. They're going to try to take the spot away as Fiercely Forward looks to potentially charge through. They'll take the race lead back you into turn 2.
Yeah, the closest we've really had to a lead change in TCR, as we were talking to David there, and it's not quite come to fruition. A bit of sport traffic helped that to come along there, but yeah, good to speak to some of the Club Cup guards. I know things have been a little bit rushed after the VIR races for them here today, which is unfortunate, but yes, it's good to talk to them. Now we can hopefully look ahead to the next season. Of course, it's going to be broadcasted live on Racebook TV as well. All 5 rounds of the winter season, I believe it is 5 or 6, and it's going to be more great Mazda racing, so make sure you tune in for those, and a couple of them coincide with the final 3 ClubSport races of the season as well, so I'm sure you'll be joining us for a couple of those. But the TCR battle here, Ryan, it was hotting up briefly, but fiercely forward, always looked in control there really. They were on the inside into turn 1, and it didn't really look like Huizenveld were really going to get through there. Although they were making a few impressions, it was not really close enough. Maybe now is the moment to go for it. Is there going to be a lift-off? It looks like it. No real attempt into this section once again.
Yeah, I think the team Huizenveld guys and Sven Galazzo as well are maybe not in a hurry to get by at the moment, maybe just happy to sit behind you, like slipstream, and also do a bit of lifting and coasting and saving some fuel before the first set of pit stops. So I think lifting and coasting and saving fuel, that might be a benefit around here because of how tight the track is, and basically it's difficult to overtake, so the pit stops, you could use that to your advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's those are going to come into effect as well, but we're not too far into this race yet, so we'll hold that thought until we get a little bit deeper into this one. On board with Pascal Costa, trying to recover. We saw him into the wall at the Oak Tree corner, Nolan. I'm very surprised he's not got a bit more damage. He doesn't look too bad in terms of the front of that Porsche. It looks almost untouched at that car. You can see a few bits in not quite where they're supposed to be, but that car's performing remarkably well considering the accident it's had.
Well, I think the good news about that hit for the Impulse racing driver is the fact that they hit it square, right? That was the good thing. They hit it dead on with the front end, which means there wasn't too much suspension damage. They weren't able to knock the toe out as they would have been able to on a side-on impact. If you're ever going to go into a wall, you want to try to hit it dead on, as straight on as possible, to kind of minimize the damage. It sounds a bit counterintuitive almost, but it does actually work wonders, and you can definitely see it has been working so far for the Impulse Racing number 15 as well. So we'll see what he can do throughout the course of this race, and we still see some of these other battles picking on up throughout the grid as well. I believe that is a battle going on for the 3rd place at the moment in the sport category. As between Semper Racing and Team Huizenveld, you saw as Semper Racing had to slow up to let the Alpine Star GDSing Porsche through. That allows for Florian von Minkowitz in the Team Huizenveld 148 to close up that much more of the Jaroslav Kebula.
Yes, Semper Racing were really pushed out wide through the S's there and not in a place that they wanted to be in particularly. But that's the way traffic goes sometimes around there, and it's not a great exit out of the Oak Tree corner either. This is going to be possibly a very easy pass for the Team Huizenveld car, the car that was 2nd place in this championship last season, looking to get onto the podium at least for this race, and that was a very easy move there, Ryan. The Oak Tree corner is probably the most important one on the circuit because that whopping great straight afterwards really does hurt you if you've got it wrong.
Yeah, it's one of those corners that you need a good exit to carry that momentum and carry the speed up the straight. If you get it wrong, you can lose probably a couple of kilometers per hour or miles per hour, depending on what you use. But it's one of those corners that you've got to get absolutely right. And the Team Huizenveld got it right, got the run, carried the speed, and managed to get the move done.
Absolutely, and they're now into 3rd position. This is the TCR battle that has one of the Cup cars going for it. That could be the race leader, actually, by the looks of things, the overall race leader, and with Maniti Racing just in the background of that shot there, then I would presume that it is at the moment. Pure Sims have been really bearing down on Kino Bushman at the moment, and here he is on board with him right now, going through the S's and through this very, very high-speed left-hander at the top of the hill, South Bend, turn number 10. And not where you want to be catching lap traffic at all. It gets quite narrow here, as it is everywhere around this circuit really, but you don't want to do what Pascal Costa did, getting out wide here and ending up in the barriers. Thankfully Bushman doesn't, but this is very, very busy here. Nolan, he's going to be weaving left and right like a ski slalom here in a few moments time, trying to get through on these TCR cars.
Passed it up on Full Send Racing, passed it up on Impulse, then comes Huizenveld, finally fiercely forward just up the road, not gonna catch your TCR leader in time, will he? Oh, he does! Just manages to get by him just in time as they enter the braking zone, so Keanu Bushman finds himself now well up and clear. Whereas for third place, the Pure Sims Esports driver of Bruno Carnero, they are all the way stuck in behind as a result of your battle for the TCR race lead. So third place in the cut class, not having a good time of this at all. You see, just now got past second and first. That's a bit wide onto the grass, but if it works, it works. And it gets clear as well, but it's a long way up now to second place for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to mention that. Look at the amount of time that Bruno Carnero has lost here, right? Nearly 2 seconds through basically no fault of his own. He couldn't really do any more of that, and that must be so frustrating as a driver when you really work very hard to close in a margin on Munich Racing like that. Pure Sims were really quite close, and then through absolutely no fault of your own, it all falls apart right at the very end. It must be absolutely, just frustrating is the only word I can really use for it.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. It's just you can't really do anything. It's either you take the risk and possibly end up ruining your race and also your team's race, or on the other hand you play it safe and they'll lose maybe 2 or 3 seconds. And I think that's just the nature of multi-class racing, especially around this track and that final corner. But still, looking at the battle for the lead in TCR, it's fiercely forward by Team Huskenveld, and not too far behind you've got a Team Impulse Racing as well, so it's still relatively close in TCR. And as the Impulse Racing car runs slightly wide in the grass there, heading into Oak Tree Corner, the Michael Polisic is maybe just sitting behind here thinking, I'll just sit you guys and just do a bit of fuel saving.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with that, as we're on board with him at the moment, trying to stay out of the way. You can just see in the mirror there one of the Porsche Cup cars coming through, and there's going to be another following on very shortly. I think it's a geodesic car about to come through on our left hand side, but it's a bit difficult to see in that small mirror. It wasn't, but either way, they're going down the inside. They're all steaming down the inside actually, and there's a lot of Cup cars coming in a very short amount of time here, and it's going to be quite dangerous for them as well to see all these TCR cars in front of them. Sven Glatzel has it in his box a little bit at the moment, trying to stay out of the way of everybody, trying to get through, and he misses. Another dangerous point in the race. I thought this kind of stuff would be over after the first passage through traffic, but the field's staying quite close together, Nolan. Everybody's quite well matched, and it's creating situations like this.
And you see just behind these guys is also the battle for 7th place in Cup, looking to go side by side. Munich Racing on Impulse trying to have a go as they approach your TCR battle for the race lead. This is getting all sorts of hairier, right? But you get these Cup cars battling for their own positions up against, TCR guys battling for their positions. Because that's the thing, right? These TCRs, they're allowed to battle for positions. There's nothing in the rules that says they aren't, that they can have to obey the blue flag. It's usually more of an advisory flag on iRacing. It's not a mandatory thing like the FIA is in the Formula 1 World Championship. So these guys are allowed to duke it out for those positions. It makes it that much harder for these Cup battles to stay close to each other. So shout outs to Pascal Costa for weathering that storm, and shout outs to Thierry Simons in the Munich Racing number 79 for staying so close to him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that way in multi-class racing all over, really. With the blue flags. We have had a change in the sport category as well, by the way, with all of the stuff that's been going on. TCR car recovering there. Looks like the geodesic one, quite possibly. Not quite yet. 8th place. The 262 was already detached from the top 7, but they're having a terrible time of things at the moment. For some reason, getting back onto the road again now with some cars coming from behind, trying to get through. Just don't quite know where to go. Oh Lord, that could have ended quite badly. And it's quite narrow here as well, as we've mentioned, but let's find out what on earth happened to these guys. Was it traffic involved? This looks like a solo incident to me, right? Nobody anywhere to be seen, and there's going to be just a dipping of the wheel on the grass on the right-hand side there, and it's just about keeping it out of the barriers.
Yeah, it just looks like he just maybe tried to take a wide entry into the corner there and just caught the grass ever so slightly. He's still sliding on the grass and trying to keep it under control and trying to rejoin as safe as possible, try not to hold the traffic up, rejoining the track.
I don't think he wanted to rejoin in front of all those cars, personally, and so he just decided to stay out of the way of everybody, really, because it could have created a situation that we didn't want, so he rather cleverly stayed out of the way of everybody. We were briefly on board with one of the GT4 cars there, by the way. We have had a change in the lead of that category because FSR Project Ailing with Fraser Smith is now in front of Michael Jenny in the fiercely forward car, and so They're 1-2. There they are, about 5 seconds in front of the rest of the pack. But we have had a change in that category. Not sure quite how it happened, but we do indeed have a new leader, and it might well just be time for the two of them to swap who's saving the fuel here, Nolan. To be honest, it's quite an advantage following around here. The straights, particularly that long one towards out of the oak tree and towards the roller coaster section of corners in the final sector, it is quite an advantage following on. So I guess it's just Fiercely Forward's turn to be saving those few millilitres of fuel.
I believe that pass of the lead came somewhere on lap 20 from the looks of things. So this happened some time ago, up into turn 19, actually, if I'm not mistaken in this one. Taking a look at a replay, this is of a cup car. For the looks of things, oh, check that. This is going to be the pass on the race lead. So we'll take a look at it here. Full Send Racing going up on Fiercely Forward. Pulls over to the left-hand side, inside line for turn 19. And Ewan, very easy move there. I have a feeling that Michael Janey, like Fraser Smith, have that one.
He did a little bit by the looks of things. And there wasn't too much of a fight going on. We'll see if there's a retaliation, but it doesn't look like it, especially considering the amount of Audi TCR cars you can just see in front of these. And yeah, there they all are. It's going to be a very dangerous few moments for Fraser Smith and Michael Janey as they make their way through the top 7 in the TCR category. Team Hoisingveld are now leading that one, by the way, instead of Fiercely Forward. So where have they got to? The 2-3-4 has got to 9th place somehow, and they were leading a few moments ago. So what on earth has happened to those guys? It's the question. Oh, pit stops. That will explain quite a lot as they go down towards turn number 1. Hoisingveld, Impulse, also FSR Majors Garage trying to get involved here. Impulse maybe sending one down the inside, but they didn't have to because Team Hoisingveld are going miles off the road. Goodness me, that is far too late on the brakes there from Sven Glatzel. He is going to be kicking himself with that mistake, Ryan. That was an elementary error, really, and it's cost him dearly.
Absolutely. It looks like the Fiercely Forward TCR was just trying to show trying to show the nose there and distract Sven Glatzel, and it looked like they succeeded, and Glatzel just got caught off guard ever so slightly and ran wide onto the grass. But look, didn't hit the wall and has managed to keep going. But yeah, he'll be kicking himself for that mistake.
You're trying to distract the other driver, and did work a treat there by the looks of things. So we're down to 5 at the front of the TCR field now, with the Fiercely Forward car having made a pit stop a little bit earlier than I would have expected, but 24 seconds. I'm not sure if that's a standard pit stop time for this stage in the race, I guess, but it could be. At this stage, you never know, as we go on board with Michael Parsek, who's all of a sudden in second after all of that. In a couple of laps, he's gained a couple of positions. He's well onto the podium at the moment. You can see all 3 categories of car in a very short amount of track space there. 3 wide going down the straight right now, and Parsek just a little bit of a defence there to make sure that the GT4 doesn't quite come through, and it all gets very congested indeed. But interesting if that is indeed a pit stop strategy from Fiercely Forward here, Nolan. That's an interesting call because nobody has followed them onto that one, which would always worry me as a driver. If I'm the only one doing something, I must be thinking doing something wrong, but it could also be a stroke of genius at the same time.
And this is the interesting thing, right, with this pit strategies, is because we don't know what the pit strategy looks like for a 400-kilometer race yet. We've only seen 700-kilometer races so far throughout this ClubSport Series thus far, at least throughout this current season. So this is the first 400-kilometer race there is. You might be trying to make a shorter stop now so they can just kind of push it a bit harder towards the end, just take full tank with a fresh set of tires and go about it from there. So it's an interesting pit strategy call. We'll have to see how this is going to be. Meanwhile, drive-through penalty being handed down for the 172 for the looks of things. That's the Vector by RSR GT4. So it's a drive-through penalty, it would seem, for Mark McCormick that they are going to have to come on down and serve. Just trying to see what this is for. Appears to be an incident that was all the way back on lap number 10. From the looks of things, it looks like they were following up. This is the Oak Tree corner. The 172 looked to overtake, and that created a bit of overlap, and it looks as though it was a penalty for causing some kind of collision on track.
It seems to be that way as Mike Dam gets through on the Fox Gaming Porsche to make himself sitting in on 4th position at the moment. Yeah, he's improved up to 4th with a couple of cars just following on behind. Fiercely Forward and Manisi Racing are looking to get forward on Fox Gaming as well, who've just been falling through the field throughout this stint so far. one of the Cup cars staying out of the way of everybody there and doing quite a good job. But just to go back to TCR for a moment, if indeed they are filling up the tank and trying to go to the end, we've got 1:34 on. Well, I know this is not it's not a timed race, but predicted to have 1:34 to go, and that's, to me, Ryan, still seems a little bit long. I thought 90 minutes was going to be the limit for these TCR cars, but maybe it isn't. Maybe he can go to the end even from here.
I'm not so sure. I think it might be tight. You'll need to fuel save like crazy if you want to try and make it. But I think I don't know. I think it'll be hard to see. But I think they're going to be tight on fuel if they're trying to do that.
Maybe a safety car would help them out. Well, it certainly would help them out, but would it bring them into the window or not? That's the question. I'm not entirely sure. None of us are, which is the beauty of it, really, because unpredictable, certainly, in TCR at the moment. And this battle pack of 4 is as well, really, for 4th position. Fox Gaming seem to be the ones falling backwards a little bit, but Orion Racing Team aren't exactly getting away at a fast rate of knots right now. It's still fairly close between the 4 of them, going up towards Royal Coaster. Not much traffic around either right now, so plenty of space for these guys to battle things out between themselves. But Fox Gaming certainly going backwards, as we do now see a pit stop for Munich Racing, it looks like. Whether this is within the window for Cup cars, I'm not entirely sure here, Nolan, but Fox Gaming in as well. Maybe it is finally time to see some scheduled pit stops.
So first scheduled pit stops on the day. For the looks of things, it will be a 2-stop race for a lot of these drivers out there. I'd imagine if this is how long they make it on 1 tank of fuel, I don't see why they would be able to make it all the way to the end. It's another 50 laps still to the end of this race, and they've only been coming in at 27. We are about an hour into this race, coming up on that, which is about the fuel window that these Porsches have. So at least for these Cup cars, 2-stop strategy seems to be the case up and down throughout the field.
Yeah, this does split the race nicely into thirds as we go down the inside now with 5-star Motorsport trying to use that Cup car as a bit of slipstream to get through on the Alpine Stars geodesic car, but not able to at the moment, having to stick behind right now. And the sport cars, the GT4 cars, look like they're coming in as well right now. We've got about 50 minutes in this race as things stand, so it's about time some of these came in, and they all are nearly in this little pack we were seeing there. Into the pit lane, geodesic, then 5-star Motorsport following each other into the pit lane. The 138 Huge Ass car looks like it's been able to stay out just a little bit longer, but this does split the race nicely up here. Ryan, 3:26s will get you 78 laps, so it's pretty ideal for them to be coming in right now.
Yeah, I was about to bring it up actually. I wouldn't be surprised if some teams are maybe trying to split the race in half, in 2 halves, and then try and make it from there. But yeah, it's still surprised that some teams are putting already. I thought they would have tried to at least try to get to the lap 30 mark, or between lap 30 to 35. But maybe just trying to get out of the sequence, get out of the traffic, and not lose too much time.
Doesn't look like these guys can go much further, even if they wanted to at this stage, with the lead of Volante Racing, leading Volante Racing car into the pit lane along with Pure Sims. Vince Peters is going to be bringing that one in. What about the Maniti 78? Where have they got to? Is my question. I've completely lost them on the timing screen. Kino Bushman is in 8th position now, and not changing driver. It doesn't look like Vince Peters is getting out, but the 79 and 34 Maniti Racing car and Fiercely Forward both changing their drivers. Rico Wenzel looks like he's getting in the 79, and for Fiercely Forward, Hugo Surette looks like he is making his way into that one as well. Pascal Costa stays in the Impulse Racing car. Orion Race Team keep Mike Dam in that car as well. Bruno Conero, for Pure Sims stays into that Porsche Cup car as well. So not much change in the Porsche Cup category. However, we have had a bit of a change at the lead, because Volante Racing, after having a 5-second lead, have managed to triple that, Nolan, in the pit stop phase with a much shorter pit stop, 13 seconds shorter in the end. We just lost Nolan for a moment there. I'm not entirely sure quite how that's happened, but there he is, maybe.
I think we got to fix it now.
Yes.
I tell you what, these microphone cords, they can just be such a bother. But I think what that tells me, Ewan, fuel only, no driver change for the Volante Racing machines to put themselves up in that 16-second gap now down to second place with Kiana Bushman and MT Racing. Because it's the tires that always take the most amount of time. It takes about 30 seconds onto your pit stop to add just the tires, another 10 seconds for a driver swap. Only about 13 to 15 to fill up gas. Like, it's so quick, the fuel stop only. So they're looking to double stint the tires here. I think they can do it here, potentially.
Yes, that could be a possibility. However, I don't know quite why you would if there's going to be another stint later on. You know, it's kind of a bit awkward because you've got to have a single stint at some point anyway, but I guess that doesn't really matter in a race so short. We'll see how that time gap develops anyway as this goes on, and we'll put the tyre theory to the test, because if they're not exactly gaining much time, then I guess it might not be that, but I don't know what it would be otherwise. The other MT Racing car making its way forward and continuing to do so at the moment. This is 6th place, the battle. Fiercely forward, looking, well, going backwards at the moment, I'm afraid to say, down into the roller coaster, and there we have it, straight through there for Maniti. Have been a good recovery for them as they go and chase down a Ryan race team now, quite possibly, for the next position up the road. We'll see if they can get it. Looks like we've had a bit of a crash for the 137 car, the Hughes car. Looks like they've gone into the barrier and had a bit of suspension damage. No, looks like you might have maybe even see what happened if you did.
It was a solo car spin. Once again, nobody close to them. Just losing it. I think it was around through turn 9 thereabouts. Let's see if we can maybe get the replay now. This was coming up towards Oak Tree. You can see this. It happened about 30-40 seconds prior to this. Here we see the spin all the way around. And tell you what, that was a good save, but that actually wasn't even the spin I was looking at. That was a completely separated incident. So it goes to show they got a real wheelman under the machines, at least for this one incident. But you can see Michael Derby definitely struggling a lot. Just lost it all by himself over the curb. You can already see had the suspension damage. He lost that about 40 seconds prior where he got that damage that caused him to take that bit of a spin. And it happened just out of the VW bridge. He got backed it hard to the Armco barrier square with the rear end, which knocked the suspension out of the machine.
Yeah, that was quite a spin there, and would have been frightening for the Impulse Racing Cup car that was just behind as well. Pascal Costa, I think, was nearly in the way there, or nearly getting into the side of Michael Darby, but thankfully they've managed to all keep going. Well, apart from that McLaren, obviously, which is in the pit lane now, getting repairs. As you might be able to imagine, dropping down the order to 14th and last in the sport category. So a shame to see for them, certainly. The Cup category is still providing the entertainment right now, and Fox Gaming still falling backwards, I'm afraid. 8th position for them after the pit stops. We'll see if it was maybe a little bit longer stop. Not really. So we've had a pretty much uniform stops for everybody outside of the top 3. Volante Racing 28 seconds, so they've gained a good 27 on everybody else. Maniti Racing 14 seconds quicker than everybody else, and Trek Esports, having come in a good 15 laps ago now, on a bit of a different strategy, have managed to save 40 seconds on their most recent pit stop. So this is a bit of a bizarre one at the moment here, Ryan. It's unsure quite how to try and get through that, really, and try and figure out who's leading and what strategy everybody's on. It's a very complicated cup picture that we have at the front of the moment.
Absolutely is, and trying to figure out what sort of strategies some of these teams and drivers are going with or using is making it a nightmare. But that's the beauty of these races as well. It's you never know what teams are doing, and it's throwing a bit of a spanner in the works at the moment.
It has indeed. Now, the fiercely forward car that came in early in TCR, they're not doing anything strange, and they're certainly not going to the end of the race, I wouldn't imagine, unless everybody is now. I still think that's unlikely. Looks like everybody's doing a 2-stop here, splitting the race into thirds, as we suspected they would, but that early pit stop, Nolan, has at least given them a 12-second lead for the moment. It's completely split this TCR race apart. The strategic gains have begun, but they are going to have to take longer pit stops a little bit later on, so it's going to be developing throughout the day, obviously, TCR, but not done certainly for the moment. Fiercely Forward have taken the lead for now, but how long is it going to stay that way is the question.
And you see the other fierce forward machine, this one in the Cup class, having to go up the inside of the Fox Gaming number 31. That didn't go anywhere. They were trying to take 7th place back. Doesn't look like they were able to do so. So Joe Goderstad is going to hold on to 7th place for the time being. They both get past the Elementium Carbon machine, and that's going to allow Hugo Zoret to potentially be able to close on up to the back end of that number 31 and maybe charge up to retake 7th later on in this stint. They are cashed up to a lot of TCR traffic though. Look out by Stu Jessic off the track up the road. That's going to work out perfectly, I'd imagine, for that battle for 7th place as Rafael Lindenthal getting out of the way to a new level.
Well, yeah, and they've just lost a position because of that. Oh, and there's a bit of contact. That is the fight for 8th position in TCR. Everybody trying to avoid what's going on here, including their teammates, actually. 2 Alpine Stars geodesic cars in one shot at the moment, but that was a strange moment. Bit of side-to-side contact coming into the left-hander. But everybody gets away with it there. Bit of a bizarre moment, but everybody's got through with it. So in sport as well, we've not been talking about them too much because they were the ones first onto pit lane, but it's done absolutely nothing to these two. Fraser Smith versus Michael Janey is still going on here, Ryan, and you get the feeling it's going to be one of those battles that goes on right till the end.
Absolutely, as in yeah, these two teams have been pretty much together in the sport class since the start of the race, or the first half of the race pretty much, and they're both evenly matched for pace as well, and they're doing a good job. And yeah, I think that this battle will probably go down to the wire if all goes well and nothing happens or hinders the race. But at the moment, it's the FSR car leading the sport class at the moment from fierce to forward.
And it is the closest battle out there on the circuit as well, so that is something to note. Going up through the S's on board with Michael Janey right now, and towards South Bend as well, which is very, very tricky indeed. A bit medium speed, a bit deceptive as it falls away from you on the right hand side as well, and then towards the Oak Tree and making your way around it. I was told earlier, by the way, it wasn't a lightning strike at all. I don't know where I found that information or where I heard that from. Apparently, it was just natural causes, really, with the wind and so on and so forth. So there. Well, I guess lightning is kind of a natural cause as well, isn't it? But you know what I mean. Anyway, it's not there anymore, sadly. So there we are. They're making their way around it anyway, and down towards or up the straight, down towards the roller coaster, up and down. Dropping down towards the finish line as well. It's got crazy elevation changes, this circuit. I guess it gives it its character, but just make it rather difficult to overtake at times here, Nolan. I think Michael Janey is feeling the effects of that right now.
Of course, a lot of the elevation change actually comes through that roller coaster section, right? Which is obviously where it gets its name from. Compared to how that section feels, the rest of the track honestly feels relatively flat, all things considered. There's a few undulations here and there, especially through the S, but other than that, no hard, no foul. Fraser Smith, too wide through one, and that opened up the door wide for Michael Janey to stick his nose in. So the fiercely forward GT team is through. Fraser Smith going to be trying to fight back at the Full Send Racing 185, so a swap for the sport class race lead. And once again, turn one catches another driver out. We've seen that so many times throughout the course of today. We've seen it several times in this Club Sport race. It's how Dave Chapman cost himself a championship in the Club Cup race as well. James taking too much through the chicanes. You got to be careful of taking too much curbing through those little S's, right? Especially in this first half of the lap even, because you take a little bit too much, you're going to find yourself with a 2-second slowdown penalty, and that it's always the sight that usually these drivers wanted to throw something out the window.
Yes, certainly tricky. What I've been a bit distracted by is Maniti Racing in the 78. Kino Bushman has had some kind of off somewhere because he's lost a good 11 or 12 seconds over the last few moments, and I'm not entirely well. He's stuck in traffic. This might be one of the causes. Oh goodness, he's been chopped off as well coming up towards these S's right now, which is not helpful for him whatsoever. Let's have a look what happened a few moments ago. This is coming towards turn one again. Don't tell me he's just outbroken himself and gone too far onto the entry to this one. As you mentioned earlier, Nolan, it's very difficult, and that was not even close to making it to that corner there, Ryan. That was far too late on the brakes. Never mind, just a little bit too late. Way too late.
Yeah, absolutely. That was what I was going to say. That looks like a move that you'd see in the Tesco car park.
It was very bizarre, and as you mentioned as well, Noel, he's had to go through that big gaggle of TCR cars twice now.
Had just gone past him a couple of laps prior, and as soon as he went off, every single one of them passed him right back, leaving him with even more work to do, which obviously it doesn't help in that run as well. But Full Send Racing has taken back the Sport Class lead. You just saw that swap on the left-hand side on the timing boards, and I think it was turn one. I think another outbreaking moment, this time for the fiercely forward driver. So everybody seems to be messing up turn one lately.
Yeah, for some reason. But it's not quite a simple hairpin. As I mentioned earlier on, it's not one of those kind of normal uniform hairpins where it's kind of the same on the entry and the exit. It's very almost symmetrical. This is not at all. It does drag on for a long time afterwards. Let's have a look on board with Fraser Smith. What happened here? Bit of a distraction down the inside. And, well, not too much of an outbreaking, a bit more of an actual overtake finally on this occasion for Fraser Smith, but you're right, we have seen a lot of outbreaking into turn one. It's becoming quite a popular overtaking zone as well, because it carries a little bit less danger than the roller coaster corner does, which is all good as well. We're just reaching halfway in this race as well right now. We're only about an hour and 4 minutes into it, but already halfway. These 400-kilometre races run really start to feel like sprints rather than endurance races. The Motegi race was one of those you would kind of sit down and watch develop over a longer period of time. I think it turned out to be about 5 hours in the end that race, despite the limited amount of safety car intrusions. But the Mid-Ohio and now this one as well, turning into really more of a sprint than an endurance kind of race.
Absolutely, and that's the fun with these races as well. You think they're an endurance race, but once you get like the first hour out of the race, that's when it seems to turn into a sprint after the first set of pit stops as well. As it looks like Michael Gianni was not sure what he was doing there, maybe just pulling out from the slipstream there, or just tucking back into the line. But as they've got one of the cup cars coming up to lap them now, it looks like the Balkan Sim Racing car by the looks of it. So hopefully this battle doesn't get hindered too much. But I think Brandon Blakesley, as I get my words out eventually, they won't do anything too silly since he's down in 14th place overall.
Yeah, and indeed in class at the moment, coming through one of the more tricky places to get through lap traffic, I think it's fair to say, and he's feeling the effects of that right now. We'll see. Didn't really stay close enough to really get them up towards the S's, but it didn't really look like he wanted to go through either. It's quite dangerous anyway. Bit of elevation here, as you can see, over the curbs. And not a lot that he can really do. I guess when you're this far down anyway, he might be deciding that I'll stay out of the way, as we do indeed have our first safety car of the day. I was mentioning them not 2 minutes ago, so that's probably my fault, but either way, we've got one. Not quite sure what it is for just yet, but our first safety car of the race. I don't think this is really going to benefit anybody, if I'm honest, because I don't think anybody can actually make it to the end from here. But either way, this is the one of the last running cars, actually. Thomas Noft, what's happened to him? Just goes off wide in the final corner, Nolan, and might find himself stuck somewhere. Although he's still going here at the moment, so still trying to get to the bottom of quite why the safety car's out right now.
I will continue to look through it. It's a very weird incident, isn't it? I didn't expect to see the safety car out. I mean, I looked over the track myself when this first came out, and I can't see anything. So I'm not sure why they threw the yellow flag, but I'll continue to dig into that, and I might get back to you on that one. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll try and find out quite what's gone in here. But let's see. We'll hopefully get some confirmation from somebody about that one. But I'll tell you one team who are not going to be very happy about this is Volante Racing, almost certainly. Here, Vince Peters, Ryan, had a 20-second lead, more than that, and that's all going to be wiped away in the next few moments. Admittedly, there are going to be a few lap cars in between them, or ideally, but they all, in the same way, there might not actually be any, and he could find himself in a very sticky situation of having to defend from the lead all of a sudden after being so comfortable with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Vince was having a great stunt there and built up a good lead, but that's just all pretty much just been erased away now. So he's got to reset his focus, reset his rhythm, and just not let it get to him. Yeah, it's frustrating, but that's just the nature of these races, that sometimes a caution can come out and just unsettle you sometimes, but you've just got to settle down, relax, and just get going again. But I think, like we were talking about before, I think this could throw a spanner in the works with regards to strategy and what some of these teams are going to do.
It certainly could do. Now, the 49 Motorsports car, the number 49, has recently pulled the plug, so I wonder if it's something to do with them, quite possibly at the moment, because Dexter Castro is no longer out there, and they were recovering from their early incident, if you remember it, all the way back on lap 1, ending up with 10 minutes worth of damage. They've recently retired from the race. However, it could well be not them. It could well be something else that we're not quite aware of for the moment, but we can't quite get to the bottom of it as things stand. We do have the sport cars in order at the moment, but I'm not entirely sure if all the TCR cars are quite where they're supposed to be. If they are by some miracle, then that'll be a very good thing to see, because we can get on with the pit stops first of all, and then the racing soon after that. But I can't see this benefiting anybody really, Nolan. We're too far away to get to the end from here. Most of the guys have come in not very long ago, and the only car I see going down pit lane is the Trek Esports Cup car, because they're on a different strategy to everybody else. But other than that, I can't see anything really happening.
And I have found the incident. It was the 49 Motorsports crew that brought out the safety car period. It was all the way back. Their lap 28, leaders lap 34, half a lap before the safety car through. Now, there is a rule in IVRA, right, where you are not allowed to take the tow in these longer races. They want to simulate after towing effects and throw a safety car if necessary, if you're not near a tow zone. Now, 49 Motorsports went off at the Oak Tree Bend, and they slammed the tire barriers where there was not a tow zone. You'll see it here on the replay. 2 deep through turn 17, off into the barriers. They tow immediately. That's not a tow zone. That would have been a safety car had they remained stationary. That's why they threw the yellow flag. They did the same thing when we had the massive front flip with the GT4, even though they towed immediately at Mid-Ohio. So that is why we're under the safety car period at the moment, with pit road now open.
Well, you better hope it's open, because some of the guys are coming down pit lane, but I'm not entirely convinced that it is right now, because it doesn't normally open straight away unless things have been sorted out very quickly. Trek Esports, though, have indeed come down pit lane, which I did expect, but who else has come in is the question here. Palante Racing, the leaders, Anders Dahl into the car right now. Fox Gaming, Impulse Racing, Hell Racers Tershine, all in the pit lane. So a lot of these cup cars are deciding to come into the pit lane. And indeed it is open, so thankfully everybody has followed the rules there. Alpine Stars Geodesic for TCR also into the pit lane. A couple of sport cars, but I have to say, Ryan, more of the cup cars came in than I thought there, and they're getting their tyres and on their way.
Yeah, I think I'm not really surprised by this. I think they're maybe just thinking about getting in and getting this is the time to make a driver change and stick a fresh driver in, and yeah, basically splitting the race in half. But I think like I say, some teams are going to go completely different with the strategy. Maybe some teams are trying to pit early and try and just get a new driver in and just basically get the driver change out of the way as quickly as possible.
Lots of cars coming past the pace car as well right now. I think the sport class leader is going to take the start here, and all of the sport cars are actually lined up at line astern at the moment. Goodness me, look at that at the moment. We've got about 5 of them down to 5-star Motorsport who are lined up. Then Maniti Racing, who are now leading this race overall, are next in the queue. Fiercely Forward TCR is in the right place as well. So this yellow flag shouldn't last too long here, Nolan, but when the fastest class doesn't actually start, take the restart, it does always add an element of danger to everybody.
And this is why I love this series. So many road course series, they don't opt to have these full course yellows, right? They'll instead just go in, have their own little run. They'll just let the race run green. That's what a lot of the official races are like as well, right? Doesn't matter how big a pilot you have, the race will always run green. I can seriously appreciate the fact that IVRA takes the time to implement these tow zones. Say you have to sit there, you're not allowed to tow back to pit road. And even if you do, they throw the safety car anyway because there would have been had you remained stationary. It adds that factor of realism into it, and it takes so much work for them to go through every single track and police every little incident like they do in such a timely manner. You have to give hats off to the organizers. They absolutely know what they're doing. They have a couple of seasons with this now under their belt, and it makes it such an entertaining race to watch because you never quite know what you're going to get.
Yeah, the absence of safety cars and things like iRacing special events and so on is a little bit of a shame to see, and indeed other leagues as well. But the fact that IVRA have got them is certainly a good thing. And one of my favourite things, Ryan, is the fact that they don't always get the actual overall leader to start the race. It's just a class leader, because it doesn't really matter which one actually starts the race here. They just kind of go for it. And it's certainly in IMSA at the moment. They've got. They even get the leading class to get through on all of the cars, no matter if you're leader or not. So, I don't particularly like that rule, I've got to be honest. But this one in IVRA, the fact that it can be a very mixed-up start is very entertaining, and I'm very much a fan of it.
Yeah, I like it as well. I think I've never been a fan of what IMSA use in real life, the wave around it. So I just think it makes it too easy for drivers or teams to get back on the lead lap, and I think it's just lazy. But I think with this restart being mixed up, I think it makes it much more of a challenge.
It does indeed. Let's take a look then, since we're going to have another lap here under safety car. The point standings coming in to this particular race. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing were leading by 32 points out of Pure Sims. Orion Race Team not too far behind. Maniti likewise. Impulse running at the top 5, and the other Maniti car a little bit further removed. But you can see a lot of that top 10 is indeed the top 10 in this race. So a lot of the big names having good races here. As we are having what I just said. We're all getting the fastest class to the front, which is a bit of a shame. But anyway, it can be a bit dangerous. So that's what they're going to do. 24. No, I was right the first time. 14 points separate the two leaders in the sport category, but they're a long way in front of the rest. SRN Motorsports are, and they're both huge S cars, and miles behind everybody else. It's very close though, with FSR Project Alien 6th position, so on and so forth. But Alpine Star Geodesic and Fiercely Forward running away with the sport standings as things stand. And finally, TCR, where we see Impulse Racing having a dream season. Team Hoisingveld have been second the entire way through as well. FSR Majors Garage 3rd and 4th with Impulse Racing in 5th. Project Dynamic then following on in 6th position. So there are your championship standings heading in to today. Either way, Nolan, what I did just say I wasn't a fan of is about to happen, because the Cup cars are about to all get to the front here and not going to have to negotiate traffic. I guess especially for VIR, it's probably a sensible idea, because we don't want to see everybody dead by halfway. But either way, we are getting Maniti to actually the front of the field as we see the rest of the schedule here for this season. It's only 700-kilometre races after this one.
Indeed, and it's going to make it a bit of an interesting one, isn't it? So 2 400-kilometer races, then 3 700-kilometer races to end off the season. And you mentioned, of course, that they're sorting these classes more out by actual fastest class to the front now, and I can understand why they're doing it, right? I mean, like you mentioned, it's a bit of a danger to have so many slower cars, especially on a restart lap, and I remember very distinctly one situation in the ClubSport Summer Series, and this was back in 2020 if I'm not mistaken, but it was at the 6 Hours of Watkins Glen. You had some TCRs and GT4s start the field up, Porsches just behind them, and well, let's just put it this way, it resulted in a 19-car pileup ADSs on the restart lap. So that's part of the reason why they do this now, is to avoid those early restart laps, so we don't need to spend 50 laps under caution, which I can appreciate.
Yeah, we do want to see everybody, or as many people, get to the end as possible, and so that's certainly going to help. What we do have, though, is 14 Cup cars at the front right now, and they're all on the same lap. We've also got a lot of the sport cars and TCR cars with in very close attendance to each other as well, as we're about to reach the halfway mark here in this race. So yeah, it's all getting very interesting indeed. We'll see if we go green this time. I don't think we are, although we actually are. So it's all going to slow up and stack up, and Munich Racing going to be in control of the field. By the looks of things, Pure Sims just behind. There's already a bit of overlapping going on a little bit further down the field. Fiercely forward, getting through on FSR Project Alien already by the looks of things, but we're back under green flag racing here at the Virginia International Raceway. We've had a caution at pretty much bang on halfway. Half of the race still to go here. Pit stop strategies have been thrown up into the air. A new leader here, Ryan. Munich Racing taking control of the field. It's a nice clean restart for everybody by the looks of things.
Yep, absolutely. It's a clean restart by the looks of it, and at the moment it's Munich Racing leading with the 780 car of Keanu Busman for Munich Racing. So it's been a clean start by him, but he's not too far behind as the Pure Sims car of Bruno Carniero as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's these two running away from the rest of them, and the Ryan race team are just a few seconds back as this restart is starting to take shape. Lap 39, and these are the sport leaders in the GT4 class. FSR Project Alien and Fiercely Forward battling it out, but can Team Huizenfeld and Hugh just get involved this time? Because throughout the first half of the race anyway, they were really struggling, as the 5-star motorsport car was in 5th position in this category, already dropping down the order at quite a rate. Rune Janssens looks like he's been involved in a bit of an incident here somewhere, Nolan, because he's dropped down quite dramatically as Pure Sims retake the lead at the very front.
And it was collision with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing that sent the 105 not just off track even, but into the tire barriers of the SS. Wasn't a very hard hit. Doesn't look like he's too damaged as a result of that one, but he has lost all of that time as a result as he went backwards into the tire barriers. So Rune Janssen's going to have a bit of work ahead of him now. He wants to regain lost time. Take a look at the replay now, side by side under the VW bridge with the Alpine Stars Geodesic 162. Right there, little hip check sends the 105 around and spearing off into the tires. Just a small little tag, nothing too major.
Nothing too major, but the positional loss and the time loss that he's had is certainly major, and it's setting them back quite substantially throughout this one. This is on board with the Phoenix Racing Esport car in the Cup category. The last of those cars on the lead lap, all in one long train, a 14-car train for the lead, and it's about to be 13 because Denis Rapkowitz has got it a bit wrong there. Ryan just getting things onto the right-hand side there, the grass, and spinning around. He's going to find himself amongst the GT4 cars as well, which is not nice.
Yeah, that's not what you want, and riding on board with Graham Saunders riding through this fast section here, the twisty section, and yeah, stuck behind the Fiercely Forward car as well, and heading up to the Oak Tree corner, and yeah, it's not what you want. You don't want to spin there and possibly come back out in front of traffic, or even risk taking someone out, but luckily managed to get going again without any issues.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got that spun back around again, thankfully, but a bit of a problem for him, certainly. Pure Sims then lead the race after overtaking Munich Racing, and Orion race team not too far behind. This is Bruno Carnero who's heading the field with everybody trailing on from behind. So what we are going to see is a very similar situation to the start of this race here, Nolan. The TCR cars are all stacked up together, as they have been pretty much the entire race, but these guys are going to have to try and come through this lot, and the GT4s are doing just that right now, so it's going to get quite busy once they get back into the traffic once again.
It's going to be very close, of course, when the traffic comes into play. And look up for the battle for the GT4 race lead. Fraser Smith and Full Set Racing 185 having to keep Michael Janey at bay. And look out for Florian von Minkvitz for the Team Huizenfeld crew, just tucked in line as well for third. Look out, Michael Janey using the toe from Denis Rapkowitz for Phoenix Racing, trying to pull around the outside of Full Send. It's not going to happen this time, though. GT4 will have to tuck in line, and so far it doesn't look like that will be happening, though, for the 134. They'll have to tuck in line and maybe wait just a little bit later, potentially turn 19 if they can get close enough. But in these GT4s, you've seen it before, it's a hard time using the draft. The draft, it really is not generated too much by these GT4s. You have to rely a lot more on just getting a better run out of the corners as opposed to just long drafts.
Yes, and of course the Oak Tree is a very good candidate for doing that. But Team Huizenfeld involved for the first time today, really, in any kind of leading fight. We saw the front two getting away at a vast rate of knots towards the start of this race, and they never really looked back from there. But the safety car has allowed Huizinga to get involved, and it's allowed the McLaren to get involved here as well, Ryan. We've finally got a bit of variety at the front of the sport category, because it's a bit of a Porsche festival quite often, but on board with it right now. It's good to see the McLaren doing well.
Absolutely, and it's good to see the Huge Ass team up at the front as well, challenging in fourth position with Giovanni Romano at the wheel of the 139 car at the moment, the sole remaining Huge Ass car after the other car had an incident. But yeah, it's good to see a variety of manufacturers up at the front. You've got the Porsche, you've got the McLaren, and it's something happened, I believe.
Yeah, Maniti and Pure Sims have definitely come together here, because Pure Sims are dropping down the order like a stone, and let's see, 6th place they've got to, and Maniti have gone into the pit lane at a very untimely moment, and not a moment when they can get to the end of the race from either, which is going to be a problem. What on earth happened here? Pure Sims got wide, Maniti went through, and straight into, so the two are unrelated, I think, but Pure Sims just went wide there, Nolan, and Maniti Racing have come into the pit lane.
It just carried way too much speed. You can see as the track swings around and tightens for 23, that just makes it so much worse for Bruno Carnero. And yeah, one of the Beniti racers just came into pit road. Is that the 78 car, actually? Because they did have a drive-through penalty that they had to serve. We didn't quite get to that. There's so much going on, but that would explain why the Beniti driver came down pit road. It does look like that was the case. You see him now out of pit road, just behind the leading groups. So we look up to onboard Graham Sanders now for the Alpine Star GS driver. But yeah, well, that's why Ruben Upfeld came down pit road.
It was indeed a drive-through, so both Maniti Racing cars have now been into the pit lane for either a stop-go or a drive-through, and it set them back a little bit. But as you can see, the 79 has already recovered to 2nd position in this race right now. Orion Race Team are now the new race leaders then, after being 3rd at the start of the last lap. And speaking of being in 3rd position, we're on board with the man who is 3rd right now, Graham Sanders, in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Porsche here. The current championship leaders not finished. They took the halfway points and the 4 points at the end at Motegi. They took 2nd place points in the 400-kilometre race at Mid-Ohio. They've had a very good season so far, Ryan, with Pure Sims Esports, as we just saw, dropping down the order. Orion Race Team in the 44 and Maniti are very close by them. It does look like they're going to hold on to their championship lead if things were to end as they are now.
Looks like at the moment, as we look at this battle between Maniti Racing and Alpine's Geodesic Racing, and that's being close at the moment, and the Orion Race Team, a team they've been there and thereabouts, not up at the front exactly, but they've been getting closer and closer, and up, and at the moment they're being rewarded for that by leading the race at the moment with Mike Dan at the wheel. But looking back at this battle for the leading TCR with fiercely forward, and it looks like Impulse Racing with who's at the wheel is Yambo at the wheel at the moment. So TCR is still close as always, and it's been close since the start of the race.
It has indeed. Fiercely Forward are now going to be feeling the effects of their earlier and shorter pit stop as well. They've not really got the advantage that they had earlier because of that shorter pit stop either. It's all been wiped out by the safety car, really, so that is a bit of a shame, and it's going to create a few problems for them, you would imagine. Let's see when they come in, though. We've got 34 laps to go at the end of this one, and so they can probably manage. Well, if we get to about 30 laps to go, then maybe they'll be able to somewhat get to the end of the race, or get near there, because obviously the Cup cars are the ones counting down the laps here, not the TCR ones, so it's very difficult for them to work out here, Nolan, but they are going to be the first ones to come down pit lane as we go up to the sport category. Huizinga very much holding their own in this fight.
They certainly are, and we'll have to wait and see how this battle could potentially play on out. Team Huizinga trying to hold their own, trying to make up a little bit more ground as well. So the 3rd place battle in the GT4s is yet to pick on up. And I want to note as well, Pure Sims has worked their way back up to P5 in the Cup category, so they are on the move, trying to regain lost time, understandably so. And don't forget, you've still got the TCR battle for the race lead as well, that's looking to pick on up as well. This is on board with Bruno Carnero with Pure Sims Esports car. Of course, they had that off, right you in and turn 18, and they come back onto it now, and they've picked up 5th place again, and they're back up there right in the thick of this fight now for their race lead. So they're not out of this fight by any stretch of the means.
No, absolutely not. They're certainly involved, as getting quite involved right now. Michael Polasek here, third position, just behind the Impulse Racing 233, the car that has won everything so far, halfway at Motegi, and at the end of the race, at the end of the Mid-Ohio race, they were on top as well. So let's see if they can do that once more. Polasek is going to do his best to not let that happen, but it's going to be difficult as they go over the line. Once again, 34 laps to go as Alpine Stars Geodesic get up to second place overall in this race. It is hard to know where to look at the moment because there's so many positional changes are going on, and it's because Munich Racing have clearly gone off somewhere here. They're dropping down the order very quickly, and there they are at Oak Tree. Let's hope they haven't come into contact with the barrier here, Ryan, because it is quite narrow and the walls are very close by.
We're just about to look at the replay now to see what happened, and it looks like they come into Oak Tree corner, and it looks like Rico Renzo just ran wide in front of the grass and spun round, and luckily doesn't nudge the wall, but that could have been a big incident into the wall.
And he couldn't rejoin here. There were so many cars. He finally reverses to try and get pointing the right way again. Didn't really need to in the end, but Rico Renzo loses 18 seconds, but more importantly, about 9 positions there, and he's down to 13th in this race now. So Munich Racing all of a sudden have dropped to 10th and 13th. Who would have predicted that at the start of the day, Nolan? One of the best teams in the field, all dropping all the way down. They won a race last season, let's not forget, at Barber Motorsports Park, second place overall at Suzuka as well. They had a very strong season. They're having a strong season this time around as well, but to see them both miles down is a big surprise.
It is a very difficult track, right? I mean, Virginia International Raceway is known as one of the hardest tracks in all of North America to properly master. So it's one thing they'll have to, keep an eye out, and that's a mistake that so many drivers make, not just in the sim, right, but even in the real world. The professionals that race IMSA, even they make a few of those mistakes every single time they come through. Oh, huge spin! Alpine Stars goes around, big spin coming up to Oak Tree. That was a 62 car. I think he just kept that out of the tire barrier, but what on earth happened there? Just went, almost looked like a tire blew out. I didn't think that was a thing though in iRacing. So we'll take a ride on board with Graham Sanders. Has he clipped? Oh, he just took too much curb and clipped the grass.
He has got onto the curb, and the championship leaders have gone for a quick spin. Thankfully, it's left them pointing the right way, and Graham Sanders has only dropped down to 6th position, but that would have been a very, very scary moment indeed. It seems to be that anybody in second place right now is really falling by the wayside, because it's not been particularly helpful for whoever is holding that second position. It's now Pure Sims, who were previously in the lead before they went off. And now Anders Dahl is on the back of Graham Sanders. You can see him in the rear view mirror. There is the Pure Sims car under pressure themselves from Fiercely Forward, who, after winning last season's championship with 3 race wins, they're not getting anywhere near to, never mind a championship, but even a race win in this season here so far. Looking to maybe revitalise their season with a good result here at Virginia International Raceway. It's been very interesting at the front of Cup though on this restart here, Ryan. Lots of different cars going off, but it does show, as Nolan said, the challenge of this particular circuit. It's a very, very difficult one.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a difficult track. It invites you to push as much as possible, but as we saw with Sanders there heading up to Oak Tree, if you push too much and take too much curb in that section, it can swing you around, and unfortunately Sanders found it out, but it's just the way it goes. But as we ride on board with Michael Janney as well, still in second place for Fiercely Forward, amazingly. I'm amazed he's not tried to make a move just to try and get by the FSR car, and I think he might just be sitting there fuel saving it again. So, and also, but he can't afford to back off and relax too much, because he's got the Team Huskenveld car right behind as well. So 3-car battle for the leading GT4, and not too far behind as well, you've got the 139 car of Huge Ass.
Yeah, absolutely. Semper Racing just following on from them, but Giovanni Romano is the man in the McLaren, the Huge Ass McLaren at the moment. You just see just losing a few car lengths at the moment, but not too far away at all. This was at least the team that managed to take the sport category last season in terms of the championship, with a race win at Road America, but more consistency managed to win it for them last time. And indeed, as a team, they were second in the Cup category as well in the championship, so splitting their kind of allegiances across the 3 categories last season, but they've decided to go all out on the sport category this season. I don't know if that was a good choice for them or not, but they are 4th and 5th in the championship right now, but quite a long way behind Alpine Stars, Geodesic and Fiercely Forward, who have been dominating this season so far. We haven't seen very much of Alpine Stars, Geodesic out the front of the sport category here today. However, Nolan, that is going to be a bit of a concern for them, because the other car, obviously Fiercely Forward, are still having a good day, whereas they're not really on form compared to where they normally are.
And here is John Betafer's machine. He took a look back to the other Alpine Star Geodesic driver. Of course, Betafer himself has had quite an interesting season so far, just throughout the officials, right? I mean, iRacing Indy Pro 2000 Championship. He is set to lock out another championship in the open wheel side of things, and having a decent performance so far in the sport category as well. And, oh, hang on, just had a collision. Yellow flags at turn 17, and it looks like the Fiercely Forward number 34 has gone off from 3rd place in the Cup category, tumbling down the time in order. I think it was the 230 Alt Collective. You can see actually an Alpine Stars car's off as well. Graham Sanders has also had a big off just in front of them. So multiple drivers going off in the same corner. Could this be another safety car here? And a 4th car, I think, just went off as well. That was the 230 again to the same corner. Take a look back at this one. This was, I think, the Alpine Stars car trying to lap the TCR, and it just went all sorts of wrong.
Well, this is Fiercely Forward trying to get through on a TCR into the TCR car gets onto the grass on the left-hand side, and it loses it under braking, because braking on the grass is never a particularly viable option, and feeling the effects of that right now. Fiercely Forward were involved in an incident that wasn't really their fault there. Not really. I don't think the TCR car was really pushed out there. Let's see what happened to Graham Sanders as well, because he was all involved, possibly distracted by those up in front, and just got things a little bit wide onto the curb. He just about keeps it out of the barriers as well, but all kinds of chaos kicking off down there at the Oak Tree corner, and a lot of positions being lost for a lot of cars. It's been, the Cup category, ever since we went back to green here, Ryan, it's been absolutely crazy, especially if you're in a podium position. You better watch out, because it seems like something bad's about to happen.
Absolutely is, and as you saw with the Fiercely Forward 34 car, you can't be in the top 3 and having a good race, and then all of a sudden something out of your control can happen. With as we saw with the TCR car, just clipping the 34 Fiercely Forward car, and just unfortunately just one of those racing incidents. But at the moment, it's all still to play for in the Cup class, and also in the sport class with the GT4 as well. It's all still close at the moment, and it's hard to predict who's going to finish on the podium in that class, but nevertheless it's been a great race, and it's good to see the usual suspects up at the front in GT4, but it's also good to see the likes of Huge Ass up there challenging for a podium at the moment, and I think David Haynes will be having a field day.
If only he was here. I think he's working elsewhere, isn't he, for us?
Yeah.
He is at the moment. For us here on Racepop TV. We're doubling up this afternoon in terms of endurance racing and long distance racing. So, you've got your pick this afternoon of things to watch. But meanwhile, in Jan Bol, all he can do at the moment is really watch the TCR car in front. Oh goodness, that was late on the brakes and very nearly clattered into the back. And speaking of doing so, the Fiercely Forward car got a bit of a shunt from the back there, with the Major's Garage car getting into the back of him, and the 2 teammates running line astern, and Impulse Racing trying to disrupt that at the moment. Oh, and they have done. Maybe not quite in the way that they wanted to. There was a spinning off it. Well, not quite spinning off the road, keeping things under control, but going off course. There was Michael Polis, or Christian Perez, I think it might have been actually, in the other of the FSR Majors Garage cars. So either way, Impulse Racing have managed to get themselves back into 3rd position. Christian Perez applied a bit of pressure to the top 3 there, Nolan, but unfortunately got shoved out wide quite aggressively there. Just a little bit of contact. Don't think anybody did anything particularly wrong, but just a bit of contact really coming into turn 3.
I mean, Perez kind of did that one to himself. I mean, when they made contact already, I mean, Jan Bol was up on the curb already. He could not go any further over to the left without getting a slowdown penalty for cutting the course. So I have to say, I mean, that was just Christian Perez. He tried to pinch him in. He pinched him in. I'll give him that, but it was way too much. And it was a move that was not on. And I have to say, karma kind of bit him for it.
Yeah, a little bit. But he obviously will be disappointed and will be trying to get back onto the front three. We're still battling for the lead. That was very late on the brakes from the fiercely forward cars. We go on board with Semper Racing here, watching on from behind all of the battles that are going on in front. It does look to me like the fiercely forward car does actually want to try and get through here on the 185 Ryan, but it's just difficult to find a way through at this circuit sometimes. There's not too many opportunities for overtaking, and the ones that do come are pretty precarious on occasion, so I think he is a little bit stuck here, Michael Janney.
Yeah, I think Johnny wants to. I think he knows he can get by. It's just because the top three, and especially the fiercely forward car in front, not fiercely forward, the full send racing car, I should say, they're all really close on pace. So it's trying to make a move is just nigh impossible, and he's just having to play the pacing game. It's inviting to try and make a move, but if you try and do that and it goes horribly wrong, you're just ruining your own race and also your teammates' race as well.
Yeah, it's a lot going on at the moment. Back towards the lead because Pearsons are starting to apply the pressure to Orion race team here. Mike Dam has been leading for a while, but Bruno Canaro wants that lead back. You remember he went off at the final corner a few laps ago now, and it lost a lot of time. And speaking of going off, oh dear, Mike Dam, has completely driven off the road there and gifted the lead to the number 16 Porsche, which is now going to go across the line with 27 laps to go, back in the lead. That just describes, I guess, in visual form, the effect of pressure there, Nolan. A little bit too much mirror watching, you'd imagine, here from Mike Dam.
On board through the S, it's a very easy place to make these mistakes up over the hill. You already see starting to count us here a little bit. Too wide and just off into the grass, and that allows Pearsons to go on through, and they'll say thank you very much. I'll take that spot right back. The 44 car having to settle for second for the time being. Race not over yet, has the opportunity to have another go at it. And while the struggles for Oak Bend continue, Phoenix Racing had a small off, but no contact with the wall, nobody around him, no harm, no foul. So, yeah, more drivers seem to struggle with Oak Tree Bend, and it is one of the most easy corners to get wrong on this facility. It's a double apex hairpin. It's a tightening radius hairpin. They're going up and over a crest while you're braking. You have pretty much all the worst, I think it's off camber as well, just a little bit. So you have all the worst factors about a hairpin combined into one short corner right there.
Yes, it is a little bit, and this group here, not really, well, this is literally a bird's eye view, that is, isn't it, from the tree there, but anyway, having a look as they go through, and that's kind of arty shot, but either way, fiercely forward, once again, I see this problem, they're gaining once again on full send racing, but not really able to make a move. But are they trying not to, or are they unable to, is the question. Team Hoistingveld looking pretty good on the back of them as well right now, so it's looking very, very tasty in the sport category right now. 27 laps to go as we stand, and it can't be long here around until we see the final pit stops. We saw a little bit of a mix-up in strategy in terms of the Cup category. We've got people on different strategies all over the place there, with Fox Gaming and Impulse Racing having pitted under that most recent safety Ambulante. They're not too far away from the two leaders as things stand, but their last pit stop's going to be a lot shorter. The sport category, everybody's is going to be pretty much the same, so it might well be like this until the end, as we see some of these guys battling. Pascal Costa getting into third.
Yeah, absolutely. The safety car, that kind of threw a spanner in the works with regards to strategy. So it's interesting to see what teams in each class will do towards the end of this race. What have we got? We're just coming to the end of lap 49, sorry. So I think don't be surprised if you see teams possibly putting round about maybe lap 55 to lap 60, or maybe even earlier, just to try and maybe try and get out of traffic and get out of sequence. But it's unfascinated, that's for sure.
Yes, it's going to be a fascinating end to this one in all three categories, as the Full Send Racing Project Alien car just continues to lead this train. It's getting a little bit more strung out over recent moments, but fiercely forward, still behind, applying that pressure. But as you've spotted here, Nolan, you've told me anyway, that it doesn't look like they're really trying to get through as things stand. They're biding their time a little bit for the end of the race.
I was kind of watching this, right? The gap was definitely close enough to turn one. They could have dived around the outside if they really wanted to, but they ended up backing off the throttle by about 10 miles an hour to the point where they were nearly overtaken by the 148 just behind them. So I don't think they're trying to overtake it. They actually just lifted off a little bit there at the end of the back straight, coming up to turn, I believe that's about turn 14 there. So I have a feeling that Michael Janey, they're trying to save some fuel here, which I kind of like that strategy, right? It means you have to spend less time in pit road if you want to double stint your tires, just get in the fuel. Could gap them at the pit stops, catch up to some lap traffic. This will be the story right here. Definitely close enough to have the look for the position if they wanted to. Will Janey go for it though? I don't think he will. They are now clear the TCR. This is the point for Janey to go for the race seat if he wants to. Is there? Look at that. You can see it lifting off, and that allows Hoisenfeld up the inside. Nope, take second.
Well, that's not quite what they wanted, as Hoisenfeld get through there on the inside line, and that was very easy indeed. So the positional change has indeed happened. We go on board with Giovanni Romano in the Hugh Just car. He's following the 4 leaders at the front of the sport category right now. And yeah, this is getting very close indeed. Amstar's Geodesic have come into the pit lane. Not sure what's happened to Semper Racing, because they've dropped about 10 seconds off the back of this train now. But we do indeed have a change for second place in the sport category. We also have a change for the lead in TCR, because we've now seen the first of the final pit stops for Fiercely Forward in that category. We were expecting that, because they had the shortest pit stop last time, but we're expecting them to have a quite long one on this occasion here, Ryan. It's a real case of how this is going to shake out, but given that safety car, which really didn't help them, I think it's fair to say, they may well end up out the back and not really in contention for the race win, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. Sometimes using that safety car as to try and do something different in strategy. Sometimes it can work, and other times it can bite you and just not go your way. But that's just the nature of multi-class racing. But back up at the front in GT4, this battle is still going on for the lead, and the Full Send Racing still leading with Team Huskenfeld the second now, absolutely putting them under huge pressure. But I don't think the Fiercely Forward car will be too bored about falling back into.
Oh no!
Oh,
Full Send Racing for the lead in sport. They were leading for so long. They were heading that train for so long, and Fraser Smith just gets it wrong in the final corner. It's not the first time we've seen a class leader do that today. Just overcooking things on the final corner there. We're going to go on board with him right now. A bit of a driver's eye view. You can see that car not completely under his control through the roller coaster, but it was not out of control either. It's just kind of in that middle zone, but this is out of control, I'm afraid to say. Oversteering even before he got to the corner. That was going wrong from a long way out, Nolan.
I have a feeling when you saw how much he vaulted over that curb right in the corner right before. When he vaulted over that corner, that's right when it starts to dive back downhill. That unsettled the car just a little bit, and it is so easy for the back end of these 718s to come around. So when he hit that curb and came down hard, the problem was the fact that he was already turning to the left. So when you landed all 4 wheels down, that shot the weight balance all the way over to the left-hand side as he turned it in, and to the point where the car just swung around him. And at the point when the back end came around, there was nothing he was going to be able to do to stop the thing from backing around. At least it backed it off the track though, so he avoided collecting anybody else. He'll be able to potentially work his way up, maybe take that lead back before the race is over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not over yet. 24 laps to go. And this is a fantastic exit for Team Hoisenfeld, by the way, on the back of Impulse Racing. They just clipped the grass, though, on the exit there. It was going well, but maybe not an opportunity into Turn 1 this time around. Full Send Racing Majors Garage car currently leading that class, as we've got a couple of the leaders coming up here. I think that's the Ryan Racing team, actually, or race team, excuse me, trying to get through. In second place right now. In third position is Impulse Racing, but that's not actually those two, is it? There are those guys. We just saw them briefly. But anyway, a different battling duo in the Cup category, making their way through on the TCR leaders, or some of them anyway. But the concerning thing here, Ryan, is that these guys, the Impulse Racing car and so on and so forth, they've been losing a bit of time to the 285. The gap's now about 3 seconds, which is not an unassailable margin by any stretch of the imagination at this stage in the race. However, it's more than they would have liked, and it's certainly more than it was when these guys were in one train, basically all together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've just been... You're still doing a good job, but losing time, like you say. But so I wonder if the lead, the battle for the lead in TCR might be close towards the end of the finish, as you've got some cup cars on a GT4 and another cup car coming through as well. So a bit chaotic at the moment, but not as chaotic as it has been during the race so far. As in the background there, you see the Impulse Racing and Team Huskenveld car in the background there. So it's still in contention by the looks of it.
Done well for Michael Polasek. It really is, as it was on that day in Sebring. If you were with us earlier, you heard me mention that one from the Creventic Endurance Series, where he did a whole 12-hour race at Sebring and managed to win against some very high-class Impulse Racing. Oh, that's a squeeze, and that was a bit late. The SRN Motorsports car has gone flying off as a result, and barrelling over the curbs there. Hopefully not barrel rolling afterwards. I don't think it was, but it might well have ended up in the wall. You'd have to pin that on the Porsche Cup driver there, Nolan. That was far too of a tight gap to squeeze in, far too late, going into far too of a high-speed corner.
And you have to at some point realize the move's not on, and I mean, he wasn't able to properly judge that here. Take a ride on board with Ryan Huff, though. This is going to be a ride, so hold on. First over the curbs once, trying to keep it off the track. Comes right back on in front of Vector by RSR car. He actually got tipped, I think, and that sends it back into the barrier, but he actually got into it with the 172 Vector by RSR machine, Mark McCormick, who got a front row seat of all of that. And I tell you what, I want to get a look on board. Look right there! Just barely, I think, kept it out. I want to get a look on board of the 172 if we can, because my goodness, that has got to be one of the biggest record points we've had all season long. And this is on board with Ryan Huff again, and goodness gracious.
And here is the Vector by RSR car. Oh Lord, they've done a good job there from McCormack to keep things all clean for him at least. And
great
he's
heads-up
got up to, it was indeed, he's got himself up to third position now with a couple of pit stops happening in front of him. So things starting to go well for the 172. We've had a couple of pit stops for TCR cars in the recent moments. Impulse Racing fiercely forward right with the 233 of Jan Boldo, which is fantastic news for the 234, because I thought they'd be very much far removed from the rest of the pack after these most recent pit stops, but it's not happened like that at all. We've still got 3 drivers to pit in that category. Full Send Racing, Majors Garage 285, Team Huisingveld and Liper Esports, all to come into the pit lane from TCR, as the GT4 sport category pit stops are in full swing at the moment. The 2 leaders still locked together, Team Huisingveld and Fiercely Forward. Now that we've seen that spin for the leaders that we had a few moments ago, it's all started to shake out now, and we've got a leading battling pair, but we still do have 4 cars to actually come in the sport category at the moment, and indeed in the cup category we've got the top 5 who still haven't come into the pit lane just yet either. So there's a lot to work out here, Ryan, and I'm not entirely sure that we'll get up to the bottom of it all as it's happening here. It's going to develop over the next few laps, so there's a lot of changes happening in this pit stop cycle. It's probably going to happen with this man as well. Pascal Costa in the Impulse Racing car could find himself in a very healthy situation quite soon.
Yeah, absolutely. As he gets a great run on the Orion Racing car, as I think the Orion Racing car dives into the pits. Yes, it does indeed, and considering that this 15 car was in the wall at one point. There's a Porsche Cup car out on the grass here. I'm not sure what that's doing.
No, not what you were, not the ideal place to be, as Pure Sims and Orion both come in. Now, where are Alpinestars Geodesic Racing going to be here in the Cup category? Because they are the first of the cars who can make it to the end so far. So is it going to stay that way with these 2 cars? There is the championship leading car, let's not forget, and possibly in a fantastic situation in this race. But the top 3 still do have to come in, and they might have shorter pit stops than those who are having them right now. Where is that Pure Sims car? Is it going to come out in front of them? Yes, it will. The Orion Racing team have had a fantastic pit stop there. Mike Dam brought the car in. It's going to be... Oh, no, sorry, they're not even out yet. Excuse me, the timing screen playing tricks on me. So Orion Racing team do indeed change their driver. Pure Sims as well. They drop down, and after having such a good run here today, both of those cars, Nolan, up towards the front all day long, and the safety car pit stop strategies have not fallen in their favour. I thought it was a bad choice to come in under that safety car, but those who did are now absolutely loving it.
Certainly are. So the guys that come into the safety car, they're going to be having a much better time of this thing. And you can look a little bit further up the road. I believe one of those drivers that had come down, that is the Hell Race Tershine machine, the number 19 car, as I believe. Don't check that. This is a bit further up the road from that one. This is Graham Sanders of the Alpine Star Geodesic car, currently sitting, I believe, in the 5th position for the time being. Check these birds his way up to 4th place now, as he did pass Orion upon pit exit. Volante Racing from 3rd place in the Cup category is in as well, and you can see him now just going to be looking to get around one of the Team Winsenfeld GT4 machines out there as well. So far for Graham Sanders, it's been a solid run thus far, who is definitely, I would imagine, going to be looking to have a potentially good run here, looking to finish on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking possible as well, as Vector Barros will take the lead in the sport category, but that will not last. We'll go to that one in a few moments, because we've still got a lot to work out here in the Cup category, starting with Volante Racing. They're into the pit lane now after coming in under the safety car as well, but is that going to turn out very well for them? It does indeed. Now, what on earth was 11 a second pit stop there? They're miles out in front of the 62, so and that was the 3rd place car of the 3 who still yet to pit, so goodness me, Impulse Racing and Fox Gaming are going to be absolutely loving this at the moment here, Brian, although Fox Gaming, I believe, have lost quite a lot of time over the last lap, quite possibly. I think they may have made a mistake somewhere, because they lost 10 seconds to Pascal Costa on the last lap, but either way, for Impulse Racing, it's looking fantastic.
Yeah, Fox Gaming, that was the Cup car. It was off in the grass heading down to turn 1, so that's probably the reason why they've lost so much time. But I'm wondering if Impulse Racing especially are maybe underfueled slightly just to get out in front and keep that track position.
I think it's all down to the pit stop strategy, and the fact that they came under the safety car is helping them at the moment, because they're still got fuel in the tank compared to the rest of the field, and they've been able to pick their way through the traffic quite nicely. This is the one disadvantage, I guess, Nolan, of putting the Cup cars all towards the front, is because if indeed they hadn't, then the guys who pitted would have had to make their way through all the lap traffic and then all of the Cup cars for actual positions, so it would have been a very quite precarious journey actually for them to be able to make it back towards the front. However, those who stayed out would have been free of the traffic, or most of it, and it would have been in the clear really. So I guess that is one disadvantage, but if you know the rules very well and you can play the rules as well as the guys like Impulse have done, then fair play to you. They're going to absolutely run with it.
Whoa.
And speaking of going off the road, goodness me, the Full Send Racing car, turn 1 has claimed another victim by the looks of things.
That was Ollie Peacock, this time losing the race lead in TCR as a result of that one, so that's unfortunate for him. Jambo able to get this. Well, this is fresh out of the pits. I think it actually might have been out of pit road and then going off in turn 1. Oh, that is going to hurt. You see right there, just 2 deep on the race, trying to keep racing forward with Impulse at bay. Swings it out wide. Oh, look out. Impulse also getting into him a little. I don't know if they actually make contact, but I can definitely tell you right there, for that look, Impulse Racing definitely took a bit of a slide, but I think might have just kept it out of him. So the 233 will be able to potentially try to close back up to Isaac Jane and the Fiercely Forward crew just up the road from them. But they're having to worry about the Orion Race Team Porsche just behind them, which I think is, at this point, playing on the mind just a little bit more.
Yeah, the gaps in TCR are not very big whatsoever, so it's all to play for there, but all of the final pit stops have been made there, so it's all on the table now, and everybody is where they should be, so to speak. So that's sorted out the order quite nicely for us all, which is a good thing, but it's going to be a fight until the end. Obviously, cold tyres as well there, Ryan, can't have been helping Peacock as he was making his way out. Not only are you not braking quite at the point where you would normally, you've also got cold tyres, and that's why the car was acting so strange. It did look like a weird incident, but cold tyres do make the car look like they act very strangely, and his car was certainly acting strangely going into turn 1 there.
Yeah, that's the thing with these TCR cars as well, especially after a pit stop, or if you've put new rear tyres on, it does take them a few laps to get up to temperature or back up to temperature, depending on if you're on used tyres or new tyres. So you can't really afford to be too aggressive on the outlap, and you've got to let the temperatures get back to temperature. But
oh no!
The Hell Racers car just got nudged off.
Hellraisers off the road and trying to get back on without losing it on the grass there, which is easier said than done, and getting through, quite a lot of people getting through, and there's going to be a couple more coming through here in a few moments time. But goodness me, how on earth did that happen? The TCR car was on the inside. Now, it's a difficult one to call, that one really. Were they not given enough room there, Hellraisers, or were they going for a move that wasn't really there? Oh dear, that's a difficult one to call there, Nolan.
The problem is not so much because had the 230 held the line, it would have been fine. But the problem is, you saw it right there, that little bit of a hop. Eliminatum Carbon took too much curb, and that hopped them across the curb. Watch it there. You see the front end bouncing up and down, and that's a front-wheel drive car, right? So when that front lifts up, you cannot turn the car. You basically just go straight on. So they were going to push out wide, maybe even have run off the track themselves had Hellraisers not been there.
Quite possibly. It would have just about kept it on, I suspect, but there certainly wasn't enough room for two cars to go around there. There's no doubt about that, and we just saw the results of it. Hellraisers now down to 8th position with Stellan Lindeberg, who was in the car at the time. The 13 and the 16 managed to get through in pretty short order as we go on board with Romano again. He's actually been overtaken in recent moments by Huysingveld. And they're about 5 seconds behind Fiercely Forward, who are in the net lead of this race. Vector Biorosar and Sabiki Racing are 1 and 2, about 25 seconds in front of the field, but they're yet to make a pit stop. I'll be very surprised, somewhat shocked actually, Ryan, if they were able to make a pit stop to get to the end and also come out still in the lead. It's not a huge margin. I know this pit lane is short, but still.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would be surprised myself if they'd done a pit stop and still got in front, still got back out in the lead. So it's a short pit lane. It's a battle for TCR is starting to spice up again. The Fiercely Forward car and the Impulse Racing car are going at it again for the TCR lead, and as they've got about 17 laps remaining in this race, so this is when it's pretty much
Fiercely Forward runs wide and they're lose the lead. Oh no.
Impulse into the lead then, and this is the leading TCR battle that we were promised. Everybody has made their final pit stops here. We've got strange things going on in Cup and Sport, lots of things still to shake out in there, but in TCR it is a straight fight between Impulse and also Fiercely Forward. This is the second place car in Sport, so they don't really want to lose time here, but they're going to split the difference between the two TCR cars and just extend the margin here for Impulse. But this is going to stay as a close battle right until the very end. Not Alpine Stars, excuse me, they're in 7th position right now. It is Pulsed Racing Mages Garage, Ollie Peacock, who's in 3rd position at the moment. He's not too far behind, and there he is. You can see him in that camera shot right there. And at the 4th place TCR car, the other one, Miko Garcia, is not too far away either. So this is going to be a good fight to the end, Nolan. But the fact that Porsche was stuck between those two TCRs for a while has given Impulse a little bit of breathing space.
And that is, of course, everything that Impulse Race was hoping for. It's everything that Fiercely Forward was dreading there. So the Fiercely Forward machine of Isaac James will have to try to have another go at it again. And I believe another drive-through penalty coming in. This is a big story here, Ewan. 2nd place, the 31 machine Fox Gaming given a drive-through penalty just a moment ago. And I'm not sure what this would be for, but from the looks of things, it could be from an incident that happened some time ago in this race. That is so unfortunate for them.
It is, but it might not drop them a million miles down the order, because I know they've still got another pit stop to make, but they're 35 seconds in front of Geodesic Racing in 4th place, so they might not drop too far outside the top 5, if at all. So thankfully for them, the gaps are quite big, and they might get away with it, but either way, it's certainly going to throw away a podium looking on course for, but not anymore by the looks of things. This is the battle for what will become, we believe anyway, 2nd place in the GT4 Sport category. Team Huysingveld on the defensive, but Hujas on the offensive, trying to get through here, not able to, and to see McLaren on the podium would be very nice indeed, maybe even into 2nd place. It's very much possible, but you can see that 4.5 second gap right up to the 1st place car, or what will be the 1st place car in the Sport category, is becoming a very big margin. With only 16 laps to go, you know, that's going to, 1/3 of a second a lap is quite hefty, to be honest, to be making up. So it's looking like they are in the clear at the moment, but you never know, anything can happen.
Yeah, especially around the track such as VIR and this layout, and from what we've seen so far, anything can happen, especially with incidents. So the race in that class is not over by any means, especially around the 6 and heading up to Oak Tree. It can go horribly wrong.
And indeed. So, yeah, into the pit lane. Fox Gaming have made their drive-through now, Nolan, but I believe you actually know why they've got it in the first place.
Quick look back on the replay, and you'll know the incident immediately. Remember that wild ride that 5-Star Motorsports took about 15-20 minutes ago? Well, that's exactly what it was for. You called it that the Porsche was most likely going to be found at fault. Sure enough, it was. Fox Gaming found at fault for the incident. Race control had deemed that 5-Star tried to leave the ball to space, and Fox Gaming made a move that shouldn't have been made, and that was all she wrote for the number 31 machine, so they're going to have a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, I was so captivated by watching the SRN Motorsports car barrel its way across those S's in a very wild manner that I was completely forgot that it was one of the main players in this race that actually did it there. So, yeah, they have now got to drive through, and they're still in second, but a little bit further down. As we go down to the battle for what is 4th place right now in the sport category, Hujas down the inside, and Tim Huysingveld holding it around the outside, but it's a long way around there. This hairpin drags on forever, and it's too long for Huysingveld, so that the McLaren gets through into second as the leaders overall, Impulse Racing, come into the pit lane. This is the real reckoning time now, Ryan. Is that car going to come out in the lead or not? I would suspect it will.
Yeah, I think it will. I don't think they'll have to take as much fuel, and I think at the pit stop, so I think they'll still come out in the lead, I think, all going well. But yeah, that Hujas, 139 Hujas team as well, having a great race up into the podium position in GT4. So somewhere in Australia, David Haynes is jumping around.
Yeah, well, yeah, hopefully he does, hopefully he knows what's going on. But that was quite close actually for Impulse Racing, as there was side by side going on, and we don't actually have a lead for Impulse Racing at the front of the Cup category. So interestingly, Anders Dahl is now in the lead of this race for Volante. Marco Jaeger is now in the Impulse Racing car, so there's been a driver change there. Anders Dahl is leading this race by miles, 15 seconds in front. How on earth has he managed that, I wonder, at this stage? Not too far behind Graham Sanders is Marco Jaeger at the moment, but a 15-second margin here, Nolan, is absolutely massive, and his final pit stop was the same length as Fox Gaming. Obviously, we know why they're so far down. They had that drive-through, but why on earth an Impulse Racing taking a 42-second pit stop with only 15 laps to go? That's outrageous for them.
Fresh tires, that's exactly what they're going for. They want to take that fresh rubber, I would imagine, Ewan, so that way they can try to run that time down. If I'm not mistaken, correct if I'm wrong, but they were among the guys that took the fuel-only pit stop earlier in this race, were they not? So they didn't really have a choice but to take the tires now.
Yes, but there's 15 laps to go in the race, and there's now more than 15 seconds separating them from the front of the field. So I think that's a very questionable decision at best. But if it works out, then obviously the joke's on me, because they'll be out front. But they're a good 4 seconds behind Geodesic Racing and nearly 20 behind Volante. And it's not like Anders Dahl and Volante Racing have suddenly cropped up into the lead of the race out of nowhere here, Ryan. They have been a fantastic team, especially leading on to the safety car. They were in complete control of this race. Obviously, it's shaped things up quite dramatically, actually, but you know, they are very deserving race leaders.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and they're leading the race in the early stage of the race as well, pretty much having a clean run. And again, after that pit stop, up into the lead gate again as we head into the final stages of this race with 13 laps remaining. So I think they've pretty much nailed their strategy by the looks of it, but you never know, they might have to make another pit stop again, because if they not make a pit stop, but if they're on fresh rubber and the Impulse Racer is on fresh rubber, you never know, they could have a tight battle for the win in the closing stages, but wait and see.
Well, not much really has been gained there at all. 13 laps to go as things stand right now. It's still standing at 19 seconds. We're going to get a full view as to what's happening at the end of this lap. But we were on board there briefly with Trek Esports, because they were chasing down Impulse Racing, despite the fact they've only had a 14.5 second final pit stop themselves. Definitely no time for tyres in that situation. I do wonder as well, though, Nolan, there are driver time rules around these races in ClubSport Endurance Series, the GT Sprint Series as well, to be honest, sometimes. You know, you can't go too long, otherwise you're going to get disqualified, and that's no points at all. So I do just wonder if they were going to go over the limit, if they'd have left the previous driver. And I do just wonder if Marco Jaeger had to come in there just to fill in for the final, what's going to be 40 minutes, half an hour.
They would have had to do so, because you are correct. They have the maximum drive time, 2 hours and 10 minutes. That is the time that each driver is allowed for these 400-kilometer races. And just now, exactly now, we had 2 hours and 10 minutes. So that is exactly correct. He had to come in, or they would have gone over. They didn't have time to just run one driver all the way throughout the end. Driver changes are mandatory in the ClubSport Series, just as they are freely in the HyperX as well as the Endurance Series. That's what made them come in. And I imagine might have been better to just put 4 tires on and swap for the TCR race lead. Fiercely Ford goes 3, and Bulls lost 2 spots here. Impulse Racing has dropped down to 3rd. I wonder if they had an off. That was at the Oak Tree Bend. Look at how far back they are. They must have had some kind of an issue.
Yeah, they definitely had some kind of issue there, and from all of a sudden, I thought they were looking on course to run away with this one, because they had a couple of car lengths and they were out of the slipstream, but they're suddenly back into it and back into 3rd place. What's happened here? Oh, not in control there at all, and thankfully able to keep it out the barriers. It's a decent save, but very nearly an accident with one of the Maniti cars and dropping back quite dramatically there. So Impulse, after leading in Cup and looking on course for a win, they've had a late driver change in the top category and a late half spin in the TCR. It's falling apart for them a little bit late on here, Ryan.
Absolutely, and the Impulse Racing, they were leading TCR there, but unfortunately it just went horribly wrong, and just it looked like they carried too much speed, but managed to keep it going in one piece and but back up at the front in the Cup class. They've still got this battle going on as well with Hill Races and Maniti Racing, and the Hill Races, Maniti, and one of those teams that are always up at the front, or sometimes anyway, and the Hill Races not been having the best of races by any means, but currently riding on both of the Simons at the moment, heading up to Oak Tree, and they can get close enough to try and get a good exit heading onto the straight. There's a car off the front of them.
Two cars, and there has been contact, I think. There has been contact there with one of the Cup cars a bit further down. That was the Ferry Vandenberg car, the 230. One of the last running TCR cars that was off the road, and there was another one as well. So clipping the grass here, the 5-Star Motorsport, oh dear, one of the Cup cars getting involved. I think the 5-Star Motorsport Porsche, the Sport Porsche, has been off the road in the barriers there for some reason as well. This is the onboard shot from this car, Maximilian Fritz, very strong driver, and races in IVRA pretty much every day, it seems like. But off the road, clear at Oak Tree once again. This has been oh dear, not even nearly making the corner there, Nolan, I'm afraid. Very clearly into the barriers, and had his own problems trying to get out as well by the looks of things. But yeah, one of the many mistakes we've seen at 2 very, very tricky corners here this evening.
Yeah, so Fritz went off first, and unfortunately Ferry Vandenberg just made the same mistake, and it was the Orion Race Team 44 that got collected with the 230 in that mess. So that means that I believe that would be Cameron Martineau at this point. That's going to have a lot of damage to worry about now on the front of the 44 cars, just all crumpled in, not looking pretty at all. So that is one battle done and sorted as a result of that one. Here's the battle for 3rd place in the sport category at the moment, coming around through the front straightaway. Still seeing if this 3rd place battle can pick up anything greater. You've got Mark McCormick in the mix of this, dicing through TCR's left, right, and center. You got the 2 points machine of Andre I think that is, if I said that right. Apologies if I butchered that name with 148, though. All's trying to work his way through. Now, that 248 points in Feld TCR, I imagine, will be eager to let his teammate through. And in fact, he's done so. And actually tries to cover off against Alpine Stars right after. Oh, one more car on the front. Volsen Racing's Miguel Garcia is off and into the barriers at turn 2.
Oh dear, they've been having a great race. I think they were running 4 for a moment ago, but not anymore quite clearly. This is another one of those corners. It kind of tightens as you go around, much like the Oak Tree turn, but I just wonder if they were influenced by the huge S-car. Oh, goodness me, they're flying off, and that's a hard hit into the barriers. I just wonder if there was contact here. Doesn't look like there was, but there was certainly.
I think there was.
Here, Ryan. It was there. Let's have a look at this replay.
Yeah, it looks like the huge Ascar tries to go up the inside.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a slight tap there.
There was, and the consequences were quite dramatic for Garcia. Into the barriers, he's gone quite heavily there, and so Racing Belden Impulse Triple 2 has gone through. As we've got oh my goodness gracious, we've got a yellow flag with 10 laps to go. I don't quite know which car this is for just for the moment, but this has totally thrown everything into the air here, Nolan.
It's the 172, McCormack.
Looks like the 172. He was having a great run here. Vector by RSR, after not having the greatest start to the race, were really starting to rise through the order, and it was great to see, actually, running in the top 5 in a fierce battle with everybody else. But how on earth has he ended up bringing out a late yellow flag here? Let's have a look as he goes through the slower section of Esses, skips across these curves and just gets it wrong. Oh, what a shame. Oh dear.
Yeah, up on his side.
Yeah, he definitely needs some help there. He can't get back to the pits on his own, so... Oh, good lord. That is such a shame for Vector by RSR, and such a shame for all of the class leaders, I think, as well, because we're about to see something crazy over the next few minutes.
Was Vector also not the driver that got kicked up and over in a front flip roll at Mid-Ohio a few weeks ago, too, wasn't he?
I don't know, because I wasn't there, but Ryan was, so I don't know if he'll be able to confirm or deny that.
It was either that car, it was a green car anyway, but I can't remember who it was.
It was either them or Maniti car.
It could have, well, there's a lot of green cars actually, so it could be anybody. But anyway, there we are. It's not been their day, we'll put it that way. And with 10 laps to go, we have a safety car. The field is going to be stacked up entirely, and all of a sudden Volante Racing are going to be defending their race lead. Fiercely Forward in Sport are going to be absolutely gutted because they were had a 10-second lead and it was looking pretty good for them. And the TCR fight was going to be close anyway, so now it's just going to be closer, which is, I suppose, good for us. But we're going to have a few moments to sort this one out, sort the order all out here. I'm not sure, because we're so close to the end of the race here, Noel, I'm not sure if we're going to actually have the pits open and all of that palaver, because nobody actually needs to come into the pit lane, do they? And I doubt anybody will do, so I don't even know if they're going to bother with that. Because this is not a timed race. I know in the Endurance Series regulations there's a rule on the pits not opening a certain time after the last yellow flag and a certain time after the start and before the end of the race, but this is not based on time, so it's a bit difficult to quite work out. I'm not sure if a similar rule is in place.
I don't believe there is. I'm not sure though what they're going to do with this, because with how long these cautions can sometimes be, right, there is a very, very real possibility that this race ends under the yellow flags. So we're going to have to see how this could play out here.
I think that is a little bit extra. I think we are going to get some green flag laps towards the end of this one, certainly. Here, the last yellow flag we had was a longer one, sorry, the pits opened and everything, and what that did mean was not that many laps were spent, because if you think about how long this track is, it does give a lot of people who are getting waved around, just give you quite a long time to sort that out, really, before you get back to the start-finish line again and the safety car can come in. The 5-star Motorsport Porsche is going to be waved on by here. It's quite bizarre how this has all happened. This looks like an ordered field, doesn't it, really, with all the cup cars at the front, but it's not. It's just very bizarrely happened like this, because a lot of the guys have had to be waved around, so on and so forth, and things have had to happen, so it does look ordered already, but we're not quite. Either way, Ryan, we do know that this is going to be a very, very good battle right to the end. Everybody is going to be involved pretty much, and the gloves are totally going to be off here. I hope it doesn't descend into chaos. It shouldn't do, but the gloves are so going to be off here, and it's going to be there's going to be hopefully not carnage, but there's potential to be.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, if it does kick off, we all know who to blame in towards the end of this race, and it ain't me for once, but I think hopefully it doesn't kick off into chaos, and hopefully we'll have a hard but fair fight towards the end of the race in every class, but I'm interested to see how this goes, and it's so hard to predict who's going to win in each class, but boy, I'm looking forward to it, and I think if you're Volante Racing, you've got to be on tenterhooks, if you like, and be very nervous with Geodesert right behind them before the restart.
Now, yes, I'll just wait to see if the pits open this time round or not, because I do want to make a separate point that are not about pit stops, but let's just see if there are going to be any. It doesn't look like it, does it? So what I will say, Alpine-Star Geodesic Racing all of a sudden are in the conversation for a race win here. Volante Racing were going to be home and hosed really with 15 seconds of a lead. However, I don't think this is actually what Geodesic wanted, because if you think about the championship situation we have, we're about to reach the halfway stage in terms of rounds. We've got 3 rounds to go in 2022 as we end off the 2021 ClubSport races here for this season. Now, Geodesic are leading the championship at the moment, so they only would have been losing points to Volante, which, to be fair, it's only 10 points anyway, so even if it was a real championship rival, it wouldn't have been a disaster. But Volante Racing, coming into today, were 12th in the standings, nearly 150 points back here, Nolan, so I actually think Geodesic were very happy with the situation that they were in, but now all of a sudden they've got their championship rivals, or some of them at least, right on the back of them. They've got a lot more scope for something to go wrong here as well, because the cars are very compressed, so it may look like an advantage for the second place car overall to be all of a sudden right on the back of the race leader, but I think it's more dangerous for them than it was.
It certainly is, isn't it? It throws a whole other wrench in the works of these battles as well. And I tell you what, these safety cars do seem to come out as some of the worst opportunities, don't they? I mean, we saw it in Ohio, right? It was about 14 laps or so from the end of this race when, of course, we then had a safety car come out there as well a few weeks ago. And, of course, Tony Ortega, I believe, went just about, if not totally caution-free. But then you have this one in VIR coming out within 10 laps of the race, Andy. I mean, what is it with these races and these seeming late race safety cars? I mean, is this going to be a trend we're going to be seeing throughout the course of the year now?
Well, not entirely sure, because my memory might not be serving me very well, but I don't remember there being a single one at Motegi, and that was a race nearly twice as long as this one. So, and indeed the previous one about a month ago. So, I have no idea what's going on. But either way, it's been a very interesting race, I must admit, and a very enjoyable one. Given the chance here, though, Ryan, is it worth coming in for tyres at this stage? I would say no, because of the track position you would lose, but you never know how useful tyres are really going to be at this stage in the race.
I think at this stage of the race, we've got 8 laps remaining in this race, you've just got to stay out and risk it, even if it means being on old tyres and maybe losing time or positions. You've just, especially if you're in contention for a win or a podium, you stay out, risk it, and that's what I would do anyway.
I think it's a sensible choice, certainly, as we have everybody lined up in a row right now. But does this mean we're about to go racing, or what's going to happen next? Is the question here. We've still got 7 laps to go at the line, so I'm very confident we're going to get some green flag laps. But what this will do, Nolan, I don't think the Cup cars are going to get to the back of the TCRs, or if they do, it's going to be so late on in the race that it could either be decisive or a complete non-factor. There's one of two things is going to happen. There's either not going to be any more lapping for any of those cars, or it's going to be race defining.
And that traffic could prove vital. I know it's really the TCR field that's really in question, isn't it? I mean, the GT4s, yes. It took them about 15, 18 laps to get just to the GT4s, so they're almost going to be a non-factor in this race. So that TCR field, we've seen before how they can be a bit interesting in how some of these battles play out, and of course it looks like the GCRs will be a bit mixed up with some of these GT4s as well. So you don't quite know how this could play out, and I'm still not seeing anybody. Oh, actually, there is one driver stop today. Come on down. That's the Phoenix Racing number 5.
Well, I suppose in their position you would, wouldn't you? In 13th position, they're the last car on the lead lap, so why not, I suppose? If they're going to be brought to the end of the Cup category anyway, then you might as well come in and get tyres. Who knows what's going to happen? And there's absolutely no reason for them not to come in since the position that they are. But that is literally the only car that's coming. Apart from Liper Esports as well, Marion Hansel has come into the pit lane as well. But all the rest of the TCRs are line astern pretty much. The top 3 have got no traffic in between them, to my knowledge. There is a small bit of traffic then separating them and Impulse Racing in the 222. Actually, both Impulse Racing cars which are separated by that little bit of traffic that they have. in them, but it's GT4 sport category traffic, so it's going to get away from them, and it might affect the 3 leaders. We'll wait and see. But the lights are off here, Ryan, and just one more quick thing as well before we get 6 laps of green flag racing towards the end of this one. We are about to on the green flag racing. Impulse Racing, Marco Jäger, we believe they might be one of the only Cup cars with tyres on, but it didn't seem to provide them with much of an advantage. Is it going to provide them with anything in the closing stages of this race?
You never know, especially if it's I think this is a perfect opportunity for them to try and gain a couple of positions and possibly try and take the lead there on fresh tyres, but Volante and Geodesic Racing in front of them are on old tyres, so this will be interesting to see how it pans out. You never know, it could play to their advantage.
It certainly could, but it didn't seem to earlier, so I don't know if I've got faith in them or not. But I think it is going to be a battle between Volante Racing and Geodesic Racing. It's certainly going to be a tight one right until the end, and obviously the other categories are going to be to look down towards as well. It's going to be very, very tricky to know where to look in these next few moments here. Nolan, 6 laps of racing. I'm not entirely sure if that's quite going to be enough for them to catch the back of the TCR field, but either way, we'll bypass that. I guess the interesting thing is who is going to win this race, and it's going to be very, very interesting to find out. The lights are off at the top of the safety car, and we're about to go racing.
So the TCRs and GT4s are all mixed up together. All the Cup cars are positioned up at the front of this thing, and already race control is giving them a little bit of a PSA. They are saying, please be reasonable. I think that's wise words, given the fact that it's 6 laps to go in an endurance race. I wouldn't fault these guys for wanting to get a bit aggressive, but it also wouldn't be the first time we've seen a lot of calamity on a restart, is it?
Yeah, does a racing driver know what the word reasonable means, is the question I would ask there. But we're about to find out, I guess. The safety car lights are indeed off, and we're about to have 6 laps of green flag racing. We've had nearly 400 kilometres here this afternoon. It's been nearly 2.5 hours of racing to this point, but you can basically throw the last 70 laps in the bin, because these last 6 laps are about to define how this whole race is going to go. You can see already people trying to jump the gun, people stepping out of line. Volante Racing are in control of this field right now. Geodesic in second, and you can see somebody's predicted the restart fantastically, and it's free wide. Might be Pure Sims on the outside line there, and it's going to be a big squeeze now. Oh no, it's already gone wrong for a Ryan Racing team. 2 and 3 cars off the road already into turn number 1. We were fearing that might happen, and I'm afraid it already has. 3 cars off. Let's try and work out exactly which ones that was in the end. Everybody else has made it through quite nicely, fortunately, but that probably has some pretty big implications for how this race and indeed this championship might pan out. Fox Gaming, Impulse Racing and Trek Esports Ride have all been off there. 3 very quick cars out of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely, and I thought Impulse Racing would have been up there challenging for the win, but yeah, I have to apologise in advance for jinxing them, so sorry about that, but it's just I had a feeling that something like that was going to happen with the field being so bunched up.
The sport category, one of the sport category cars got spun around as well there, I'm afraid. You can see this is the huge ass car. It could have been a dodgy rejoin here. Let's have a look. Goodness me, this is not a nice sight when you're driving down towards turn 1. All of the smoke, and you can see the Impulse Racing car comes on. It gets tagged there and spun around. Thankfully, that wasn't the huge ass car on course for a podium right now, which I guess is some consolation to them. But even so, they would not have wanted that to happen whatsoever. That is the spinning off, and Impulse Racing, it's 3 very fast cars taken out of the equation there. Pure Sims, the one who were making the outside move, I thought they were destined to go off the road, but they actually managed to get through all of that. And 3rd place for Caden Biln at the moment. That's a fantastic restart for him.
Yeah. Take another look at it.
I'm sorry, you go first, Noah.
I was going to say, you take a look at the incident again there, and throughout all of that, we talked about Maximilian Fritz having some issues earlier on, right, Ewan? And while they've had some more, they were collected with Alpine Star Geodesic 262 on the restart lap. Same lap, about turn 4, a couple corners down the road. They slammed the wall head on as a result. So a lot of calamity on this restart, and I'd like to echo Race Control's last words, and I think we could apply the phrase famous last words before disaster. Please be reasonable.
I don't think the 3 wide there was unreasonable. I must admit, I don't think it was unreasonable, but obviously the contact and the squeezing probably was, and it's ended up with a few people off the road. Fox Gaming, I'm afraid, off the road again here, and they're trying to find their way through some of the traffic, and you can hardly... oh dear, yeah, trying to get down the inside, 3 wide moment once again, and that's not turned out very well for them, I'm afraid. They've gone off the road in a big way. But we do have the leaders all together here, Ryan. Volante Racing in control for now, but Pure Sim's looking very racy, and Geodesic obviously won another race win, so it's all on here.
Absolutely is, and Volante Racing at the moment, they're controlling this race brilliantly, but they've got Geodesic right behind them, and at the moment they've got Graham Sanders behind the wheel, who ended up spinning, heading up to Oak Tree Corner, and amazingly has managed to recover and get back up to the front in second place. But you've got Caden Bing from Pure Sims as well in third place, so if any of these two in front of him get caught up, he could be there to pick up pieces and take a possible win. But as we've got just about 5 laps remaining in this race, it'll be 4 laps remaining next time round. I think if you're Volante, you've basically got to defend, not go over the top defending, but defend as much as possible within being fair about it.
I'm not entirely sure how this is going to pan out, to be honest, and I'm not entirely sure if Pure Sims are going to be able to get through here, whether Geodesic are going to even attempt to make a move on Volante here, but yeah, I don't think any of these cars have not had an issue so far. We were talking about Graham Sanders and his off a little bit earlier on. Pure Sims have had their own trials and tribulations throughout the day, and I think Volante might well be one of the only cars that I can't remember a particular bad thing happening to them, so they're doing quite well. I believe that's the leading battle in the sport category. It is indeed. Fiercely Forward doing quite well in that one, and you can only presume there was a bit of traffic involved there, because obviously Sport and TCR do mix on the restarts, unlike the Cup cars which do not, so it's given them that little bit of breathing space. It's not quite done the same thing in the TCR category though. We've still got 2 for the lead there, and Fiercely Forward have got the opportunity to go 2 for 2 here.
That they do, so the TCR battle for the race lead still far from over. Isaac Jane going to be doing everything here to try to close up to Ollie Peacock at the Full Send Racing Majors Garage 285, but so far, Ollie Peacock is looking nice and settled out there in that race lead. He's just got to hold Isaac Jane back for just a little while longer, and it's one of those races where even the TCRs have found their own little struggles in trying to go for these little overtakes. So up front, the Volante Racing IVRA machine still out in front. Alpine Stars trying to run them down, and Pure Sims waiting in the wings. They've been wanting to recover ever since they lost a 3rd place earlier on when they went off at turn 1. They did a good job to recover so far. They have a possibility, I reckon, of going for 2nd.
Yeah, they're looking very, very good right now. 3 laps to go as we're about to go over the line, and I don't think that was the greatest exit for Sanders there. It's a better one for the Pure Sims car. Caden Bin is trying to get through here. He's gaining in the slipstream right now. It's all getting very close with Volante under their own pressure, half defending as well. Here goes the Pure Sims car later on the brakes, braver on the brakes, and Graham Sanders didn't want any part of that at all. Geodesic, he's thinking big picture, wants the championship of course for that car, and fighting the Pure Sims Esports Porsche at this stage would not be a good way to do that. Pure Sims are, after all, 2nd place in the championship, so it would be ideal for Sanders to be able to keep them behind, but the way that car's looking at the moment, Ryan, there's absolutely no stopping them.
Absolutely not, and they ride on board with Caden Bin at the moment as well, up into 2nd place now and chasing down the leader, and if he gets close to the leader, I think Volante, they're just pretty much going to defend as much as possible, because thinking about it, they're not really in a championship hunt by the looks of it, so pretty much they're just going for broke and trying to go for his win. It's pretty much at this stage of the race with 3 laps remaining, it's win it or bin it.
Pure Sims was 2nd throughout the entirety of the Motegi race at the halfway stage, and indeed at the end, Mid-Ohio, and they just missed out on the podium with a 4th position. They're not going to miss out on a podium here, you wouldn't imagine, unless something goes disastrously wrong. They might even be able to go 1 step better as well, getting the win. Volante Racing have got a couple of car lamps at the moment though, and they are in control. The advantage they do have, Nolan, is no championship affiliation really at all. They're 150 points down. It's going to be very difficult for them to get involved throughout this championship race. Wins for them is going to be a lot more of an importance than it will be to Pure Sims and Geodesic, who are looking to go the distance.
Well, don't forget, you can get about 150 points in one race if you lead at the halfway point, and then, of course, take a race win as well. So not mathematically out of it, right? You still got 3 races left to go in this one. So I'd say the possibility is still there for them to work their way up into this championship fight. They just got to stick with it and be consistent.
Yes, there are 550 points still on the table, including today's race, so, and 450 after today. So, yeah, you're right. Everybody's still involved, but Volante at the moment will certainly want to go for broke and try and win this race. 2 laps to go as things stand right now. Pure Sims applying the pressure, but is there enough time here, Ryan, for them to do it or not?
They've just got enough time, but it's slowly running out as well. So they've got to try and get close to Volante in front and try and get a good run, try and get a good exit on the exit of Oak Tree Corner and try and get a run down that back straight. But at the moment, Volante are just doing what they need to do to try and hold on to the lead, and they're doing a good job defensively as well. So it's, I think this battle for the lead and the win is going to come right down to the last lap.
It could well do, indeed. 400 kilometres of racing, and almost none of it matters up until this point, because Anders Dahl has just got to defend for one more lap around the VIR circuit to try and hold on to this race victory. He's weaving around all over the straight at the moment, trying to break the slipstream, going up towards the roller coaster for the penultimate tie. 3 tenths is the margin. He's got a good exit off of Oak Tree there, and he just about has enough, but the slipstream there was very, very good for the Pure Sims car, and so he might have this opportunity in 1 lap's time. As it comes down to the final few corners, this race could all of a sudden rip entirely apart as they go into the tricky final corner for the penultimate time. Pure Sims with a very good exit there once again. There's a tighter entry and a nicer exit for that car, and Caden Bin might have an opportunity into turn 1. This is where he took the geodesic car. Graham Sanders got taken on the inside line into turn 1, 2 laps to go, but he's not close enough to do it this time, Nolan.
Not close up this time, but he still has got one more good point where he could potentially go for that overtake, and you know which one I'm talking about. It is, of course, turn 13 at the roller coaster. It's the final time around. The other 2 classes not nearly as close as the battle for the race lead. The top 3 all under a blank. It's going to take one mistake from Anders Dahl to lose Volante Racing a race win here in the ClubSport Series. Pure Sims Esports, though, they're trying to close in. Caden Bin looking to do everything he can to really what little time there is of the 96.
400 kilometres this race, we said it time and again, but the Oak Tree Corner is going to be possibly the most important and the only important thing to either of these 2 cars as they go up towards the roller coaster for the final time here. It's the best overtaking opportunity, and Graham Sanders is not going to be involved. Thankfully, he's just kept it on the road, but goodness me, he was very nearly off of it through the grass and the gravel there. Not a great exit from Volante, and Pure Sims are so much closer this time. Caden Bin has got a fantastic chance of getting through. Anders Dahl is weaving around all over the place trying to break the slipstream at the moment. He can't do this for too much longer because the Pure Sims car is getting closer, but it might not be close enough. He might not be anywhere near close enough. He's looking to the inside line. That would have been an outrageous dive, and he's not gone for it there. It looks like Volante might well just hold on here. There's not much more opportunity for them to go for it here. It doesn't look like there's going to be enough corners. It doesn't look like there's going to be enough lap for Caden Bin to get through. It's another good exit off of the final turn, but it's not going to be enough by the looks of things. The gap's less than 2 tenths. It's closing and closing again, but Volante Racing are going to hold on to the win. 400 kilometres of VIR goes to them. Pure Sims just second place by the smallest of margins at the very end. It was a fantastic fight, but in the end, Volante Ryan just about did enough with that defending on the back straight, and they've held on for the win.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and they're a terrific job by them. They managed to hold on and keep cool under the pressure. But looking at the GT4 leader at the moment, the fiercely forward car of coming around the final few corners, and they're going to take a well-deserved victory. Not too far behind as well as the geodesic car as well. So fiercely forward are going to take a well-deserved victory in the GT4 class.
and it looks like they might just miss out in the TCR class to that victory. They just about held on there in sport, to be fair. It was a very close margin. 1/10 in the top category, 3 attempts in 3 or 5 attempts, excuse me, in the second one. What's it going to be in the TCR category here? Conversely forward, trying to get 2 wins in 2 different categories here today, and it looked like for quite a long time that they were going to do it, but Full Send Racing are going to just about take that one away from them. By the looks of things, goodness me, don't disconnect on the way to the line, that would be disastrous, but it doesn't look like they're going to. And at the end of all of that, Ollie Peacock is going to come over the line to take a victory in the 400 kilometres of Virginia International Raceway as well. If you think about what happened to him as he came out of the pit lane for his stint on cold tyres, it didn't look like it was going to be their day, but in the end, he manages to take the victory. So, Fiercely Forward, Volante Racing and Full Send Racing all going to victory lane here tonight. Nolan, very, very good race indeed. A very good ending to that one, especially at the front of the field. A nail-biter right till the end.
As always, the IVRA ClubSport Series never fails to put on a good show. I have yet to call one of these races that has not been an absolute thrill from start to finish, and I cannot wait to see what the rest of the season holds for us.
Absolutely. We've still got 3 700-kilometre races still to go and 450 points on the line, with a very nice championship battle shaping up as well, which has been shortened to just 23 points between Pure Sims and Geodesic. They were both in arrears to the Volante Racing car, though, at the front of this one, because Anders Dahl managed to hold on for the race victory. Maniti Racing were far removed from the rest of that after all of the stuff that happened going on behind. Hell Racers managed to get a top 5. Phoenix Racing with their new tyres, 6th place. Great job for them, as the 13 car managed to get up into 7th position. The other Maniti Racing car, 78, managed to 8th place ahead of Orion Racing Team and Trek Esports, all of whom were having problems on that restart. Fox Gaming had the most problems. They were in 11th ahead of the 99. Then Vulcan Sim Racing, the first car a lap down. Marco Jaeger in the Impulse Racing car didn't actually get to the end after the issues on the restart. 49 Motorsports that were quite a long way down, as well as Fiercely Forward as well, who were 16th and many laps down as well. Moving on to the sport category, it was Fiercely Forward who got chased down by Geodesic towards the end, but they did hold on, and the McLaren on the podium. Hugh Jas managed to get 3rd place ahead of Semper Racing. SRN Motorsports 5th position ahead of Team Huizenveld. Sibiki Racing in 7th ahead of Vector by RSR after their rolling over, finishing 2 laps down. Ryan Huff, recovering from his wild ride through the S's, was in 9th position ahead of the other Hugh Jas car in 10th position, and then a couple more after this. Alpine Stars Geodesic, one of the other cars, in 11th. Full Send Racing 12th ahead of 5-Star Motorsport and Hugh Jas, who were out of it from quite a long way. Then finally, moving on to TCR, and there's only 10 of these, but it was an equally close one. Full Send Racing just beating out Fiercely Forward and the 2 Impulse Racing cars who were 3rd and 4th. Team Huizenveld have been finishing 2nd to Impulse Racing all season, but now that Impulse Racing have finally stopped winning, they haven't been able to start, so they're 5th position, I'm afraid, and Viper Esports 6th ahead of the other Full Send Racing car in 7th after their contact with the barriers. Elementium Carbon, who are 8th after their issues throughout the day. Alpine Stars Geodesic 9th, and Sibiki Racing in 10th after completing just over half of the race in that one. Well, Ryan, it was a fantastic race. I've thoroughly enjoyed that. I'm not always a fan of late raced yellow flags. I know sometimes they're necessary, and they were on this occasion as well, but sometimes it dilutes the racing a little bit and it makes the victory feel a little bit hollow, but it certainly won't to Volante Racing tonight.
Absolutely not. Yet Volante Racing just, like I say, held on for a brilliant victory, but especially under the pressure from Pure Sims and Geodesic in the closing stages, but that late caution we had, it bunched the field up and produced a great battle to the end.
Certainly did, and we hope you thoroughly enjoyed it at home as much as we did here in the commentary box. We're now going to talk to the driver, Anders Dahl, who was behind the wheel for those final moments of that race. Welcome to the broadcast booth, Anders. It's good to have you here, and I guess the only good place to start is with the final few laps of the race. Just talk us through the emotions and the feelings in the car. You were looking behind you to see the Pure Sims car coming through the field, and it was closing and closing, but you eventually held them off. So talk us through the emotions of those final few moments.
Yeah, hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's all fine.
I didn't test it yet. Yeah, that was intense. we did a little bit of a different strategy than the other teams. So we pitted during the first safety car, and that worked out great. The only thing that shouldn't happen was the second safety car, which left us on old tires and defending for our lives, let's say. Yeah, very exciting. I think we just managed in the end. I think went for the lowest possible wing. That's always good when you have to defend on the straights. Yeah, very exciting.
That must have been very helpful, yeah, and we did actually see that proving to possibly be the decisive thing with Pure Sims not being able to make it through. But you mentioned the pit stop strategy there briefly that you guys took on. We had that safety car halfway through the race. I actually thought it wasn't a good idea to come in, but it certainly was. It turned out in the end. But you were one of the very few to actually do that. So were you surprised that more teams didn't follow you pitting under that safety car, or were you? Did you know that you were going on to something that not many other people were going to go for?
I think we knew what was the fastest, and we decided that before the race. But I'm not gonna spoil more of our strategy wonders on chat.
I guess that's fair enough. So you don't have to reveal everything, don't worry. But no, we're coming to the end of 2021, of course. This is the last ClubSport race of 2022. But obviously, unlike other IVRA competitions, this championship carries over. We've got 3 more rounds: Road Atlanta, Zolder and the Red Bull Ring. So you've not had a great start to the season, I think it's fair to say, but how are you going to carry this forward now into the new year, of course, and the races coming up as well?
I must admit I'm a little bit on... I just joined the team a couple of months ago, and this is my first IVRA race. Otherwise, we have done Neo or the 24-hour series. So I actually didn't follow a lot of what is going on. I just showed up and drove. But yeah, let's try to win this as well.
Yeah, you've turned up and driven quite well. So congratulations to you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much for coming for an interview, and enjoy your victory tonight.
Yeah, thanks.
There we go. Anders Dalu manages to win the race for Valente Racing right at the end there. It was good to chat to him as well there, Ryan. I'm going to bring in the guys from P2 now and try and get them in for the Cup category. I know we're going to try and focus our efforts on the class leaders, but since we don't have either of the other class leaders just here yet, we'll hold off for them for a moment. But we'll have a quick chat to the guys who finished second in the Cup category for Pure Sims. So that is Bruno Canero and Caden Bin as well. We'll move them in. Yeah, Brian, if you wouldn't mind having a chat to these guys from Pure Sims Esports.
Absolutely, yeah. First of all, congratulations on second place, Bruno and Caden Bin. That was an absolutely fantastic race in the closing stages, and you just missed out in the win to the Valente Racing team, but still, that looked like an awesome battle.
Yeah, that was a ton of fun. This is my second IVRA Club Sport race, and Caden's first, so it was kind of new for us, still getting used to all the safety car periods, which we love because it makes the racing so close. But yeah, we got really lucky, I think, with the last safety car because we took tires on both stops, so we were a little ways behind, but really, really close finish, and Caden was just driving insanely well. He's an insane driver, so huge congrats to him. So
yeah, what was the strategy with the safety cars as well? Did you guys decide to maybe use that to your advantage, or did you just go for the usual strategy of staying out as long as possible? Or did you kind of, when the courses came out, did they kind of throw your strategy down the pan, if you like, and did you have to reset?
I got a little worried when we heard you're okay to tow, because we thought a safety car was going to come out on the lap that I needed to pit, so I thought I was going to have to enter pits, like close pits, and fall to the back, but we got lucky in that. Other than that, no, we were just going to drive as much on the fuel as we could, because we weren't expecting so many safety cars, but it ended up playing to our advantage because we were on newer tires than the cars ahead. We just kind of ran out of laps though.
And heading into the new season, are you and Caden or the team in general planning to be back?
I think we'll discuss and see what the roster will look like. But I personally am loving. So far, the 2 races I've done, I've been loving my time in IVRA. So hopefully, but we'll figure it out and hopefully be back.
Good stuff. And anyone before we let you go that you would like to give a shout out to, or both of you?
If you want to, Caden first.
Pretty much just everyone at Pearson's for just being supportive since we came on the team. They've just been a great group of guys. This is our first really good result with them. We've just had really bad luck, but finally it's come around and we were able to have a good P2.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Pearson's as well. It's a really homely environment, and ever since I joined, it's been an amazing experience, and they've really helped the sim experience in my esports career. So thankful for them, everyone on the team, and obviously Caden for not only being a really good friend of mine, but just driving the car extremely well today. So
good stuff. Well, again, congratulations to both of you on second place in the cup class, and hopefully we'll see the team back on the grid for the new IVRA ClubSport season.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Take care.
As that was the second place finishers, Caden Bin and Bruno Canero joining us, and a well-deserved result for them, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're a little bit disappointed they weren't able to just get up to the first position there, but second place isn't bad, is it? We'll talk to some guys who did manage to get up towards the front and indeed win their category. First of all, second of all, I guess, we've already had the Cup winners. We'll have the Sport winners now. Michael Janey of the 134 Fiercely Forward car. Maxime Marriott took your car over the line, Michael, but it was you who was sat there watching. What was it like for you? Was you were kind of being bared down a little bit? I won't lie. Towards the end of the race, what were you feeling as you were watching and so on? Were you getting a bit nervous towards the end, or was it all calm?
It was a little nerve-wracking. After the fuel saving we did on the second stint, we had a huge gap, and then that safety car, kind of put us in sour spirit towards the end, because we would have just walked away with it. But actually, what we were hoping for is that the geodesic black car would have finished third or lower if we got the win, because then we'd take the championship. But they were able to claw their way back on that restart, so good to them for that. But it was nerve-wracking. We didn't really know where the pace went in the car. We were basically quicker than everybody before that safety car, and then after we were a couple tenths down a lap, and we were just kind of hanging on there. So we're very glad it ended when it did.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. It was getting close towards the end, and I do want to talk about those safety cars a little bit, because certainly the one in the middle of the race, I don't believe anybody from your category actually took on. Was there not any temptation from any of you to even bother? Was it not even a consideration for you until that first safety car to come in? Was it a very easy decision, or were you on the fence about it? What was going on through that stage in the race?
So I think with the fuel numbers that we had, we knew that if we fuel saved for that stint, especially under the safety car, we could extend a couple laps on the rest of the field where we were. So we knew that if we had pit, even if we got a better kind of undercut, I guess, we would be thrown back out into the mix with P3, P4, P5. And we knew that we would either have to get by them and settle for a third place, or kind of roll the lottery and say, okay, let's hope we can fuel safe here enough to undercut, which at the time was Huizingveld, I believe. Or overcut them, apologies. And so I don't really think there was ever a kind of question of if this was the strategy. I think we looked at the cards, and judging by the length of the race at the time, that just staying out was the better call. And I think that 2 GT4s ended up pitting, and basically exactly what we were trying to avoid happened to them. They had a huge lead for a bit after we all cycled through. And then after they pit, they were out back 4th and 5th fighting for third place. So at the end of the day, I think the overcut strategy was a little more beneficial here.
It certainly seems that way, and you and your team Geodesic Racing have finished 1-2 again, so you're staying very close to each other. Just quickly, I guess before we let you go, how do you kind of plan to? I know you've beaten them here tonight, but how do you plan to beat them in the new year again when they've got three more races in the Club Sport Championship?
It's going to be tough. Judging by how close we are every week, I think it's either or could win. At the moment, I believe we're trailing them by 4 points after this race in the championship. So every race is going to count, and I'm actually really excited to see kind of where it goes and what the outcome is.
Yeah, I am as well. I'm very much looking forward to it. As a spectator, it's going to be great. So we wish you luck with that. But first of all, and primary thing is to enjoy your victory tonight. Congratulations, and thanks for coming for an interview with us as well.
Yep, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Michael Janey of the 134 team, fiercely forward, who managed to take a victory in the sport category, Ryan. And speaking of taking victories, the 285 guys for Full Send Racing have also managed to do that. So I'll bring in Michael Polasek now, and we'll have a quick chat with him, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind taking it away with the TCR winners.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Polasek taking the win in the TCR class for the Full Send Racing team. And first of all, Michael, congratulations to you and all. And it looked like it was a pretty hectic race out there for you guys. Talk us through it.
Honestly, this was a really good race for all of us. We built a really, really fast car for this race. It drove amazingly well, even when the track got super hot. I really enjoyed driving it every single lap. You just ask it to do something, and it just did it. And that gave me the confidence to pretty much push as hard as possible throughout the entire race. So I'm really happy that we finally got our first win of the season. This is a really tough track, really demanding on both the driver and the car, because traffic management is supremely difficult here. So I'm just really happy that we were able to come away with the win. We had a great car, great drivers, great team. This weekend couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, there was a few safety cars as well, and they plenty of mayhem in this race. Like I mentioned, what was the plan? At the start of the race or heading into the race, was it kind of just do your thing and just try and keep out of trouble, or did you want to try and round out this season as in the best way possible with a win? What was the plan?
Honestly, at the start of the race, it was just pretty much chill, stay behind the others, see if we can pick up a couple positions here and there. Then once the traffic came in, it was just a matter of just staying with the lead pack and staying out of trouble, especially with the safety car restarts. The sport class cars, they can sometimes cause quite a bit of chaos because they have a lot more straight line speed, but we're about equal with them or slightly better than them on the brakes. So they have to be very aggressive to get past us. So we basically need to hold our line and make sure that we're aware of everything that's happening around us. And just staying out of trouble was the key thing on the safety car restarts. If we were able to do that, then we had the speed in order to catch back up, even if we needed to sacrifice a little bit of time in order to avoid an incident.
Yeah, we knew heading into the last safety car period that if there was about 5 or 6 laps left, that once the cup and the sport traffic tried to pass us, they wouldn't have enough time, or Fizzy Ford wouldn't have time to close back up in that draft lock that we've been in all race. So in some ways, we were kind of thankful that the last pace car came out. This meant that really Isaac really only had 2 proper good attempts at attacking us, and thankfully we pulled through in the end.
And with the fall season finish in the ClubSport Series, are you in the team planning to be back next season in the TCR class?
I mean, heading into the next round, which I think is Road Atlanta, we'll still be entering all 3 cars. Obviously, it's a shame that today the GT4 185 of Fraser and Carter had a few incidences, but they were really, really fast with their first pole position. And Mikel and our super sub in Christian Perez, so I'd like to personally thank him for joining the team at short notice. They were really on it all weekend. And I mean, heading into Road Atlanta, I think we can build on this momentum. And I'd like to also thank Majors Garage for their support this weekend. They provide the best setups.
Great stuff. Well, again, congratulations, Michael and Ollie on the class victory in TCR. And look forward to seeing you on track at the next round.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the good broadcast.
Thank you very much.
As that was Michael Polisek and all the people joining us, and taking a well-deserved victory in the TCR class. And who else have we got, Ewan?
Well, we've got a lot of people, to be honest, but we've spoken to a lot of people as well. So I think we are going to wrap it up here, to be honest. I know that there's still a lot of people here. What I will say to anybody watching, and indeed for other IVRA races, to be honest, or other broadcasts of longer distance like this Club Sport or endurance race, particularly with the ClubSport races, which I'm presuming I'll be on, and I think Ryan, you'll be here for as well. What I will say, if you want to have a chat with us throughout the race about what's going on, and then that's perfectly fine. We'll bring you in. But often after the races, we often only go for the class winners, unfortunately. So it does mean a lot of people are left out. But if you want to have a chat to us throughout the race as it's going on, then please feel welcome in the RaceSpot TV booth. We'd love to have a chat with you. Either way, we are going to wrap it up here for this race. It's the end of 2021 in the Club Sport Championship, but the championship continues on to 2022. We've still got 450 points to award, and we'll be awarding 150 of those at the 700 kilometres of road Atlanta, which is coming up through the mid part of January. Then at the end of February, we'll be going to Zolder and the Red Bull Ring at the early part of April to end off our championship here for 2021/22. It's going to be very, very good indeed. I hope you will join us for it. But from me, Ewan O'Leary, Nolan Redpool and Ryan Walker in the commentary booth, and Ryan Bauer, who's been behind the cameras throughout this evening, it's very much a thank you from all of us for watching the 400 kilometres of VIR this afternoon. We hope you have enjoyed the show. Until the new year in the IVRA ClubSport Series, it's goodbye for now.